What's up, Badette? How we doing? Good zone, good time zone. He made one correct prediction, and I'll do it again, Rebecca. I was riding high off that one. And dude, you know what the longest part of that thumbnail was? Like, do you know what took me the longest? Was literally just like finding the meme. I was like, I have this meme in my head that is going to be perfect for this, and I have no idea what it's called. Apparently it is from Tim and Eric. Never seen Tim and Eric. No idea what that is. I think it's a show. But I had the idea and I had to stick to it. Well, you may or may not have made more than one. I know that I've predicted the Briarwood arc perfectly. You guys don't need to hide it. It's not even a spoiler anymore because I predicted it perfectly. I already know that. He should change his name to Mega Profit Man. That sounds like... What the fuck is wrong with my camera? That sounds like merch. Although I might get people mad at me. That might be the D&D Nas if I make a bunch of like Jesus merch of me. I almost managed to time sitting down to dinner to this. Should be done by the time Mega starts the actual episode. Let's go. That will be in like half an hour. That's true. Gremlin here, music load. What up, Montana Time Lapses? How you doing? How you doing, Gremlin? Oh wow, Mega's talking so slow. Shut the fuck up, Baronessa. Is this your first live? I talk at a normal speed, dude. What the heck? I can barely hear you? Uh-oh. Is this any better? Have I turned up the gain a little bit. Hey, Megan. Great to finally catch you in the UK. Hell yeah. I think that's something I'm excited about for varying the streaming schedule like this as well. Of, like, doing the 2 half episodes, you know, more like after work my time, and then getting to do the full episodes for, like, a very Europe-friendly time zone. At least the beginning of it will be. I think that's going to be really sick. What up, Hans? What up, Ryan? The 0 in Mega Man stands for Oracle. The 0 is no more. The 0 has been deleted because it was bad for SEO. Third live? Okay, that's what I thought. You know what I talk like. Get the fuck out of here. What are you talking about? There are already lots of memes of Matt Mercer as D&D Jesus. He has long hair and a beard later on, so you should go for it. I can't grow a beard. We've talked about it. This mustache right here, I have not shaved any of this hair in probably 3 weeks. I grow a tiny little thing of hair. That's it. And I got like, I can grow like iffy mutton chops. But that's all you're getting from me in terms of a beard. It is absolutely nothing else. Sounds good now. Sick. I have a headset on. Oh, very nice, Beckles. Booyah. I'm so here for this. Let's fucking go. I'm excited. I dropped a pic in the content suggestions Discord. Sounds good. So a few more hours left at work. I'll be listening, though. Sounds good, Ed. I'm excited. I'm excited for this one. People seemed pretty excited about this one. So I am psyched to get into it. Housekeeping. First of all, the Discord roleplay has been popping off. Thank you so much. I'm loving it. I'm actually starting to add stuff to the World Anvil, to like the setting page. So like I named the city and the town today. I'm obviously writing up stuff for the Unshot, but if you want to write, someone was asking about, you know, like what is the scope and scale of things that we can write for the setting. I'm going to turn the background audio off. What was like the scope? And I said the scope is unlimited, but you should try to be narrow when you're writing. So it's like write just the absolute necessary bits. And that's not to like restrict anyone. I want to like have people like write like a singular thing and then, you know, put it out. Everyone gets to digest it, think about how it fits into the world, maybe spawn their own ideas off of it. Because if, I just dump too big of things constantly, number one, people are going to it's going to kind of get away from them unless they're super dedicated. And it won't allow that collaboration. I want it to be building at every step of the process. So I'm really excited. Join for it. Next housekeeping. I have a comment response strategery. If it is something quick, I'm going to respond to it in the comment. I've started making TikToks responding to comments, which I really like. If they are if my response is short enough to be able to respond to it in a TikTok, or not a TikTok, a 60-second short. And then if my opinion is too nuanced or too long to fit into 60 seconds, I'm going to start doing a comment review at the top before I do my takeaways. So that I can respond to some of those longer comments that I have more opinions and feelings on without it being a wall of text. And then you'll get to see some of your comments on stream. And I think that'll be a lot of fun. I don't have any this week because I thought about it literally in the shower an hour ago. But eventually, that will next stream. And then beyond that, I also set up some events in the Discord, not through Apollo or a bot. Discord added actual recurring events. So I set up the standard stream schedule in Discord. So if you look at Discord and you look at the events on there, you will be able to see exact dates, exact times converted to your time zone automatically. So the general stream schedule on the World Anvil is accurate. I just implemented it in detail within the Discord. And I forgot to put the World Anvil in my description. I just realized. I'm going to do that right now while we're talking. But yeah. And the alerts, I have not figured out. If you send in something like a super chat, it will show up on screen. I'm confident of that, but I cannot get the sound to work. I have no idea why. So working on that. Luckily, I'm not awash in super chats. But I am working on that actively to try and make that a little bit cooler. And eventually I want to do some I have stream concepts that will involve super chat. Which some of it we've talked about. Let's see. All right, I just need to type in check out my World Anvil for everything me. All right. Save. It is now in the description. But I have some super chat ideas. We were talking about the battle royale between a bunch of different people, and chat can sponsor people but also change the arena. That's an example of one of those stream concepts that I'm really excited about, but because of the work situation I just don't have time to pursue, which really sucks. But that's the sort of thing that by the time that is around, I really want to have the super chats and text to speech all figured out. Let's see. Does that mustache style have a name? Gomez Adams? I don't know. Yeah. The not the six-fingered man. The Inigo Montoya. Yeah, it's I think the bad name for it, the derogative name, is the pedo stash. But I like to think about it more positively since it's the only thing I can grow. And now, since I started growing it over pandemic, and now when I shave, I feel like my face looks weird. I've gotten way too used to it. First time catching you live, excited for this episode? Hell yeah. ARO, this is your first time? Do you just comment a lot? Because I definitely recognize you. That's crazy. This is what I was talking about last stream, where now the comments and the live chats and the Discord members are all bleeding together in my mind. So now I just recognize people and I can't tell if it's their first time in the stream or not. That's crazy. Well, ARO, you followed what I asked people to do last stream, which is, if it is your first time, let me know. Welcome. I'm so glad to have you. Houston, right after that, or Hudson. What, first live? Ready for one of my favorite scenes? Favorite scenes? Fuck yeah. All right, that's sick. I'm excited. One of the best episodes? Let's go. I also have a baby mustache and baby sideburns. The only thing I can grow is a goatee. I can't even grow that. This, I haven't shaved anything. I said I, hadn't shaved any of this in 3 weeks. I haven't shaved anything in 3 weeks. So I can't even grow the goatee. It's not there. I have 5 o'clock shadow permanently and not even like all over. I was already pretty hooked on CR by this ep as I'd already watched 30 episodes, but this one definitely solidified it and made me love Sam. Ooh, that's exciting. I'm hoping that this will be fun Sam that is also not stupid, because I feel like a lot of fun Sam so far has just been like stupid kind of like eye roll humor, which is fine. Like eye roll humor is fun, but I haven't seen anything that I was like, yeah, I love Sam, but everyone else is like, yeah, like you'll get there, and he does remind me of me, so I'm excited for that. Where can I find more info about the unseen thing? It seems interesting, but I'm confused and I don't know where to find more info. World Anvil and Discord, but mainly World Anvil. So if you go to the World Anvil, I'll just show that on stream really quick. And also, Hans is already there answering questions. Thank you very much, Hans. No, don't look at that. So if you scroll down, there is the Unseen campaign. So it has its own category. It has some kind of explanatory things. The Unseen campaign right there. I need to reorder these now that I look at that. This should be at the top. Anyways, this gives a whole kind of overview of it. And then there are a bunch of other detailed articles in there. I'm super psyched about it. It is something I've been planning for a really long time, and I have a lot of plans on like what to do with it and like how I want to expand it. So yeah, if you're interested, please check it out. Let's see. Repeating suggestions to put a direct link. I just put it in there, AKL, because you're right and you're correct and you're right. Mega a meme in the for your amusement. Yeah, the World Anvils, I just added it to the description while we were live, so hopefully it's gone over. If it hasn't gone over yet, let me know. Don't worry, Evil Carousel, Matt Mercer isn't real, he can't get you. I've seen, that's so funny that this meme is so ubiquitous. I've already seen this meme before. I've seen this meme in the past. Anyways, oh yeah, there's also a link in the Discord. That is also true. John Waters Stash, welcome to anyone. Yeah. Welcome, okay, let's see. Sign Sap Sap. Sign Sap Sap. Sign Sap Sap? I like Sign Sap Sap. Welcome. How you doing? I think you look cool with that mustache. Thank you, Fanlair. I've grown attached to it. It will probably get removed at some point. And at some point, I want to do Locks of Love. But I'm not going to cut my hair until then. So the hair will just keep going until eventually I do Locks of Love, and I'll probably make a stream out of it. And let oh dude, a stream where we have like sub goals or super chat goals and like every milestone is an inch off. That could be kind of fun. Watched since the first episode, but first live too. I did recognize you, Grimvane. Welcome. Is this a long episode? This is indeed. This is a full episode Friday. Or at least we're doing a full episode today. I think the actual episode itself isn't that long. I think it's like 3 hours, which I maybe is a little bit long, but yeah, not that long. Why are we live so early? Because it's full episode Friday. Eden. I have not gotten to the I love Sam in 8 years, so it doesn't happen for everyone. I'm sure it doesn't. There were some people in here when I was talking about how I really like Keyleth that were talking about like, okay, I know that people were really bad to her back then, but like I still don't really like Kiki as a character and blah, blah. So yeah, like not everyone's going to get there with every character, Let's go. World Anvil's in the description now. And Maybe this is this isn't really a leak. I think this is fine, but I just copy the settings off of each previous installment, so now it's in the rotation. Um, grown attached to it. Haha, grown attached. Close enough. Seinsapsap is based on a Dutch word. Ah, I see. I know a few Dutchmen. One of my good friends of college, in college, moved to the Netherlands and is married to a Dutch guy now. He's cool. I learned. Oh God, what did I learn? I learned alsjeblieft, which is I think thank you. Oh God, whenever I go to a new country, I try to learn a base dialect of like 10 words of like hello, goodbye, thank you, I'm sorry. Like I always like study and quiz myself on just those 10 words because knowing like the 10 basic words again of like, hello, goodbye, thank you, I'm sorry, please, can get you through so many interactions. It's crazy. Like, yeah, like knowing how to say like donde el baño is nice, but also just being able to like be like please and kind of like waddling up to them, they get the message. So yeah, I learned a lot of those Dutch words, and I remember prost, which is like cheers, but I don't remember a lot of them. I've been growing my hair for 5 years. Fuck yeah. Oh, you started during the pandemic too? I shaved my head completely bald in like fall of 2020, and I've been growing it out ever since. Fuck it, we'll do it live. I've been growing my hair for like 8 years. Fuck yeah, Eden, let's go. I made a pact with a hair demon. Yeah, dude, I think my hair gives me strength. I think it gives me, also, on like a real note, if we're like talking about like the real, like I just like the way my hair feels and I like having long hair, but also I like the fact that having long hair automatically tells people that I am not the type of guy that wouldn't have long hair. You know what I'm saying? Like it immediately excludes me from a group that I'm okay being I kind of want to be separated from. Because if you're a guy that like prefers short hair, that's cool. Like very much more power to you. But if you're the type of hair that's like, no, I would never have long hair, that's fucking girly. That's the group I am like very cool with being separated from. So that's another reason I like having long hair. Just so you're aware, this episode is divided into several VODs. Yes, I am. And John did separate the time codes, which, speaking of time codes, I like missed some last stream. I just forgot. Like we got to the end and I don't know, I think it was that on the previous one we had like on the previous like Monday stream there hadn't been any time codes past when the the break was, so I just didn't think about the fact that there are always like post credits time codes. So we're gonna go back and watch the end time codes of that. Also, I didn't pre-watch. This is because I was confused, and before John explained the whole like issues, I went to like the very like end, and I was like kind of scanning through to see what was happening. But I did not pre-watch. I have no idea what happens. But hello, goodbye. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello. What? I made it to stream finally. Someone got to 700. Let's go, this dude. I did indeed. We're back into what I kind of think of as like the plateau of like normally I gain a lot of subs like all at once. So it's like, I went from like 300 to 500 over the course of like a couple weeks. And then it kind of leveled off. And then I went from like 500 to 700 in like 2 weeks. So, and then now it's leveling off again. So it's kind of a weird milestone. The next huge one, like obviously I'm so excited about getting to 700. And I'll feel the same about 8 and 9, but 1,000. When I get the K on my subscribers, oh, it's going to be a party. I'm definitely going to do something fun for 1K. Because I did I don't really think I did much for 500. I don't even remember if I did anything specific. But I am definitely doing something fun for 1,000. Since 1,000 is such like a big milestone, especially like in the course of like YouTubing with getting like full monetization and stuff. So it's gonna be a big thing. Won't be as big as the 72-hour stream just because I literally don't have enough time. But I am working on a stream concept. Let's see. First the long hair, then the HRT, slippery slope, to taking the oh man, Baronessa, I have no comment. I don't plan on taking HRT at any point in the past, but I have no comment on my gender. This was a Beatles reference. Hello, goodbye. Oh, gross. Why would I ever know that? Ew. I cut my hair every 5 years when I start accidentally strangling myself within my sleep and sitting on it. Then I cut it very short. Fuck yeah. That's exactly what I want to do, Remy. Is like grow it. Chop it all off for locks of love. Grow it. Although now that I'm a content boy, megaphone man, more like content man, am I right? I'm probably gonna make it a whole stream thing. Unfortunately, Mega is a Beatles hater. Yep, that's true. Thumbnails be helping. Fuck yeah, dude. I have okay. So this is no comment. Like this is not about the AI. We've talked about it. I'm gonna have like a big stream about it. But I will say, like not using the AI images and trying to still make every thumbnail like interesting and unique was like a big struggle for me at the beginning. Now I am just latching on to my first impulse and just not thinking about it too much more and just trying to make it like silly and fun. And then if I can't, I go back to like one of the old thumbnails. But I've also, I don't know if anyone's noticed, I've stopped putting the episode numbers in the thumbnail. Me and Eden had a whole conversation about it, and I think that the episode numbers are probably good. Like, they probably make the thumbnails, like, better and more useful, even if they're, like, small or big or whatever. But they're just, like, this extra layer. They're like a chore that I have to do for the thumbnails, and I hate doing it. So then I want to be lazier about the entire thumbnail. So I've just gotten rid of them and focused on, like, making the thumbnails, like, wacky and fun. And that has like actually made me want to do them, and I think hopefully turned them a little bit better. But my hair is so long right now, even braided. Everyone in here is, I mean, I guess, you know what, I was about to say, man, what a coincidence that everyone in here has long hair, but I do suppose, you know, speaking about like the groups that may not like guys with long hair, it's probably the groups that don't include those people are probably more likely to have long hair. So that's funny. Yeah, your thumbnail game is getting better. Fuck yeah, I'm glad. I will tell you, I'm really glad that you guys like my thumbnails more. I like them more as well. The metrics are going down. Which kind of sucks, dude. And this is like the pure, and this is something that someone pushed back on in the comments, that when I read it, I was like, they're 1,000% right, regardless of the ethics, regardless of the morality. When I was first talking about the AI stuff, I talked about how my content didn't start popping off until I started pairing AI images with it, the magic items. And they were basically like, you know, like if AI is stealing, why, like, that's not cool. Like, your content only popped off after you started doing theft. That's not a good argument. And when I first explained it, I was just trying to give like my perspective and my own personal like bias in my head about why I was maybe a little bit more favorable to it. But seeing it laid out like that, I was like, oh man, that is like shit. That's real shit. Even for thumbnails, it's like, I've been trying to think a lot more about that, and it's like, even if other thumbnails do better, if they are like morally bankrupt or like sellout type shit, is it worth it? Like, is it worth that 1% extra click-through rate? I know that so many YouTubers will say yes. They'll say, yeah, anything's worth that 1% click-through rate. And I'm not gonna take like a moral high ground and say that I'll never make like decisions like that, like sellout decisions. But if I can avoid them, especially at the beginning, I probably should. I probably should try at least. So that's also been kind of a motivating factor for the thumbnails getting a little bit more weird and wacky. Jan is known as a horrible time for YouTube. People who have millions of subscribers have super low numbers. I won't say it, I don't mean like the views or the watch time. I mean the click through. So the click through is like how many impressions are getting shown. I mean, unless people are just clicking on videos less in January, very possible. I assume what you mean is like less people are on the site. So the click through theoretically wouldn't be affected, but it could be. I don't know. I am not. I pay a lot of attention to that stuff, but I don't have enough. Like, I only have like a year of data, which like in the like with how much my content has changed and on the order of like YouTube and like analyzing those sorts of things, a year is not long at all. So it's hard for me to know. I rocked the long hair in high school, but started balding at 17. Oh, so I mean, dude, I think that bald is cool. I have a weird shaped head. I would not. I mean, I've fucking shaved it bald. I know exactly what it looks like. Wouldn't love being bald, but luckily, all of my grandparents died with full heads of hair. So I think I'm hopefully good on that. Even though I can't grow facial hair, I put it all on my head. We transferred it. Hate to disappoint you, but I kept mine hair short. Otherwise, I end up with a fuzzy afro. And that's all good. I have no prescriptions for how people should accessorize and like form their aesthetic. That is maybe one of my core tenets. Is people can dress and accessorize however the fuck they want, whoever the fuck they are. Now, I'll put a slight asterisk on cultural appropriation, but that's a case-by-case basis, and I'm not educated enough on the topic to speak in detail on it. So, that's my general statement with that slight asterisk. Sometimes something that gives you motivation to do something is much better for the end result than the most useful option. That's where I'm at, SignSipSap. Uh-oh. Are we back? Oh no, I dropped a bunch of frames. But I think we're back. I will warn. Internet provider sent out a notification that Chicago's winter weather could cause the internet to go down. So, if the internet does go down, I won't end the live. Although the live might automatically end after a certain amount of time. I don't know. I won't end the live. I will try to rejoin as quickly as possible. But it is like very possible that like internet or power might just go out. And I will have little control over that, unfortunately. But ooh, this is nice for the end of my lunch break. Hell yeah, Ed Turdmans. I also really appreciate the self-reflection on the AI thing. Yeah, I mean, I really try. If you watch and stick around long enough, you will see that I talk with a lot of confidence. Like, that is just my general tone and cadence is very confident, which makes me frustrating to argue with. But I am super willing to change my mind, which is my wife has described it as being very frustrating. Of we will be in like a dedicated argument about something, and then she will like knock, and I will show absolutely no signs of changing my mind until she like knocks down my last point, and then I kind of stop and I'm like, oh, you're right. And that's the end of the argument for me, because I'm like, oh, no, you're right, yeah. And she's like, wait, what? No, but that's it? And I was like, yeah, that's it. You're right. You convinced me. So that is, a thing with me, and I've especially over the past few years tried to be more self-reflective and open to modifying myself, especially because I used to be a very different person, especially in like high school and college, and I've changed a lot, and I want to be open to more change. So I'm glad that you appreciate it. It is definitely a goal. It's not always one that I manage, but it's it's something I strive for. All analytics, everything. Oh, I see. Okay, maybe viewers spend too much time joining gyms and not drinking. How dare they? Yeah, buffering. Oh no. Oh, it's more dropped frames. No. I cut my hair last summer to my shoulders now, so I keep my side shaved because it's too crowded around my ears. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, Remy. You look kind of fuzzy? Fuck. Okay. I would honestly just lower the bit rate, but when I lower the bit rate, that almost seems to have the opposite effect that I would want it to on the stream, but I'm going to try it. So I'm going to lower the output bit rate a little bit. So it'll result in a less good-looking stream, I think, but maybe a little bit more consistent. We can hope. Okay. Yeah, lower the bitrate a little bit. We'll see. It's not buffering. I've got to admit, it's getting better a little all the time. Nice. I've seen the difference. Seen the difference in what? The stream or me? Oh man, this is the problem with rereading. I might go bald in a few months. My migraine medication can cause autoimmune issues that cause full body baldness. Oh man, that sucks. I mean, baldness is not anything to be ashamed of or to have issues with. If I went bald, that would just be the way it is. Like if I had to, do chemo or something. Like I said, people should be able. Oh God, my camera just distorted. Like I said, people should feel comfortable in their skin, however they look, and I'm sorry that it's not your choice. That really sucks. But hopefully the migraine medication is worth it, because I am also on medications that also have side effects, but they are very worth it for me. Northern weather, I do not miss it. Oh, I love it. I love cold. I love snow. I'm not the biggest fan of rain, but honestly, only when I have to wipe off wet dogs. I hate the heat. Hate the heat. Getting so much better all the time. My key secret to happy marriage is those two magic words, "You're right." Yeah. I mean, it's such basic level 1 advice that, like, communication is key. Like, talk to each other. But, like, I think that developing your own communication style that is healthy and effective that is actually like the key. It's like, yeah, communication is key, and then like the next level down of that is like you need to know how each other communicate and like communicate appropriately to where like you guys are like actually having productive conversations. Yeah, and you're right is very much part of that for a lot of people. Just lots of music references. No, fuck, ew, gross. My order of knowledge is on media is like YouTube, internet stuff, TV shows, movies, music. Music is way down there. I love the North. Me too. All right. God, what is wrong with my camera? Stop it. I don't know why it's doing this. I have a shitty webcam, and it is supposed to have a software that locks its focus. It's like focal length. And it just doesn't. I don't know why. I have to like open it up and like reset it. Anyways, takeaways from last episode. I'm the fucking GOAT. I just predicted it perfectly. I predicted Caroline or whatever her name is. She's alive. I predicted the whole Briarwood arc perfectly. I definitely didn't think that it only had like 3 more episodes and it actually has like 5 or 6. So there's going to be some vamping added in to my prediction. Because if my prediction was true, this would wrap up pretty quick. So maybe the castle, maybe like Whitestone Castle is like longer than I think it is. Maybe it's like a little like mini mega dungeon. I was expecting Brightstone Castle to like be like one, maybe two streams. I'm thinking now maybe it's like 3 or 4. I don't know. We'll have to see. But no, for serious, I think that when I am able, and I want to really draw this, I guess not comparison, but like this attention. It is easier for me to predict things and to make fun and detailed predictions when Matt has set up a good campaign arc that is foreshadowed really well and like has some interesting like potential red herrings and potential like side plots or twists. Like the whole Kavarn arc with Kima and with these abominations and the mind flayers, like there was so much going on that I was able to make cool and fun predictions. Vasselheim wasn't really like that. You know, like not to say that the Slayer's take was bad, but the reason that you didn't see me able to make like a ton of like weird and wacky predictions during Vasselheim and like the introduction of the Briarwoods is because the foreshadowing and like the plot setup wasn't really there. It was really tight. It was really short. Much more like episode of the week type stuff. And that is very okay. But I think that when you hear me making a lot of predictions, that is sort of an indication that this is a good big arc. Like when you have a big arc like this, you want the audience, and in a lot of cases, the players as the audience, to be able to speculate about a lot of this stuff, to be able to make wild and wacky predictions and have them proven wrong or proven right, or, you know, go down these weird rabbit holes. So applauds to Matt for setting up something interesting enough. I have no idea how on I am. It's almost more interesting if I am crazy off base, because I actually think that my theory, like, I don't think I'm making, like, crazy leaps of logic. I'm assuming a lot, but I'm not having to, like, you know, jump hurdles to get there. And so if I'm almost like the more wrong I am, the more impressive it is on Matt's end, which is cool. It's cool for especially you guys to watch. Like every time I make up a theory that sounds believable but is crazy off, that is almost like an implicit compliment to Matt. That like someone could come up with a believable theory that is completely wrong. So yeah, I think that's cool. Wait. Not knowing music is making me question our working partnership. Hey, you'll just, you know, that's why music isn't a big part of the stream, is because I don't really listen to it in my personal life. Even if you want to make me a playlist, I'm down. I like music. I'm just not like into music. Like listening to it's fine. But I would never call myself like into music. Like my one of my good friends is into music. I'm not. Sweet Caroline. Lol, vamping. I didn't even think about vamping. That's hilarious. That was so good, so good. Hell yeah, dude. Do you mean Cassandra? Probably. His sister. Yeah, Cassandra. There should be a square on the bingo for Mega calling Whitestone Brightstone. Fuck. Shit. Did I do that? What is Brightstone from? I don't even remember. Also, I am going to, after this episode, I'm going to add some new bingo squares. I haven't updated the bingo square chart since everyone started suggesting things in the Discord. I'm going to do a big update to it. Maybe take out some, maybe add some back in, add in some new ones. You know, we'll see. Still waiting for BBG. We're working on a super secret mega bingo. Nobody tell him. How's it going? What up, cheeky monkey? How you doing? I almost suggested calling our Starter Town Brightstone just to mess with Mega. Fuck you, Tarvin. The prediction hearing is extremely entertaining. I am extremely entertained doing it. It's so much fun. Vasselheim sent Mega right round like a record. Oh, I got that one. Baby, right round, right round. When you go down, when you go a down. Contra-wise, as a fellow non-music person, I feel seen and welcomed here. What up? What up? How you doing? Wait, I just got taught. I think this is a Gen Z thing of like, this is like a new like way to do like the heart or whatever. It's like this, but now it's like this for Gen Z. Cause oh my God, how do I tilt this? It's like the two like, oh God, the two like tips are like the tips of the heart and then they go down to like a point. I like this. I like one-handed gestures. It's probably the former sign language boy in me. But I really like one-handed gestures as opposed to two-handed, because a lot of times you can't make two-handed gestures. So I like this new heart symbol. I think predictions coming true is a testament to how good of a cohesive storyteller someone is. If there's too many things that were not predictable just for shock factor, it's unsatisfying. You're right, Remy. You're totally right. And so I think with my predictions on here, there's kind of two layers to it of like. I think that, like, the Kima and the, Kima not being evil, I would actually say is kind of towards what you're talking about of, like, I fully, like, assert that Kima was narrated to be suspicious. However, she was not supposed to be. Like, it seems like the way that I took her was mega suspicious, and that's not the way that Matt meant her. And I think that that's the big thing about, like, the storytelling is whether or not people are taking away things that you intended them to take away. And then we can get into a much deeper conversation about, like, red herrings and, like, how to use them, when they're satisfying, when they're not. Honestly, that's more book club conversation. There's overlap. But I will actually be talking about this concept extensively on Sunday because, oh my God, I don't think Shallan is supposed to be annoying, but holy shit, I get frustrated anytime I have to read a Shallan chapter because she's so fucking annoying. So, to what you're saying, I think it has to do with, like, author intention and how good those intentions are, like how clever and how solid they are. Extra life. That's just Italian appropriation. This? What's Italian appropriation? I think I'm allowed to. My mom's Italian. People that can do tropes just right, that know where you're going but not how you get there. Chef's kiss. Mwah. That's kind of like, I mean, like I think that is the thing of, like, doing tropes really well. Tropes are not bad. Like, I think Grog is the ultimate example of that. Of, like, Grog is an incredibly tropey character, but he is done really well, really solidly, and that lends to an incredibly solid character. It's sort of like that short that I just posted about, like, why use historical references. It's like historical references or tropes can give you a good grounding point and a good, like, base point of consistency, and then how you branch out from that can be incredibly interesting. The finger this is Italian are you talking about like this? Lol. How dare you? I have no clue who this Shallan is. She is a book club character. You would have to read the book to find out. Some of my best friends are Italian. I know so many Italians. Come on. I don't know. For those not in book club, we are reading Way of Kings by Brandon Sanderson. Yeah, I should have mentioned that. I don't know why I didn't, but yes, we are. All right, so that's all the takeaways. We're gonna hop in. Let's look at. So first we're going to do the last, so Matt ends the session at 3:05, which is where we are. Then the first one is like normal post-session cooldown, and John did recommend that we listen to that. Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. Kind of depends on what they talk about. So we're going to get a little bit of last episode, and then hop into the new episode. Only 45 minutes after the fact.
No,
I'm waiting for smoke.
I know, and
oh my God, it's so loud. Is it an okay volume for you guys? God damn, that was loud. But I think it's because I fucked with my sound settings.
we'll see how this plays out next week, because right now, if we keep where this is going, this could be I'll be here till late. And I need to get out of this.
He's still there. Set a dinosaur. Open the floor.
Scanlan's
on the floor. Everybody flee. There's a dinosaur.
Triceratops.
So ridiculous.
So I have a couple requests from the community. Yes. One of which is that
Post-stream catch-up. Post-stream catch-up.
every single one of you posts a full body picture.
Brandon Saracen has a talent for making some characters really annoying. Okay, my problem with Shallan is that she's a fucking POV character. I don't find it annoying when she talks out loud. I find it annoying when she says anything in her own head.
Your costume and post it to Twitter so they can get a good look without being blocked by the table.
Oh, okay,
I think everyone just really wants to see his legs.
Oh, yeah.
As he's not wearing pants under the legs.
No, but he is wearing a little petticoat.
And the other request was for you to explain how in the hell you made this, because this is amazing.
It's pretty amazing.
Like, we kind of want a really quick rundown of what you did here.
Okay, well, for the armor pieces, the base is Sintra, which is like 1/8 of an inch thick PVC sheeting. You can buy it at science supply stores. I know, shut up, they asked me. So I cut those in
I know, shut up, they asked me.
to heat them up with a heat gun or a really, really hot hairdryer, and you can bend it. So that was the shape for these. I ordered aluminum.
God, I made such a stupid mistake. So I used to be a bit of, I don't even want to say a hoarder, but I had hoarder-like tendencies until probably a few years ago. So to combat that, I had to go extreme minimalism for a while, and now I'm like slowly working up to like a nice healthy middle. But I used to have a bunch of stuff for computer tinkering. Like I had a bunch of breadboards and multimeters and a whole bunch of stuff that I didn't fucking need for like circuit design. And one of those things was a heat gun, and I got rid of most of the stuff, including the heat gun. Oh my God, I wish I had not gotten rid of the heat gun. That is the only thing that I have like consistently been like, fuck, I wish I had my heat gun still. Because it was a nice heat gun too. It sucks. I shouldn't have gotten rid of it because it's useful for so many things.
Chainmail off eBay, straight from India, and kind of cannibalized it to make the sheets of chainmail that I then epoxied onto the plastic. And this is a fake, like a pleather.
Walk the Dinosaur? Never heard of that. Is Toll the Dead a good spell? I don't remember having super hard feelings on Toll the Dead. I think it's fine. Let me review it. I don't take it most of the time. But I also don't take a lot of damage in cantrips most of the time. The target must succeed. Okay. Wisdom is tough. Wisdom is the highest average saving throw in the monster manual. So, on average, your wisdom is worse for a cantrip than like intelligence or charisma or anything like that. If the target is missing any of its hit points, it instead takes 1d12. I mean, that seems fine. It's all necrotic, which I don't know how resistances are for that, but probably not anything crazy that you need to worry about. It's a boss killer, which I will say the only thing about this is like you should be attacking like big, kind of centerpiece enemies with this because of the whole missing hit points shtick. But the problem with that is that a lot of times the big centerpiece enemies are going to be getting your leveled spells because they're more of a threat. So, like, you're going to be using fucking Hold Person, and you're going to be using a lot of leveled stuff, and then your cantrips are either if you're out of leveled stuff or you're dealing with little gribblies that you don't want to waste your leveled spells on. So there's a little bit of dissonance there in, like, what the actual use case for it is, but also, especially as you get higher leveled, the discrepancy in like at lower levels, if the target is missing hit points, that is only going to be for like 1 or 2 hits. At higher levels, that's going to start being, 3 or 4 hits. So I think that this spell will get progressively better as you go along. Yeah, it's fine, I would say. Multimeter is also multi-useful. Multimeter is super useful. That is very true. Also, I know it's not multimeter. I know that is me pronouncing it wrong, but I like the way it sounds. So, that is the other thing I kept. So, out of everything I got rid of, the only thing I kept was the multimeter. because it is just useful for so many household things, like seeing if a fucking light socket is broken, seeing if anything electrical is broken. So nice. Open the door. Oh my god, everyone is just doing song references. Have fun with you. I would rather take a 2-hit cantrip as an arcane trickster, since your DC won't be massive. That is also a consideration. Is your would you rather take something that requires an attack roll or a saving throw? I mean, they're both based on the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're both going to be based on your int as an arcane trickster. But it can depend on... It also depends on, like, what leveled spells are you taking? Are you taking leveled spells that are more often, like, save or suck? Because in that case, you will definitely want to go 2-hit, whereas if you're taking more, like, 2-hit leveled spells, you might want to go, like, 1 save or suck cantrip. So yeah, it depends on, like, a bunch of details on the build, honestly. It's not bad. It's certainly not a bad cantrip. Cantrips are go-to spells when you're concentrating. Also, that's also true when you're concentrating. So, depending on what your concentration spells are, could determine if you want to take this. Because if you're concentrating on, if you foresee yourself either not casting leveled spells during combat or casting like concentration only spells during combat, this could be really good. Because it would allow you to really lean into the whole, like, rogue aspect of, like, targeting one person with a lot of damage. But you could do it from a range now. So, yeah, there are a lot of situations in which this could be good. It would probably depend on the rest of your build, I would say. Yeah, no problem, Cheeky. I'm on for another stream. Looking forward to it. Hell yeah. Nanoverse. Let's go.
That I stitched together and then just adhered across it to make the trim, and that's how I made the armor.
Would you be willing to come on Minds and Crafts and do a little bit more detailed show through of it?
Sure.
Because it's really cool, and there's details you guys can't see. Everyone was like, let him show off his swords. I'm like, they're not real swords.
No, you can pull them out.
Yeah, you want to show them off?
Sure.
They're kind of like
I
this.
can't really grab them here.
Yeah. Well, that's very ineffective.
Dude, that's so funny where he's like, they're not real swords. And Matt's like, no, they are. Yeah. I mean, you know, they're not like steel, but I can pull them out. It's not like they're attached.
I know.
You got it.
That's so
Got
funny.
it.
So less
Help
dexterous
me,
than
Dad,
the
you
video
can't
game.
You see it?
You can't put claymores on your back. It's kind of a big fallacy.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have the lack of clipping in the
Yellow
actual warrior.
hooks.
Right.
Right.
Trust me, it's
The lack of you just need fucking dexterity. I could pull that out. I could pull that out easily. Like, it's not even, you just need to be flexible. I think that's one of the things that I actually find interesting in a lot of, like, heroic fantasy is when they show, you know, the warriors or whatever strength training, when, like, a lot of, like, warrior techniques is, like, a lot of, like, flexibility and, like, being able to be, like, flexible with your limbs. But also, strength training does sometimes inherently build flexibility, like I do with my ankles, because I got bad ankles. But yeah. Anyways, that was a fucking tangent.
a sword.
What up, Valkyrie? Is it Valkyrie or Valkyrie? I'm too used. I guess it's IE. I'm too used to the very well-known Valkyrie. But that's probably just Valkyrie. Got mud on your face, you big disgrace. Oh wait, I know this one. It's a matter of arm length and blade length. No. Okay, if it's right over your shoulder, right? Oh, you're right. For the actual act of pulling it out, it would depend on blade length. That's very fair. But, like, going back and, like, actually reaching it is just flexibility. The shoulder pieces are also in the way. Yeah, fair enough. I'm being too critical. But with those shoulder pieces. Sorry for leaving without saying anything last stream. I fell asleep. No. Okay. I say this occasionally. You guys do not owe me explanations. You guys do not owe me shit. Like, your presence here is giving me your time, and, like, that is awesome, but, like, I'm not entitled to it. You do not need to like, let me know when you're leaving, apologize for leaving. You are all good. No stress, no worries. I'm not going to hold it against you. No, you can't. The sword. Yeah, that's totally fair. I didn't think about that. Can you tell that I've never trained in sword fighting? but I have done a lot of flexibility training, and I've strapped things to my back, especially like arrows. Yeah, it's Ree, not Ray, Valkyrie. Okay. Being too critical of this role. You can't be too critical. This is called totally uncriticalized. You're so right.
It's a little secret for people who love video games. When the heroes pull out a gun, put a gun away, pull out a sword away, there's a guy on the performance capture set who just like catches it and walks
Stands
away,
behind you?
or hands it into your hand. So all this, they just go, and they don't put it anywhere. They just let go of it.
Actually, I posted that video today
so
on Twitter
sick.
that one of the critters posted, and I retweeted it, of Laura and Travis doing their motion capture for
Yeah.
Halo 5.
Yeah.
Which, guys,
Doing the same thing.
you should
Yeah,
definitely
awesome.
check out Halo 5. Travis and Laura are both in the game.
Yeah, we meant to
and-
announce that. Yeah, it just released this week. So.
Yeah, it just released this week, and Travis did some of the mocap for Fred and for Nathan Fillion's character. And in the video, it shows you guys just basically just throwing
Some magic idol.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
So great. Yeah, and Minecraft released this week.
Story mode. Story mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, we showed a little bit of that. I was
buddy.
like, oh, that's Matt.
Yeah, sorry.
Is there anybody? Is there anybody else in some story mode?
Swords on the back is impractical. From my understanding, it is generally supposed to be like a weight distribution thing. So it wasn't common, but it was done. And then when they ever actually anticipated that they might actually use them, they would like take them out long before they would actually use them because they are impractical to draw, but they were easier to carry around. That is my understanding. I am not a MIDI. I am a history buff in waves, and I wouldn't even say I know enough to actually call myself a history buff.
Minecraft that we should mention is like I don't know.
That's a friends of ours. I mean, Cat Tabor's in it.
Ashley
Ashley
freaking
Johnson.
Johnson.
Yeah,
Ashley's
Ashley
not stupid.
Trying
Ashley's
to
not
leave you there.
game.
Just leave
Yeah,
you
I know.
there.
I know. I thought I mentioned it.
I think so. I think it was rare, from my understanding. Like most of the time, it was like waist carry, or just like literally like carrying in like a pack or something, and like not strapping it to yourself for like quick draw or whatever. But yeah, it was mostly for like, yeah, Fanler. It was like for like if you're like a hedge knight and you're traveling around on a dangerous road where you might get jumped, it is easier to draw your sword from your back than it is to take it out of a pack and like unwrap it. But it is easier to travel that road in case you don't get jumped or in between jumpings. When with like carrying it on your back than on your waist. So it's like caravan guards and shit. Again, from my limited understanding. It's good for walking with your hands full. Yeah, I mean, that's fair as well. Hard to sit down with a sword on your waistband. Yeah, also true. I can't believe that I haven't mentioned Captain Sparkles, who is also in Minecraft story mode. What? What are we talking about? Are they talking? Oh, they're talking about that. Fair. Gotcha. I love Captain Sparkles. Captain Sparkles was one of my like original YouTubers that I followed as a young content watcher. I was a big Captain Sparkles head. And he, unlike a lot of old creators, has not turned out to have like a ton of drama, which is cool. I like that a lot. It's probably not that different from carrying a longer gun for hunting, slung over your shoulder for traversal, carried in your hands when you anticipate. Yeah, I think that is my exact understanding, AKL. Is like, yeah, when you have like a long rifle, you carry it on your shoulder when you anticipate potentially using it, and then you like transfer it into your hands, and then you pack it up somewhere when you don't anticipate using it. 1 hour since start. I know. This is full episode Fridays, dude. You gotta understand.
Yeah,
Just assume if a game's coming out, one of these guys.
60% of us.
Yeah.
have
You
it.
can't escape us.
Yeah, you can't escape. It gets really weird now every time we
Sorry.
turn on a game and we're like, and who is this week?
See, I'm the opposite, Valky. I never watched Stampy, but I was always aware of him. But H Bomber guy remains drama free. Oh wait, I gotta start. I gotta start using the timer on this. H Bomber guy remains drama free, and he only appears to perform multiple kills. I mean, to my understanding, how old is H Bomber guy? I didn't think he was like Captain Sparkles level of like OG, but he might be. I don't know. It's telling that I only recently found out about H Bomber guy. But not quite. Long guns have slings attached, significant advantage, but otherwise, yeah, very similar. Yeah, similar. Yeah, and that again. I'm sure that I would love it if there was like a weapons YouTuber, like the guy that does those crazy like bow and arrow shots, and he's also like a pole dancer. Have you seen this guy? And he does like videos about like D&D, about like, you know, like fighting with a bow in close range and all that. if he had any insight, that'd be cool. Wait, he did Minecraft stuff? I only know him from his recent video essays. Wait, H Bomber did Minecraft? That's crazy. I did not know that either. Hey, we're getting way too off into the weeds. We do need to focus on Critical Role. I love that. I like that bow and arrow guy too. He's cool.
Now you know our pain. Now you know our pain.
Sorry about that, guys.
Ruins every game.
Every game.
Sorry, not sorry.
Sorry, not sorry.
I mean, I'm totally cool with
We
it.
heard your
Travis
voice in
whispered my ear.
Target.
We did.
We were walking through Target and we were like,
yeah.
"Hey guys."
Oh right, yeah, the
For
Playmation toys.
Yeah.
The
You
Avengers
started
Iron
talking
Man
at us
Playmation.
inside
You guys have seen the
electronics
cool
Yeah, that's
Marvel
fun.
Playmation toys for kids, like the imaginary stuff. I do Iron Man and Loki and.
It's all the
Ultron and a
it's
few
the
other
toy
guys.
that it's the
Yeah,
toy
let's
that
go.
all your kids are gonna bitch and scream and want, and you're gonna be like, really? It's
Fuck, I want
it's
one.
the most expensive toy. It's like really, it's like 150.
It's pretty
I'm gonna get a
But it's
PlayStation
pretty
4
dope.
first, but I kind of want
It's like the toy of the year, man. It's cool.
Yeah.
Toy of the year.
Yeah. Anyway.
Well, we had some donations today.
Yeah.
For Extra Life, this was our last week for Extra Life donations, guys.
I think generally John doesn't say to watch the donations part. Okay, yeah, this is right around where it ends. And then 313, there was another thing. It is very interesting to hear like the behind the scenes of their like acting and voice acting and mocap. Those are all things like I have no real interest in like I don't think I've ever had any real interest in being like live film. Like that's not, but voice acting I would be so interested in. And I know a lot of streamers have gotten into it. Like I know like Lily Pichu has made like a really heavy effort to get into voice acting. And has been pretty successful at it. That is something I would love to again, later on when I'm doing content full time, I would love to look into voice acting. Because I used to train my voice really hard, and I had really good control over my voice back when I was really into theater. And I've totally lost that shit over the years, but it's something I would love to get back into. Because I find it so satisfying, and it's only like one thing you have to focus on. Like when you're like doing like live theater or even like film, you have to focus on like your posture, your facial expressions, your like there's so much. I remember when I was in theater, I got a review. Oh fuck, and I didn't start the timer. I got a review on one of my shows that was talking about how my voice was very unique, and like it was when I was playing Gaston in Beauty and the Beast. How my voice was really solid. It was a unique take on Gaston that like wasn't too similar to like the popular ones, but it was good. But that I didn't look enough like Gaston, and not even like just like physically, that like my mannerisms and like my like the way that like I just like walked around and like presented myself on stage was not similar enough to Gaston. And that's one of the reasons I like DMing. It's one of the reasons I want to look into voice acting at some point, is because it's much more easy for me to like really focus on my voice and like what the voice is doing as opposed to like my entire body. So anyways, that's a total tangent. But yeah, Shadiversity was good. His recent content is a little political. Oh, I don't think I've ever heard of that person either. Yeah, Shad was a real bummer. I used to like him, but Mega, we won't need VAs in the future because AI will do it all. Yeah, that's yeah. Yeah. No one looks like Gaston. Yeah, no. Well, I wore a big muscle suit. So I didn't look like me either. But I caught alive. Oh, what's up, Farrowin? No one cooks like Gaston. So true. No one has been like Gaston. No one sings like Gaston. No one has a swell cleft in his chin like Gaston. I know that one. I never had to say it. I only had to talk about how good I was at extemporating. My, what a guy, Gaston. A unique voice is definitely an advantage. Marisha Ray used to get bad critiques for her voice acting in school, but as a VA, she found a niche precisely because it's a bit husky and low-pitched. Yeah. Which, like, I think Lily Pichu has the same kind of thing where she's a bit typecast because of her, like, really high-pitched voice. But it can help you, like, find a foothold and then expand from there. But I don't have a super unique voice. It's like a little, like, nasally and kind of sits pretty far back in the throat. The most notable quality about it is its resonance, but that doesn't really come off on a mic. I was just watching a clip of Hank Green on Dimension 20 where they were talking about how loud Brennan is, and that is the reaction that I get anytime I meet someone that I've only talked to online, is like, damn, the mic really does a lot to not show this off. Because my voice just travels, and I have, like, very little control over that. But anyways, you have a pretty unique intonation. Oh, well, thank you. I think it comes a lot off of listening to stand-up comedians a lot, but also not doing the stand-up setups, if that makes any sense. Like, I don't, like, structure any of my sentences like they're in a stand-up special, but I learned how to talk from listening to, like, John Mulaney and shit, you know? But anyhow, moving on.
Mercer, can you introduce Momlin real quick to the screen?
Yes,
Indeed.
please.
Get back to camera, Ryan. Get back to work.
Oh, okay.
Birthday's over.
Sit next to me, Momlin.
I have cat hat ears.
Cat
and
hat
a
on
dog.
your-
Cat
It's all good.
Stoop down.
Let's see you.
That's Momlin.
This is
Momlin.
Scanlan's
Momlin.
mom. This is Sam Riegel's mom. It was awesome. I had the opportunity to meet you finally in New York when we were out
Yes.
there.
Yes.
Oh, look at those eyes.
Contacts.
Oh my god.
Look at
Really
these.
distracting, aren't they?
It really is.
Yeah, she's been an amazing supporter of the show on Twitter.
She
It's
was
been
there
awesome.
at our meet and greet in New York.
I was
Yeah.
surprised when I landed in Burbank that an armed guard came and blindfolded me and brought me here to the location, and I don't know how I'm going to get out. So,
You're not going to.
but I rolled in 18.
Roll these dice.
Hey.
I'm so proud of you.
She's-
That's awesome. Well, thank you for coming and watching.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank
so,
you.
like,
Thank you for making him.
Yes.
Especially, yeah.
He's a classic individual.
Just pure class.
Smokey and the Bandit.
I am. I'm Burt Reynolds.
We hear he's a chip off the old block, is what we hear.
Oh man, my dad watched the show and said, "I still don't get it." True story. He was like, "I don't get it."
Same.
He was like, "Is it gonna change? Is it gonna be something different?" I'm like, "No,
that's it.
Show, Dad."
My parents watch. I'm like, oh, that's how it's supposed to be done. I'm like, yeah. Remember that time I tried to run a game for you guys in high school, and I stopped after the first one because you just kept hitting on each other? Yeah. No. Really awkward.
Wow, your parents. Now I'm thinking about that.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
dude, yeah.
My dad's a
Okay.
musician. He made a bard named him Fender. I'm like, okay.
That's awesome.
That's dark.
Well, guys, thank you all so very much for watching.
Oh, that's fun. I'm glad Scanlan's mom watches. I neither of my parents get D&D, if that makes sense. Like, they get that it is enjoyable and that I like it a lot. But like, I told my mom at one point, like, you know, I told her that I started streaming and I talked to her about it, and she was like, "So you just talk about like D&D?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she was like, "So you go live like 2 times a week talking about D&D for like multiple hours, and like it hasn't like gotten stale?" And I'm like, "No, there's just a lot." And she, so I think, you know, she tries to get it, but it's not. Neither of them have taken a let's say an interest. Neither of my parents are like nerds. They're both like very my mom is super nice, but she's like a very she was like a cheerleader, and she was also in synchronized swimming. And she just has like a lot of friends, and she's like a super like people person. And then my dad is also a people person, asterisk, and is like a finance guy. So neither one of them are nerds like that. Neither one of them really like fuck with that, but they're both like, "Oh yeah, like, you know, whatever floats your boat, dude." Which is cool. She continues to interact with the fandom on social media and sometimes Twitch chat to this day. Oh, that's so cute. We love wholesome moments. That's sweet. I could not make the joke Sam does if I knew my mom would see it. Oh my god. I have to actively forget that my mom watches sometimes, because she doesn't watch often, but she has been like, "Oh yeah, like I hopped in stream before." And I was like, "What?" She did, huh? I just have to not think about it. Never forget Laura's parents watch. It's just like a radio show. There have been an awful lot of those that were pretty niche too and had listeners. Yeah, exactly. Totally. And I think they just don't understand the scale of D&D and like all of the things that are involved with it. Like, they kind of do, but not really. Oh, it's a mini phone. What's up? Welcome, Ty Ty. Thank you for the membership. I appreciate it. That's very, very cool of you. Now you can join the Minecraft server. Time to rewind and catch up. Fuck yeah. It is not a lot of CR so far. It's a lot of me. Respect the time. Fuck, I forgot the timer. Good. Keep reminding me. I need to get back into it. Even though the number on it doesn't mean anything, it is good for me to know how long I've been on a tangent. No, don't dash S. I mean, you can dash S if you want, but I need it. I remember what Liam said in one of the panels, that Momlin saw Liam at a live show in the green room and said, I feel you're my son-in-law now. Also, the scale of the internet, a teeny tiny percentage of everyone able to access YouTube today is still a metric buttload of people. It is. It's so interesting, the like dichotomy of that, of like thinking about like the piece of the pie that like you can access as like a content creator or a streamer, and also how many people you are like competing against for that pie. It's very weird. Like there are an unfathomable amount of content creators and there are an unfathomable amount of watchers, but they're not like equal infinities, you know, where like you have like 90% of Twitch is streaming to 0 viewers. So it's so interesting. It's a very weird thing to wrap your head around. Anyways.
Tonight, thank you for enduring our silly Halloween zaniness. We wish you to enjoy a very happy Halloween this weekend as well. We'll get those pictures up on Twitter for you guys to see our costumes in full. And please send your costumes to us. Please send pictures. We'd love to see them over this weekend.
I got really excited about that. I love seeing costumes.
Yeah.
Oh god, it's a
It's been
beat
awesome.
down
So,
so in the store.
guys, we love you very much, very, very much. And we appreciate everything you bring to this community. And is it Thursday yet? See you soon, guys.
Cute. All right, let's make it happen. Gunpowder plot.
Hello and good evening, everyone.
1. Okay. So I need to pull back up the the time codes, and my water bottle's in the way because I need to. Oh my god, my desk is a mess. All right, timestamps for Friday, part 1 video right there. 4:16 is what we're starting.
And welcome to.
Kind of bearing your
Also,
right watching.
There we go.
Yeah.
rock that out. Cool.
Doing it.
See, also tonight is Christmas, so for those who want to hang around, we have quite a cavalcade of presents.
Yes.
There's a lot of presents.
Taliesin
you
and
guys.
I got here early, and with Ryan, we opened everything, and it's an embarrassment of riches.
They had to open it so that we wouldn't be opening the boxes.
Try not to peek.
We haven't seen any.
We haven't.
They didn't.
Okay, I see that John is highlighting that there's a set piece. I mean, they're talking about Christmas, but also that a set piece is now behind them. And I see a trinket and I see a dragon, and I don't recognize either of them. But I have a feeling that one of them was already there. For some reason, I feel like the trinket is old and the dragon is new. Either way, they're both sick. I've never been like a minis like physical props guy. Not because I'm like not interested in it, but because I started DMing when I was 14 and did not have access to money. So it is always very interesting for me to see those types of things, but I don't have like any like personal experience with any of them to like really know how impressive they are. There was a different trinket. Okay, that's why it's like tipping me off, because I was like, I recognize a trinket, but that one looks different. Okay, that makes total sense. That's fucking huge and say. Although, why is it not behind Laura? Like, come on, switch this shit. It probably has something to do with like other shows and just like, you know, the fucking set design outside of this stream. But put it right behind Laura. Come on.
Make sure they're
Some of the
up.
stuff I didn't see, some of the stuff Taliesin didn't see, so we're not completely spoiled. We're a little spoiled.
We got a little spoiled. I got a little spoiled early though.
Oh yeah.
Because of
Talk
that,
about that?
which
Somebody said a new trinket. Look at that, you guys.
Yeah.
giant bear.
Look at that. This is so
And
cute.
please, I mean, we thought it was a corpse at first when we got it, and then when we opened it, we got really excited and just like I had this, which I used to open it, and we just got really excited and took the bear out, and then it was a bear, and we forgot about all the wrappings and the paper. So if you sent us the bear, please contact us.
Wait, we don't know
now.
who sent it?
No, we don't
It
know.
came from the woods. Beyond
Just
that, we know
contact us
nothing.
now.
Oh my God.
You're watching. Somebody's watching, or who knows that person.
Yep.
So just let us know.
You're
I know I'm
watching.
posting in the chat room. Let them know.
You're saying
Oh
that's
my
my bear.
Yeah.
That's my bear.
That is-
Please, because I just
Hashtag that's my bear.
Stop.
It was pretty amazing. When it was wrapped up, it looked like a body, like
We were
straight up,
scared
like
of it.
season 2 Dexter. It was pretty fantastic to see it
Which
sitting
leads us
there.
to our next point. Please don't send us bodies.
Please
Thank
don't.
you.
No bodies.
You can
No,
send
please.
address it to me if you do.
He'll know what to do.
I think if it had been the only package,
That's what feeds his immortality. We all know that.
I would have been able to focus better. But there were about 100 packages, so it was hard.
Dang it, Paradise.
You guys are ridiculous.
We're opening stuff for now and a half.
Ridiculous.
So thanks in advance.
So thanks for that. Also, you'll recognize a couple of new songs tonight. We had the wonderful pleasure of having Bethesda approve us using Elder Scrolls music in our on-channel playlist. So
Bethesda.
I've been able to go back and reincorporate all of my old Elder Scrolls music
This is so
that I used.
exciting.
We actually originally played off stream. So that's really cool. So thank you, Bethesda. Thank you guys
Now
very much.
10% more realistic. Critical Role.
Exactly, man.
Dude.
Let's talk about that.
More authentic.
Okay, I'm really curious as to whether or not it was Bethesda. So I actually have a really weird bit of inside baseball. Like very odd. Why do I have this knowledge? I'll tell you. The composer for the Elder Scrolls, I don't remember his name. Jeremy Soule. Thank you. Or Soule, I don't know. So Jeremy Soule produces all or maybe just most of the Elder Scrolls soundtrack and music and everything. And in high school, I was in men's choir. And I was very involved with men's choir. And I pitched to my choir teacher at the time, who was cool, that for our Christmas concert, we should do the intro from Skyrim called Dragonborn. Which, if you don't know, Dragonborn is Dovahkiin, Naloxing, fucking Dragonborn Skyrim music. Naloxing Osvarin Wadain. I'm not gonna play too much of it, but it's this one. It's the dun dun dun. It's awesome, and no composition of it, public composition of it, existed besides, I want to say, a piano version or maybe like the full orchestral version was available for like purchase to like, I don't know, look at. So my choir director was a composer before he taught, and he reached out to Jeremy Soule, not Bethesda, but Jeremy specifically, and was like, hey, can I compose a 4-part men's choir version of Dragonborn? And Jeremy was dope as hell, super nice, super cool, and said yes, and then also sent over a bunch of supplemental material. So he was like, here are all of the individual tracks parsed out. I think that these lines would be good for the bass section. I think that these lines would be good for tenors, yada, yada, yada. Like, he like did like part of the work for my choir director. Super, super nice guy. And I saw all the emails. So I'm wondering, because, you know, also like we were putting on that concert for money, so we had to license it as well. And from my awareness, my choir director only talked to Jeremy Soule. So I don't know if they're just not like saying Jeremy's name, or if, you know, they could go through Bethesda as well. But yeah, super weird, super interesting. Jeremy Soule, from everything that I know, is a dope guy. So I you know, maybe he's cringe and I'm just unaware. But that interaction with him was really, really cool. So yeah. Taliesin is Taliesin a pyramid? Please address all of the bodies to the Eldritch One. Is a coroner's assistant for a short time when he was young? That's insane. Of course. Yeah, of course, naturally. It's amazing. An artist who loves what he does? Yeah. That's what it seemed like. It seemed like he was like super proud of his work and like wanted it to be shared and wanted it to be like, you know, lovingly recreated in this way. So that was really cool. There are different copyrights for the sound versus the writing, so Bethesda might have had the actual sound. Oh, you're probably right. Jeremy probably owns the compositions, and I bet that Bethesda owns the actual like master, or not the masters, the like the recordings of it. It's kind of like how you can't copyright like Beethoven's Fifth, but you can copyright a performance of Beethoven's Fifth. I would bet that that's what Bethesda owns. So like whatever I was just about to play is probably owned by Bethesda, not Jeremy. That's a good point. Anyways, interesting.
Also, just a reminder, the How Do You Want to Do That? This shirts are up. I still have to get one for myself. I think I should. And we have the...
And we're going to 13. We are starting the episode. Last where we left off, Scanlan was a triceratops? Triceratops.
to be prepared for impact. And that was where we left off in the center of this chaos. So,
Let's do this.
Oh God.
without further ado, Sam.
Sam.
When I was just handed this.
I know, take a look, take a look. Take your time.
Sucks to
Got
be
the
first.
He's got the maps out already.
Oh God.
Get your shit together, man.
I've never been a Triceratops before.
No,
Method,
okay.
method.
All right, yes, you're right. Think like a Triceratops.
So they didn't fix the air,
All
right? They didn't fix the
I
air.
need shelter. No, I don't know how do Triceratopses think.
That's a good strat, Tai of yeah, a lot of the intro stuff, you know, you don't need to have the context for when we're watching. So yeah, just skipping forward to now and then rewatching it later, it's a good strat. My bachelor's degree has a point. Recording industry for the win. There's no Triceratops, only Doceratops and Donoceratops. I was not a dinosaur kid. I was a space kid, not a dinosaur kid. So I don't know. And streaming rights are totally different from other media formats. Oh my god. It only took 80 minutes to get to the actual start. 80 very entertaining minutes. Thanks, Science Epsap. And this is why we are doing Fridays now. We are, you know, we're doing half episodes, is because if I am left to my own devices, it will balloon catastrophically. But I love it. Like, I love having these long streams and these long conversations, and like that's what I love about being a streamer. So I'm already so psyched about the new schedule. It is going to mean that we get through CR slower, but it will be, I think, a more enjoyable ride for me and maybe the audience as well. Yoda, no try, do or do not reference. Oh. You know, I do get that reference. I just didn't get the joke. It's a good reference. I'm just stupid. Oh, I was wondering where you were. I'm not caught up on Critical Eyes. This part is great. Hell yeah. A Michael Ceratops. Too many people are funny. Too many people are funnier than me. I can't read them out loud anymore. It looks bad on me. I'm going to keep reading them.
Hippopotami.
Punk rock. Oh, God.
We'll say for the sake of this for now, we'll go through your circumstance.
Okay.
As they are separate. So, Scanlan,
Stance.
you are. I did not have a Triceratops, but I did have a Stegosaurus. About the same size, so, blood spike behemoth.
That's kind of racist.
I'm sorry. You know what? They're not around to argue.
We're not around
so-
that you know of.
don't all look the
bunch of
same.
angry tweets from Stegosaurus and
I'm sure. Please bring them my way. As you slam your way into the front of Duke Vedmeyer's estate, pieces of wood blasting outward, scattering amongst the center of the foyer. You see before you a rising staircase that divides into two separate staircases that curl around to the second level.
Lovely decor.
You also notice.
Oh, shit.
At first, you notice that the entire interior is.
I4 bingo. If they're talking about selling shirts, I4 is how do you want to do this? I'm so confused. This was happening last stream too, where people were. Am I misunderstanding how a bingo card works? Because I would assume that this is I4. But this was happening a lot last stream where people were saying bingo numbers that were just like different squares. Am I crazy? Am I going insane? Oh! No, we're not going insane. I'm just stupid. They were talking about how do you want to do this on the shirts. We're getting... Yep. Brain, it's earlier. My brain has had more time when we start later. Mega, that was such a Sam thing to say. Oh no, I didn't even hear it. Fuck. It didn't even register to me. Oh no. The Fog of War construction paper on the map is so titillating. I just love Fog of War in general. However you do it. Yeah, but I agree. That's a fair question as to whether or not it counts. I don't think it does. But that's a very fair question. That's a mess of technicality. Yeah. Technically correct. It is technically correct, bingo. That's true. Oh, which is the best kind of correct. You know what? I can't deny that. Technically correct is the best kind of correct. So even though it wasn't the intention, and I didn't even put it in quotes. Yeah, I think we let
Currently
it
filled
slide.
with guards, all seemingly prepared and almost expecting your arrival. At the top of the staircase, you
I can
see.
take him, guys. I think I can take him.
You also see at the top Duke Vedmire himself, a large, hairless, gray-skinned Goliath wielding a giant two-handed sword, armored with a breastplate.
Beckmeyer?
Okay.
He's a Goliath?
Goliath, yeah.
Beckmeyer's
Wow.
Goliath?
Wow, that's gonna be fun later, but not right now. Okay. Do I know? So let's assess my knowledge real quick.
Yes.
I know about him a little bit. He's one of the thugs that came into the city.
Correct.
He is not a magic wielder, as far as I know.
As far as you know, no. And at first glance, based on the fact that he's wearing a heavy breastplate and is wielding a giant two-handed sword, you get the feeling he's probably not as heavily inclined towards the arcane arts as others you've encountered.
As I quickly survey the room, do I see anyone else who is a threat greater than a heavily armed guard? Anything that's
I mean, certainly could be a magic wielder, but I do like this level of clarification from Matt. Or sorry, not from, well, I mean, I guess from Matt and Scanlan. Sam. Too many names. I've been a little critical before on Matt kind of insisting that they, if they didn't take notes about it, they don't know about it, when their characters definitely would know about it. But people have pointed out, and I think rightly so, that Marisha loves taking notes and gets a lot of satisfaction from having a note about something that kind of marries up their player and PC knowledge. Now, I think that Scanlan probably doesn't get that same level of satisfaction. And it's also just good to clarify when there's a lot of new PCs, just hey, I just want to clarify what I know and maybe get some yes or no's before we go too far into this. So I like that clarification from Scanlan, and I'm liking Matt's interaction with it of as far as you could imply these things. I think that's a good thing, especially at the top of the session, and especially when you're all alone and that sort of thing might matter. But yeah, last year I misread PC as NPC, so I gave 2 bad locks. Interesting. No problem, Daniel. No problem at all. This whole scene is a masterpiece in my opinion. I'm liking how it's starting. I listened to C1 mostly as a podcast. It's kind of fascinating to actually watch them now. Yeah. Honestly, great question from Sam. 1 counterspell can ruin him, so looking around is great on him. 1,000%. And especially I like doing all of this at the beginning of the combat. Getting all of your clarifications kind of out of the way, while we're not building up too much momentum. We're starting right at the beginning. No momentum built up yet. Let's get all the clarifications out of the way, and then let's roll. Which I think that's a really good strat. Now, maybe I would have, like I talked about last session, preferred that the pacing was slightly different, but also, last session might have had some Dang it. Well, welcome, Sign Subsap. I'm very happy to have you. Mini phone, let's go. I was getting silent because I was wondering if the TTS was going to work. Of course it isn't. But thank you for your membership, and I appreciate you. Phone of the mini kind. But yeah, I love this start out from Scanlan.
like a creepy wizard
This is a vibe. I like it. Fuck yeah. I'm glad you like it. Hell yeah.
or a weird
Currently,
old
no.
mage.
Currently, all you see are a series of white stone guards in uniform armor, all with heavy crossbows, currently knocked. And as you come blasting through the door, they're already arranged in what appears to be a waiting pattern should anything try and charge its way into the
They'll
house.
probably all shoot me, won't they?
In fact, roll initiative.
In fact, roll initiative. I think to give another piece of credit to Matt, I think that this sort of thing of like, hey, they're all waiting for you, like, there's like a really fine line you have to walk here, right? If you make the guards prepared for danger, it runs the risk of feeling contrived, of like, why are all these guards so prepped? you know, for like anyone to just bust into the house. Like, I know that they're guards, but like, why are they so prepared? However, when I talk about the fine line, you are able to bowl straight over it if you want. Someone just burned down and tortured one of the other nobility. Yeah, fuck it. Maybe tonight everyone is standing on the staircase just staring at the front door the whole night. So, like, I think this works because they are so prepared. Like, if they weren't as prepared, it wouldn't appear as purposeful in fiction, right? Because, like, and who knows if this was how it was before, or if Matt determined that this was going to be between the sessions. You know, who knows? But I like this level because if they were less prepared, it would feel more contrived. But this level of preparedness speaks to how the nobility is reacting to Vox Machina's shit. You know what I'm saying? So cool setup on Matt's part.
So there's directly in front of me is a staircase going up.
Yep.
Any other doors or exits?
There are doors on each side that are currently locked, and other than that, no. There's just
Those are locked doors?
They're closed currently, and they appear to be. There's a giant wooden beam crossed over the front of each, and there's the outside, which leads to the exterior to the reigning outside of the household, and the stairs that go up.
Man.
Roll initiative.
Initiative! Don't I get a surprise round? Doesn't matter. 21.
Okay. All right.
I don't get a surprise round because I sprung in there?
Yeah, apparently not.
Damn it!
You made a very loud noise when you turned into a triceratops and then tore through the front of the household. All right, so Scanlan is up first.
I'm so here's the thing. Here's the thing. I should probably leave.
Yeah, yes.
But come on, I'm a triceratops. I gotta have some fun first, right?
You take a couple hit points, right?
Right?
Yeah, I think you revert
Does
back to normal.
polymorph carry?
Yeah, you can take a couple of hit points. Reaction to this Scanlan moment. Fuck yeah. Yeah, you can take a couple of hit points from how many attackers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, let's talk. I am all for PCs doing dumb shit, you know, having fun, having a goof and a gaff. This is not even a critique on Scanlan's decisions here or Sam's decisions. This is context for anyone who doesn't know. The action economy is one of the most powerful forces in D&D when it comes to balancing, beyond almost anything else. And so 9-1 is almost insurmountable odds. They would have to have a truly staggering level difference in order, level to CR difference in order for this to work out in Scanlan's favor. And even for like Scanlan to not get like one shot. Like these guys are probably all really, really weak. And then this guy's really strong. That's my read of this. So do all the dumb shit you want. You know, I'm predicting Scanlan can last a turn. I think after the other turn, he's probably deader than a doornail. But again, fuck around, have fun, and then find out a little bit. But, context for your players on like, this is an incredibly deadly situation, no matter the fact that, he's polymorphed into this strong creature or whatever. That sense alone, love it. Mega, you good sir, we need a revolution beret during the fights. You know what? That's fine. I'm not going to wear the beret all the time. But, I just dropped another hat. I can agree to the beret during fights, and I need to cover up this pimple anyway, so I'm already wearing a hat. Might as well, right? I will get into my French accent. My French accent sounds a little bit too much like an Eastern European fuckboy, but it is what it is. But my French person will be the one reviewing the combats. You'll get Megaphone Man's reaction to the narrative, but you get me for the combats. I need it to be faster. I cannot watch it as slowly as fucking Mega watches it. Prayer we riot. Ugh. They're prepared because Briarwood's no VM is coming. I mean, you could argue that... No, I'm not doing that the whole time. You could argue that the Briarwoods have known VM was coming the whole time. I think they're prepared because they fucking burned the other nobleman to the ground. Either way, I love this. I love this setup. I think the beret should be your default look. I'm not that into hats anymore, and I'll be honest, it's kind of itchy. Gotta wear the beret for Scanlan, fair. Isn't that just a French person? Exactly. Chemicals in the water turning the frogs French. They're turning the frogs French. Only a frog beret, that's so stupid, I love it. You betcha. Viva la frogithon. Viva. The beret is the best they've seen in a while. Look, I wasn't just gonna buy a normal beret. I gotta put a little spice on it. I gotta put a little pizzazz. We get the Jacques during combat. Jacques is a good one, because I am Jack. For those who don't know, I guess. Yeah, I don't really, I generally go by Mega, but I don't have any aversion. Yeah, we get Jacques. Jacques. Competition with Felicia Day for accents. Look, I'm not a voice actor yet, but I could do some bad accents. All right, let's see.
I don't get a surprise round because I sprung in there?
Yeah, apparently not.
Damn it.
You made a very loud noise.
Fun first, right?
You can take a couple hit points, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I think you revert
Does
back to normal.
polymorph carry over, or does it's not?
If you go to 0 hit points in animal form,
You go back to your
regular full health, and any damage that carries over just goes to
It's a
your
lot of
regular
people.
health.
You have 115 hit points.
You guys aren't there. Scanlan, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Wait,
No one is about to tell me that they're in Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park is not animated. I'm not going to get tricked into thinking that this is a thing that a CR cast member was in. I've seen Jurassic Park. Fuck all of you. I'm not getting gaslit on this one.
my turn first?
Yeah, you mentioned it, man.
I beat them with
I know that's from Jurassic Park SSH.
You did.
Okay, they're more than my charging distance as a Triceratops.
He's the only one that's within, technically, what's your speed?
40.
40? You would get right up to Venmire if you were to charge.
I would be dead.
You got it. Let's take him.
What do you want to do? What do you want to do?
I'm gonna go, how far away are those doors on the side?
Sam
Over here, it's about
T-Rex.
35 feet. Get that way?
I'm gonna turn right and blast through that door.
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Oh,
Sure.
get shot, so I'm just going, oh shit, it can be trapped. Oh, well, we'll find out.
You'll find out.
It goes blasting through the doors.
Do I have to roll to blast through the door?
We're gonna find, yeah, go ahead and roll a strength check. 20, add your strength modifier of the Triceratops form.
Okay, strength modifier says +5, so that's only a 17.
17?
Just for a door.
That's
Me and doors don't get along too well.
you running and you slam your head through the horns, protruding and tearing through the wood. The doors break inward, but the doors don't fully blast inward.
The door beat me.
The door's in bad shape.
No! Another door! The real villain of all of Matt's games, doors!
It won't take too much more power to blast
Fucking
through.
doors in this kingdom.
It's now your worst nemesis.
So now I am stuck in a door?
You can try and pull back out, and that's not. You managed to pull out an issue. The doors are mostly beaten inward. It'll take but a small impact to blast through next turn if you want to.
Next turn. Do I still have
God.
an action after this? Or
That would have been your action.
I
You're
get
great.
nothing
You're
else?
great. You're
Does
ready.
the Triceratops not have multi-attack? Come on! It has 115 hit points and no multi-attack?
Every single one of those guys can attack you now.
Yeah, but
Before it's your turn again.
Maybe they didn't see you.
Run away.
It's not my turn anymore, right? That's it.
Maybe they
No
didn't see you.
Triceratops' ass is just sticking out.
It's right there.
Look, they're all dummies. They're just mannequins.
They'll probably
watch.
know.
Watch.
This guy moves up over the railing with his heavy crossbow. Aims this way. These guys all kind of shift to this side with their crossbows.
This is the most
Ready?
insane.
I'm gonna die.
It's over here. Over here, this guy's gonna move to this point. He's gonna view you, and Bedmire's gonna go ahead and move down to here, and just kind of get his sword at the ready, grinning. As he holds his sword up, he puts his hands up and goes, "Aim! Fire!" A bunch of crossbow bolts get loosed at once through the middle of the room. What's your armor class? Is it
I
Triceratops?
have no idea. 14?
Alrighty. So, that's an 11 that misses.
See?
That's a 13 misses.
Wow, these guys suck.
They're like stormtroopers.
Natural 1.
They are. You're technically stormtroopers.
That's gonna be a 14 hits, 18 hits. It's 24 hits.
Right.
And then that was 6.
That was 6.
Three hits.
One more, that's a 22. So I have 4 that actually hit you with the crossbow bolts.
You're fine.
So,
Yeah.
You're fine. You're now a
You got
porcupine
115 hit
triceratops.
points.
You're a dinosaur,
Ooh,
man.
I have 115 hit points.
Yeah, and then when those
Dude, I will say, so I've talked about how I use average health, average damage, all of that to speed up massive combats like this. I am assuming that all of the Griblies besides Vedemire are probably all the same stat block, right? So I have a bunch of D20s. So if I am ever running a combat like this where it's like Vedemire, decide what he does, and then Vedemire literally did it. He's like, aim, fire. They're all just taking their turn to fire. Then I roll a bunch of D20s, and I know like the modifier in my head, so I know what roll I need to get on the D20 to beat the armor class. And then I just can separate out the D20s and tell them how many hit, and then like multiply the average damage by that. So it'd be like the total hits are this much damage. I don't do it individually. That's not really a knock on it. If you do it individually, that's fine. I just find that process speeds things up. And I also highly recommend, if you want to do a really big combat like this, where one side has, 9 participants, 10, 20, try to make them of like a few general types. And I will generally, my players know that I do this, but I generally have the same types go on generally the same turn so that I can do that, attack all at once sort of vibe. So it's, if you have like a 20 combatant side, I would have it be maybe one special guy and then one type that contains 9 participants and one type that contains 11 participants. Something like that. It makes those huge combats much more manageable by a DM. Now, if you're just the dice goat and you can run that without those little cheats, more power to you. But that's just a recommendation if you find running large combats difficult as a DM, which I often do. But I love them just the same. Sam is fighting stormtroopers. Yeah. That's a new expression I've learned today. I don't remember what the expression was. We've talked about my memory. It's Vegemite. As a player, Sam equals pessimist. If Matt makes a call against him, no argument. Taliesin equals optimist and is like to assume the yes. I think I understand what you're saying, Christian. So basically you're saying that Taliesin is more optimistic in this of if there's a call against Sam, it's no, you got it, man. That's totally fine. But then Sam is no, it's probably not fine. I think that's what you're saying. I'm not quite sure though. Can't believe you said fire instead of release. That's true. Release would have been better. SMH my head. Matt Mercer, worst DM of the year, confirmed for real.
You're back to human. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
so
an extra bonus.
dimension door out.
8 piercing damage.
Oh, that's fair, Christian. Yeah, that's a decent insight on player behavior, on what people will assume in terms of your DM ruling and in terms of what you're allowed to do. If I had to make a read, it's probably because Taliesin has DM'd before, so he knows the flexibility of DMing and rulings. But that is a good point of trying to identify that within your players and trying to maybe explain it a little bit more to the pessimists of hey, this is the ruling I'm making against you, but maybe prod them with what they are still able to do that they might not recognize otherwise. It's a very good thing to point out.
Gnome, racist.
13 piercing damage to 21.
Are you immune to anything?
25 and
46.
34 points of piercing damage from this volley.
Is there resistance anything on there?
No.
Nope.
So what's that take me down to? 781? Is that right? 715 minus 34? 81?
Yeah, sounds about right.
Okay.
All right.
Ain't nothing.
That brings the top of the initiative round. You're up.
Well, shit then. I gotta get some retribution.
Totally. Turn around and give it to him.
Am I considered flanked?
You are not.
Damn it.
Wait, let me pause really quick. We're going to do something. Hold. Okay. Oh, almost. And it really fucks up my viewing angle. Oh, I was gonna show off the dogs wrestling. I could theoretically watch the stream from this angle, but it would be tough. Bird dog, come here. No interest. No interest at all. Anyways. They were being very cute, but you will not get to see the cuteness. I need to get the dog cam back. I had it set up for a while, and I actually have the mount set up for it. I just don't have the software set up anymore. Oh God, why is it so high? Maybe dog cam for next episode. We'll see. And then I can just turn it on ad hoc when they're being cute. Finally managed to get to one of these lives. Hope everyone's having a good day and super excited for this episode. What up, Cabian? ICOD. What up? How you doing? Feel free to correct me if I pronounced anything wrong. Hold the line, chat. Love isn't always on time. Well, but yeah, welcome, Cabian. Very, very glad to have you.
Tail. I do have a tail.
You're like a drunk guy at a craps
I
table.
don't know how to hit things. I've never hit things before.
The door you mangled
Big
in
old
front of you.
Okay, I'm gonna gore that guy to
That's true. There was also wife drop.
my left.
He's above you on the railing. Like,
Oh,
there's a staircase
that's
that
a
goes-
balcony. I thought
Yeah.
that was a stairway
Oh,
down.
sorry, this is a balcony up top. So he's actually aiming down and firing at you from down below.
Oh, yeah.
And then just go through the door.
I'm going through the door.
All right.
Yeah, because I'm not tangling with.
So roll another strength check.
Duke Vampire or whatever. 23.
23. Okay, not a problem. You burst through, and what?
We're going off the map.
Hey, you guys!
Oh, look at that
Here
whiteboard. Let's go.
Is a
Social security number.
as you blast through, it's a dining room with a central dining room table, two small tables at the far corners. There's a 10-foot window across the way. There appears to be a normal dining room set.
Is that my action?
That's your movement.
That's my movement.
Yeah, I'd say at this point it's so damaged that it doesn't take much effort for you to push through, so you can manage to push through as part of your movement.
Okay.
You could pick them off as they run through. I'm not helping. I'm not helping. I'm sorry.
Oh, you got that there?
No, I'm not there. Shut up.
I should get out of there. It's so fun.
What do you want to do, Scan?
So I'm in the room. No one's in there with me.
Correct.
Yeah. So where's this laser pointer? You can also hold your action.
This is an option.
Yeah.
Not to help, but you can hold your action.
So I'll position myself right next to the door right there.
Okay, so just stomp over, step on front of the table.
and I-
Okay, I will say, so we've talked about how like I do not really police meta talk at my table. My players, sorry, are pretty good at policing it themselves and like acting in character regardless of meta talk. But I think that probably won't work at every table, or maybe even the majority of tables, to have like a very permissive, be very permissive of like meta conversations. That, if we're talking about like general table advice, I think that what Taliesin just did there is very, very acceptable metagaming that will be, I don't want to say a guaranteed net positive, but a nearly guaranteed net positive at your table. Of, hey, remember, this is a mechanic that you can do. Especially if it's not, like, linked to their class. Of just being like, hey, remember, Scanlan, like, holding an action is a thing. I'm not telling you what action to hold. I'm not telling you what to set the triggers on. Just, like, remember you can do that. Or, like, to, like, grog in combat. Like, hey, remember, you can, like, shove them prone. Like, that's kind of cool. Obviously, it does imply that whoever is saying it has an idea revolving around that action. So it is steering the player that is receiving that in a direction. But I think that it is vague enough, and it is a really good like accessibility tool for people who don't like live and breathe D&D and just like really want to play and have fun with their friends and maybe don't remember every single option that they have. So yeah, in terms of like really, really positive metagaming, I would recommend that for most tables. Now, other levels of metagaming, much more, it really depends on your players and trust in the table. But that one, I think, is just kind of a good general thing. Cuckoo, hold your action, cuckoo. 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 We really need to set up a birdhouse. Also, if player A has been in the habit of teaching a newbie player B, it's probably a hard habit to break. Yeah, 1,000%. And especially when there is such a discrepancy in knowledge, I think that helps it feel even like less like, oh, I know better than you. It's almost like you could almost call it like rules lawyering typically has a negative connotation. I think this is a good example of like positive rules lawyering of like, hey, by the way, there's a rule that you probably don't remember that you could utilize in this situation. Like that'd be pretty fun. So just like reminding people of their abilities rather than enforcing restrictions. I think that's kind of like the two sides of it. Now, we've talked about I am a bit of a rules lawyer. But I just don't talk about it during session. I talk about it after session. Also when stressed people forget their stuff, just in general. Yeah, you might have a bad day. And like, imagine if Taliesin would have not said this, and then he mentions it to Sam later, and Sam's like, wait, what? I could have done that? I would have, fuck. Like, that would have really helped with this plan. Like, that would feel worse, I think, than maybe giving them a little bit of a direction. Everyone forgets. Everybody forgets. Every rules lawyer forgets a rule. Every player forgets rules. Like, it's all good. So I really like that. I like that. And Taliesin held himself back from recommending, like, because he was saying before this, hey, you should pick them off one by one as they go through the door. And then he stopped himself, which I think is totally fair. Again, at my table, totally permissible, but at the majority of the tables, might not be cool, like might not facilitate good player dynamics. And then Taliesin switches to, hey, remember this mechanic, which I think is great. Again, in terms of like majority table play behavior, I think that this is exactly good. I usually appreciate reminders of my options. In the end, I choose my own stuff, but reminders are nice. Exactly. It's reminding you of what options and what tools you have in your tool belt. Because, you know, you're probably not going to land, or maybe you will, land on the plan that the other player had, but it could also just facilitate your own plans that you had. Yay for the rest of the cast being engaged in the scene. They're not in 1,000%. It feels a lot more like being helpful instead of steering the game the way you want as you want it to go. Yeah, exactly. And I think that is like where like rules lawyering gets a bad name, where metagaming can get a bad name, is when one player is steering the actions of other players just because maybe they have more experience. That sucks. So it's really, yeah, I think that the reminders, while it does admittedly steer them a tad bit by just knowing, okay, this experienced person thinks that there's something good I can do with this action, it doesn't steer it enough for me to consider it not worth it. I think it's much more worth it than not.
I will hold my attack till anyone runs through
Not
the door. They get an insta-gore.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. All right, so holding an action. The next turn will be Vidmeyer.
Oh shit! Here he comes! Here he comes! It's me, the big guy.
Holds up there. He's gonna wait there. He's actually gonna dash and just get right next to where the doors are burst open. He can kind of hear you right around the corner. This guy's gonna dash in.
Oh god! Oh god!
There.
Take him back.
There. This guy is going to try and jump
I
down.
mean, solid initial tactics of making a bottleneck. I mean, very solid there. I have no idea what his plan is now.
He makes his acrobatics. He does not with his armor. He leaps off the edge and just to damage his ankle. He's currently prone on the ground.
Idiot.
He's that is their turn. Back at the top. Are you stolen?
But who is bottlenecking
Okay, tell me
who?
this. Did I hear a
Good
bunch of
point.
footsteps? Can I hear?
A bunch of footsteps coming in. Yeah.
Plan.
I'm not good at fighting. I will.
Can you set a blaze?
I will drop. I don't have any fire. I don't know why I was sent into this mission. I don't do fire things. I will drop my form. Is that an action or is that just?
Do you have a lantern?
You can drop it in a moment.
Don't you have a torch? Or a lantern?
Triceratops shrinks down to gnomish form now in this partially destroyed dining room area. What are you doing?
I'm going to hold on.
How did this plan happen then?
It's a great
Why did you
slapdicks,
say
that's
I
why.
don't have fire?
I mean, I guess I could.
I said, hey Scanlan, I should come with you, and you said, I can take care of myself. How many times do I have to tell you guys I don't need your help?
The echoing voice you hear in the back of your mind as you imagine this is what Keyleth would be saying right now.
Okay.
Dorito's a failure, you guys.
No.
Yeah. Okay. So I just kind of peek around the corner a little bit, just make sure they're all there,
Yeah.
and I will stinking cloud all of them.
Okay. All right.
You're not mentioning Dory out there. I got some fun first. How often am I going to take on a whole house by myself?
I approve of this plan. I approve of this plan.
All right. 20-foot radius sphere. I'd say you could affect. You could affect all of them. Yeah. All of the big cloud radius.
Hell yeah.
Not to worry. Whole area fills up with gas.
Okay, so you know, I like to talk about battle maps a lot. I like to talk about, you know, how I a lot of times don't draw battle maps on gridded surfaces. You know, especially when I'm improving them or whatever. If this is a case where I have not been explicit about distances, so there's no way to like calculate it in the moment, like objectively, if I am needing to make a ruling, everyone's going in the stinking cloud. That is, I think, a good example of rule of cool. Of if I'm a DM and I'm looking at this and I'm like, you know, I pictured this a little bit wider. Like, I pictured this to where maybe only 8 out of the 9 are going in the stinking cloud. Fuck it, that's lame. So I don't just think of it as rule of cool in terms of, like, actual rules. I also think of it as ruling of cool, if that makes sense. Where, like, I'll make sometimes a ruling where it's like, okay, it would be probably effectively very similar between these two, but one of them is just, like, a narratively more fun. And, like, getting all of them in the stinking cloud is just more fun than like having one of them not be in it. Now, in this case, it's a 20-foot radius, a 40-foot diameter. They're probably all naturally in it anyways, regardless of anything. But it was a good example of like where I will rule of cool things. Of like, you know, if I looked at it and in my head canon, I was like, okay, there's only 7 out of 9. Fuck it, it's all of them. I'm going to reformat the dimensions of this just to make this cooler. I love how excited Travis is whenever Sam does anything insane / risky. Dude, he's a fucking adrenaline junkie. He just wants it, dude. He wants the violence. He wants the death. The entire sequence is one of my top 10 out of all campaigns. Fuck yeah. You love this sequence? Yes. Travis is the best cheerleader for the rest of the team. He always gets so invested, unless it's shopping. Me too. Same. And then in context, Liam is in distress. He does. He looks so worried. He's like looking at this and be like, how is this going to work? Travis is Critical Role's #1 fan, which is a nice quality in a CEO. True. Accurate. Very true.
All right. All of a sudden, the entire foyer just fills up with this greenish, noxious cloud of poisonous gas. Let's see, they have to make Constitution save. Okay, what's the DC? Is this through your hand cone?
Oh, for sure it is. So 19.
Of course, it's through the hand cone of clarity.
Okay. Nope. 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 Natural 20, he's fine. 19, he's fine. 18, nope. Nope. Double nope because he's on the ground. Fuck that guy. Ed Meyer was a 1. All right, so
oh my God, it's a bar.
These two guys immediately just kind of like cover their mouths and pull up these little bit of material they have around their chest plate armor to cover their mouth. The rest of them start acting up. One of them starts just vomiting all over the ground. He has a helmet on, so it's kind of like straying through its
Yes!
Ed Meyer himself kind of backs against the wall. It's kind of like just get it to the area, but it's just this thick cloud slowly moving away. Yeah, they're in a bad place right now. Okay, and you still have movement.
Oh, good to know, Daniel. I'm not a as we've said, I don't have a lot of like physical stuff, so I probably wouldn't buy any, but good to know.
You only move 5 feet so
and also good asterisk.
Thinking about methane base?
It is the way I do it. I can still move?
Yeah, you only move 5 feet so far, so still 20 feet away.
Okay.
You know, this is Cambion. This is kind of another technically correct. I didn't specify a player rolls a nat 1 or a nat 20. So I gotta think, yeah, this counts for both of them. What up, John? How you doing? We're not that far in. Who could have guessed? but yeah, it's been fun so far. Bingo N4 for combat. N4 for combat, totally right. With this count as chemical warfare. A war crime, perhaps? No. N4, what's up? What's up?
I'll do like a Dukes of Hazzard over the table.
Unnecessarily.
Do I have to make an athletics check or anything for that?
Let me do acrobatics to see how cool it was.
Acrobatics?
Yes.
What do I do for that? You got a number. I know, but I don't do these things. 11.
11. You slide only because you partially destroyed it as the Triceratops to the other side, but in your head it looked pretty cool. Thank God none of your eyes were around to actually witness it, but you heard the theme music.
Okay, yeah. So I'm near the window now, right?
Yeah, you're right by the window.
Okay, and that's, I guess, everything, right?
Yeah. Okay. Your turn ends. Ben Myers just hot. You can see his eyes are filling up with liquid, and he does make a saving throw. He coughs. Manages to clear the air around him. You see the cloud slowly moving back this way away from where it was cast. That finishes his turn, however, he's no longer affected by the stinking cloud. You can see as the cloud slowly moves past him and his face comes through. His pupilless, angry Goliath eyes are staring at you from across the hallway.
Does stinking cloud suck your turn? Wait, Do I not know how stinking cloud works? It makes a constitution on a failed save. Okay. I was like, it does not take your entire action just to make the check. It's only on a failed save. Okay. Small thing that, you know, and also, you know, if I don't know the actual ruling as Matt in that moment, I am probably leaning on the side of, you know, benefiting Scanlan so that this is cooler. You know, I'm not looking too hard into it if I think I know what the ruling is, but you heard the theme music is dope.
Or the room where the doors open. You see him grit his teeth and you can hear his teeth scratching across themselves in anger and fury.
I'm shaking.
These two guys are going to go. These two guys are going to move forward. 5, 6. They both come running in, putting another bolt into their crossbows, pulling it back real fast, pulling up their crossbows and firing at you. That is going to be a 24.
That hits, of course it does.
And an 18.
Against what?
You're
Oh yeah, that hits.
Okay. So you take 12 points of piercing damage from the first bolt, and 5 points of piercing damage from the second. So both bolts.
Although I'm actually just now realizing, wait, let me reread Stinking Cloud, because I'm actually thinking that maybe Matt just shouldn't have rolled them all when the spell got cast. So it's at the start of its turn. So theoretically, he shouldn't have even rolled it during all that time. So because of Vedemire's previous failed save, he would spend his action doing it, but then he shouldn't have rolled again for the success until his next turn. It'll all work out in the wash, but just like weird timing on the rollings. Interesting. I like learning about like the spells because when you run D&D, I feel like, especially me as a warlock main, I only know spells that I use on spellcasters as a DM, or the very limited number that I use on my warlock. And then I know, and like sometimes as a DM, I do like additional research, so I feel like I know a good amount of the compendium, but certainly not all of it, and certainly not the individual rules around it. Whenever Laura laughs during high-speed combat, she sounds like Chanel West Coast from that ridiculousness show. I have only heard Chanel. I've never heard what Chanel actually looks like. I have only heard other people do impressions of Chanel West Coast. Wait, you like the Warlock class? I know it. Shut up. Hey, Kale. But yeah, I've only heard like impressions of Chanel, so I have no idea what her laugh actually sounds like.
Between the shoulder and
oh, Paige says it sounds like a dolphin became a cheerleader? That's evocative. Okay. Heard what she looks like? Or heard what she sounds like.
And ricochets off, nothing much damage. The other one slams and actually embeds itself into your thigh about an inch into it. It's kind of piercing and sticking out the other side. Mostly con armor, but you can feel it definitely got a chunk of flesh in the process. Okay. That ends their turn. The rest of these guys now are going to try to make their saving throw. Fail. 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 No success on them, actually, if you roll 19. A success on natural 19. Fail.
Okay, so you know how I've talked about... God, I'm pausing a lot. But there's a lot of interesting shit happening. You know how I've talked about like how I describe damage a couple of times, and how I try not to, make anything too deadly, especially at the start. Like, cuts, scrapes, bruises, that sort of thing. I like the term chunk of flesh a lot. Because with Matt saying it caught armor, but it certainly got a chunk of flesh, that is super vague as opposed to talking about like it, fucking embedding itself in your fucking abdomen or, cutting a huge gash. I feel like chunk of flesh can be really bad, or it can literally be like, yeah, there isn't any blood because it like only caught flesh. Like you can refer to like a big scrape. I think it's still very evocative, and so I really like that as a descriptive term, especially early on in the combat, when you might want to more easily heal from this sort of thing, like with a short rest. God. Look, I am even aware of how much more I'm pausing right now than normal. I like the term chunk of flesh a lot. Lovely phrase. Hey, man, put it in the Megaphone Man quotes channel.
Fail. No, actually, so these three succeed. The rest of them are still down. So I'll say these guys are here all down.
And also, we are coming up on a bio break, which is insane because we've already been going for 2 hours. So after this combat, I think we'll take a bio break.
Okay.
Just a flesh wound, exactly.
I still want to get some payback, but I shouldn't, right? I think I can take these guys.
God, you really feel like the drunk guy.
There's a hell of a lightning bolt line right there.
How big is that?
I'm going to say Patrick, say everybody.
This one, it's about 6 feet across.
Oh, I
and
can't
about
lift
20
that
feet. No, it's a big table.
Okay.
You just have a very wide
That is a really
line
good
of
lightning
individuals right
bolt
there.
line.
All right.
Gotcha.
One more round. What do you say, guys?
We're not here.
Okay,
You're talking
one more
yourself,
round.
right?
I'm gonna. Do I have line of sight?
We're right here, so you can by the window. If you want to move over here, you have line of sight on pretty much everybody.
Yeah, that would be so fun.
Move and then move back.
I know. This is like the same body language that he had. Or it's actually not. It's very subtly different from the body language he has when he's stressed out about Orion. Because it's different kinds of stress. This is like fun stress, but it's really similar to what he looked like in a lot of the like Orion problem player scenes, which is so funny.
help him
He
with
could brain
strategy.
me.
I'm not
He
gonna-
could brain me.
He could.
He could brain me in one shot. Okay, I will duck under
Look at him. He's like, eye roll. He's like,
the table,
Okay.
so they think that's where I went.
Okay.
And then dimension door to the roof.
Okay. Okay, so you duck under the table. I'm going to say make a deception roll to try and successfully feint them.
Oh, okay.
And then you can see the top of his head behind the table.
From their direction, it's kind of hard, especially since our table, I mean, the chairs against it, part has been crushed by the Triceratops that was previously here.
okay.
Going under the table.
Sentences you never expect to hear in your D&D.
31.
So you grab your head, oh no! Do like a very elaborate dive under the table.
I go under the
And
table?
poof, a little strange dull flood of arc energy as you vamp up to the ceiling.
Okay, great.
Holy shit.
He's reaching under the table, ladies
No,
and
what does this
gentlemen.
mean?
There's
Oh,
the
okay,
gates
okay.
Yep, crack it
I
out.
like
on
it.
top of here.
Okay.
Especially neat to do in front of a lot of non-casters that might not be aware of Dimension Door as a spell. Lots of confusion, lots of chaos. Very nice. Can we get a zit cam? Reep. Just really zoom in on it. Put it on all of their foreheads. Like, copy it over a bunch. Make sure that we are all brothers and sisters in zit.
Right, is that your turn? You're now up on the rooftop. There's rain pouring down. You're immediately soaked from the heavy storm that's now coming into Whitestone.
Yeah, it's just me up here?
Just you up there, yeah.
Okay, I'll go invisible and just kind of hang and just see what happens.
Easy enough to do because it'll take a round for anyone to recover from that anyway, because you have to use action both turns. So as you're waiting up there, you cast invisibility on yourself and wait.
And then I start digging through my pockets if I have any flint or fire-making apparatus at all.
Check your equipment.
I will, I'll look.
Is there pictures, kid?
Nope. I have some poison.
Poison the house. There you go. That'll work.
We are the best planners.
I know. You guys are rocking it.
Oh wait, I do have something.
Yeah, you do.
We do.
Yeah, I have a potion of fire breath.
You do.
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay,
It's
so
raining up there.
Well, but it's a potion.
Easy.
I don't know how it works.
you're checking your pockets, you find the potion, you look down, you notice, even through the storm, you can see in the distance, there's the dark shape of a giant lumbering zombie guard making its way down this part of the town. What are you doing?
So I'm on the roof. It's all soaking wet, right?
Yeah.
There's no crawl space access, no attic I can get to.
Make a perception check.
Whoa, nothing. 2.
2. This is a pretty solid roof. With a
Great cadence, by the way. Just want to point out, compared to last episode of do I see anything, any sort of, or I don't see anything, no sort of attic or whatever, like just describing it within the world, not asking for a perception check, just keeping it narrative based. Then Matt asks really quickly, yeah, make a perception check, roll back into the narrative. Love it.
apparently no entry point at any point. The craftsmanship is flawless.
Okay, and you know what? I'll just try it. I will fire breath potion myself.
Yeah, you pull the cork off.
I don't know what this thing does. Just got this.
As you feel the fluid find its way down your esophagus, it warms it like a fine whiskey would, but the warmth just grows and grows to the point where it's almost too hot, but it never quite reaches the point where it's painful, but you feel as if like this need to belch is burbling within your stomach, and at any given point in time, you could let that belch fly forward.
Okay, and am I close to the so the entry point roof, the roof of the entry point?
Where you came in?
How can I get over there?
Yeah, you're just running across the rooftops, a little bit of up and down as the topography happens, and as you're running, you start hearing voices shouting out in the street. You make your way over to the top of the roof above.
Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of lean over the side and just scorch the whole front entrance as much as I can.
Okay, as you let the belch out, it comes out in a large spray of orange, yellow, and red flames that immediately burst beneath the overhang, which
By
is
the way, I'm also invisible, right?
you are no longer, unfortunately. When you do an attack of some kind, the invisibility is released.
Okay, great.
So this gnome appears, soaking wet, over the edge of the roof, and then just releases this cloud of fire that blankets the front of the building, catching flames on all the portions of the front part of the second and parts of the first story, including the top of the entryway that you had already smashed through the Triceratops, which exposed a lot of dried wood,
Yeah.
immediately bursts into flame. As you complete that breath and you kind of inhale for a second, you hear voices now starting to shout from the inside of the house. You can't really make out the noise, but it sounds like there's panic now starting to hit from the inside, and you see a few guards start rushing out into the street to try and look at where the source of the flames came from. They both look up and see you.
Oh, great. Wait, these guards who are outside, yeah?
These are guards who are inside the house that when as soon as the fire came shooting down and burned the house, they rush out, look up, grab their crossbows, and aim them up towards you.
Just your hands and head.
That's a 17
That hits.
and a 13.
Doesn't he have at least half cover from the roof?
It does. Actually,
not hit.
17 does not hit.
Oh no, the 17. I mean, it would have.
It would hit, except for, that's a good point. You would have half cover from looking over the rooftop. You only have a little bit of your hands and your face showing.
What we're here for.
So both go firing off into the
Because I'm a
rainstorm.
gnome, do I always have half cover?
No, but it's easier for you to find it. It's a lot less to cover.
Okay.
So both bolts shoot straight past you into the sky. They angrily reach down and duck back inside the building with the rest of the movement to get out of the range of now what appears to be a flame-throwing gnome. So that's their go. What are you gonna do?
Do I know enough about this potion to know if it gives me any other breaths, or is that it?
It does progressively give you a breath for a short time.
So I can breathe again?
Yeah, specifically. Oh no!
You killed him!
It's the giant. It's the undead giant.
Let's see.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
It's amazing.
Okay, so this is I haven't talked about this in a long time. Since the Underdark. Maybe I talked about it with Orion as well. This is one of the reasons. This like entire sequence is one of the reasons I tend to like smaller parties more. This is no shade on bigger parties. I think that bigger parties can have incredibly like unique and interesting things that like smaller parties can't get. But in a smaller party, you are going to have these sort of solo experiences that are driven by a single player more often than you are with the huge parties, right? Like if you're in a 3-person party and you split the party, one of them's solo. So you get a lot more of these like sequences where individual players have a ton of agency on how they affect the story. And they have like a lot of like really like, crazy and wacky like full sequences. Whereas if Vox Machina splits the party, most of the time it's going to be 3 and 3. Like this was an exception that they immediately regretted. So I think that this is a really good example of a pure preference. Like, I don't think it's better or worse. There are a lot of advantages to having these huge parties. Number one, you can take on more challenging challenges. You can take on a more diverse set of challenges. You have more voices during moral quandaries, so your moral situations will feel more like detailed and nuanced. But also, it restricts your ability to have these like really like individualized player-led sequences. So it's different choices for different tables and different DMs, but I love these types of sequences. Always be yourself unless you can be a Triceratops or a flamethrower. Ashley cries in Mega, never remembering Pike. Dude, if Pike had been here in the last 10 episodes, maybe I would remember her. She's a guest player. Don't at me. She's a guest. That's what I'm saying, Tai. Ashley is in Mega's blind spot today. Ooh. All right.
Not that we ever do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually at least have
You have three different exhales of this. Lasts for an hour, or until you exhale 3 times.
Okay.
It's a bonus action to do it, so you could also like do something else and.
It's a bonus action?
Yep.
Okay. Well then, oh boy.
I don't know if that house is quick enough, man.
I know, maybe you should just keep burning it.
Yeah, so I'll run over to the backside of the house and do the same thing.
Okay. So you run over, your full movement gets you about halfway across. At a dash, we'll get your other action there, and you have your bonus action left over. You just made it to like slide across the roof, grab the edge, reach over, and just unleash on the opposite side. This side, because the angle the rain's coming at, this side is getting a little bit of water, but there is still a number of dry wood exposed by the immediate overhang that it does manage to catch, and the flames are beginning to burn up and collect on the sides because it's superheated flame. Both sides of the house now appear to be on fire. Looking over your shoulder, you can see now there's a pillar of black smoke rising up from the front of the building. You also do see on the opposite side a hatch slam open, and you see a giant, meaty Goliath hand.
Oh, shit! Oh!
Now stepping out into the rain, you see the Goliath Duke Vedmeyer step up with his 2-handed sword.
Oh, shit!
It's hard to say, like, is it working, is it not? I prefer it. The countdown timer made me feel weird whenever I would miss it. What's up, Tai? Thank you so much. Everyone else say thank you to Tai. That's so sick. Oh, thank you very much. Maybe I'll see if I can match. I don't know when my free memberships that I can give out roll over. But I'm gonna check as well. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. Very, very cool. But yeah, no, I think the timer is good for me. I think that oh god, that was just me listening to myself for a second. I think it'll be generally good if I keep remembering it. And yeah, I think that the countdown limited me a lot too much. So I'm not switching back. But so sick. Wait, let's see. Can we start a wave of membership gifting with me doing more? You've gifted. Oh, I've gifted all my free ones. Dang it. Okay, never mind. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. Wait, 1 membership. Oh, wait. Am I on the wrong tier? Wait, does that gift certified mini phone status, or does that gift emojis status? Because it's $3.99 for me to do a gift membership. Maybe. That's so interesting. I'll have to look into that more because Luxury Simtrans get a month of certified mini phone. Interesting. I would think it does now gift mini phone. I wonder if I can change that. Because like I mean, I so appreciate the gifteds. So appreciate them. But I wonder if I can make it cheaper. Or if there's like a way to switch between them. That's so interesting. Cool. Just wanted to touch base on that. Yeah, for sure. I get you. I don't know, just wanted to give you money and thought I would share it with chatters. I love that. I would always rather, if you, that is a good point, especially with the chat being the way it is. Feel free if you are, as opposed to super chatting, to do gifted memberships. That way, people get stuff. People get to, come in and receive the benefits. Especially when I still read out most chats, and especially if you gift memberships, I will read out whatever you want. So I mean, everything's awesome. Thank you so much. I love it. But I like that mindset of sharing the love. I'll make sure to bite at Mega's heels if he ever goes over 10 minutes. Look, if you want to do that, that is your prerogative. But yeah, I'm gonna see about membership gifting if I can make it the $1 tier instead. Just that way, it's easier. It's easier to do. But anyways, I'd rather he just talk as long as he wants to. Yeah, the timer got instituted for 2 reasons. The main reason was because I started going until 12:30 or 1 a.m. and it was bad for me and the audience. And then the second reason was because sometimes I do beat topics into the ground. So that's why I like this version of the timer, is because it, and the schedule was to solve it going too late. And I thought about just getting rid of the timer in general, but this timer solves me accidentally beating something into the ground. But if, I'm looking at it and I'm like, nah, man, I've been spitting bars this whole time. Even though it's a 20-minute tangent, then, I'll keep fucking going. But if I look down and I'm like, oh, I've been talking about Naruto for 10 minutes, I should probably get back on task. So that's why I like the new setup a lot. Here, primarily listen to you talk rather than watch Critical Role. I mean, I think you're here to watch me talk centered around Critical Role. You know what I'm saying? If I get too off in the weeds, we're kind of diverting into maybe more variety stream type stuff, which I do want to do separately, but we should still generally be on theme, at least for the really long ones. I enjoy all the tangents. Just let us know how we can help you do what you want to do. Fuck yeah. I will. Thank you so much. The counting up timer is a mindfulness. Yeah, exactly. It's a mindfulness hack. Yeah. Because it gives me awareness of how long have I been talking? Because as I've demonstrated the last 2 streams, my short-term memory is trash. I will not be aware of how long I'm talking. 5 minutes was too short, but 10 minutes felt like a good reminder time. Yeah. And now it's good for me. I can look at 5, 10-minute, 15-minute chunks. But anyways.
Lovely home you got here.
Let's put you there.
It's like Duel of the Fates.
Oh god.
On a burning rooftop in the rain.
This is okay.
Giant Goliath
Gets up there.
and a gnome with a fire.
Play a song, play a
All
song.
right, it's your turn.
Okay. How close is his hatch to the edge?
The hatch is actually halfway. It's in the middle of the roof. It's met from the second story from one of the rooms or the closet. So it's about 25 feet from either the front or the back side. It's right in the center of the house, close to it. What you got, Scanlan? What you got?
I'm trying. Just in range here.
Just dimension door. Leave.
Looks like
Leave,
Frank
dude.
Miller's right now. So I see
Scanlan
my
showing
head.
down in the rain.
Times your spellcasting ability modifier. My spellcasting ability modifier is what?
It's charisma.
It's charisma. It's 5. 5 times 5. 25. That's 25 feet. Okay.
Yeah.
Big B's hand! So I call forth Big B's hand and I call for it. I will force him off the roof.
Yes!
Okay. All right. Let's.
Awesome.
The roof is wet.
The roof is
Yeah.
indeed wet. I'm aware.
The roof is wet.
This will be interesting.
I want to fly away. Yeah.
Okay. So you create
I was waiting. I was like, Big B's hand doesn't count as a song, but that does count as a song.
the hand next to him, and as you kind of start stepping forward towards you with his sword at the ready, there's a shimmer in the air as a giant, kind of vaguely purplish arcane hand all of a sudden appears. He looks confused for a second and rears back to try.
Dale, I don't even like Naruto. That's just the one that came to mind. I'm not a big Naruto guy. I'll talk about JoJo's. That if we're talking about animes. Leaving is a way too sensible choice. You're so right. And it's so funny because pushing him off the roof won't even do that much. He's like a fucking fighter Goliath. He's gonna be fine. It'll just delay him, which will just delay him in order for you to leave. Scanlan, come on. The song is referencing Fly Away by Lenny Kravitz. Honestly, wouldn't have known.
attack it. As the hand pulls back,
Not to give you more permission to keep doing this, but
goes rushing forward towards him. I want you to go ahead and make a strength check with the hand.
Oh, shit, he's strong.
The strength is +8 so add 8 to this roll.
17 plus 18.
Natural 1.
Oh my god!
Of course.
I'm gonna kill everyone in this motherfucking house!
I rolled so many ones today, it's ridiculous.
We're just getting
Oh, he's
started.
gonna face plant on
All right,
the
if the hand pushes up 5 feet plus number of feet equal to 5 times spellcast modifier, yeah. Okay.
Please do it. Please kill everybody.
As the hand shoves him, he was pushed off to this side. The hand he seems holding against it, but the hand eventually scoops him up and actually gets him off of his feet and like shot puts him off the roof. He plummets backward, off the side of the roof, and you wait a second here, across the way. That's full damage there. 7, 18.
how tall is this motherfucking house, dude? I think that people can fall 30 feet and then, or it's like 10 feet and then fall damage kicks in. And then it's like 1d6 or 1d10 for every 10 feet beyond that. Why? How tall is this McMansion that this guy lives in? Oh my god. That's a lot of fucking dice. I guess to give it to Sam and to give it to Matt, maybe you could argue that like the force of the push is making him impact harder. That's the only thing I can think of. There's Scanlan's song compilation pinned comment that has all the references. Is if everyone really needs to know. Oh, interesting. All hail Scanlan, Master of Chaos. It's 20 stories. Yeah, this feels like with all those dice, it feels like he just fell off a cliff or an apartment building. I have permission to list songs via my great critical eyes idea. You do. I did agree to your terms. You're right. You're right. We made a bargain, and I always respect a bargain. But this could be considered damage from the hand. I believe that the hand either does damage or does the shoving. I believe that with Big B's hand, you have to kind of choose. Because I think that the scrunching is the one that really does damage. But I could be wrong. I actually don't know Big B's hand that well. Did Matt describe a smell on Bingo N2 during the gas cloud? I don't think he did. He might have described it as noxious, but that's cheating because the the description does it as well. So he didn't describe it enough. It's at least less than 500 foot if Dimension Door got him to the ceiling. Yeah, that's true. That does. I guess that does put bounds on it. It doesn't narrow it down enough, but I guess it does theoretically put the bounds on it. I often don't remember the musical references. Mega is a warlock confirmed. Always a warlock confirmed. You know it. You know it. One of the roles could have been for acrobatics. I'm pretty sure it's like no matter what. Like fall damage is fall damage. So I'm surprised at the number of rolls because acrobatics would have let him take like half damage or something, right? I don't think it would have increased the number of dice, at least at my table. It's a 200-story house. He might have just been rolled all along because it was a cool moment, and a 1 or 2d6 would have been disappointing. Bad Wolf Bow, I think that's the real answer. Like if we're talking about like what is like why did Matt do that? That's the answer. It's a cool moment, and fuck it, those could be D4s, and you just roll a shitload of them, and that feels way cooler than rolling like 5d4. Feels more cool than rolling 2d10, you know? So I think you hit the nail on the head on like why this is happening. It's just I'm taking the implication of what it means if we look at the rules. But you're right. He's probably just not going by the rules. Just for a cooler thing.
Okay, takes 34 points of falling damage. And is knocked prone.
You can't get this on
down there.
television.
So you're now standing alone on the rooftop. You pick the hand there next to you. A little trickle of fire curling at the corner of your mouth from your final dragon's breath, and you decide to use it. What are you gonna do?
Could also be incorporating the nat 1. Maybe, we're talking about, I mean, I don't do, skill check, fumbles, any of that, but that totally could be incorporating that one as well. So there are a lot of factors that made that a big moment. So Matt just adding on some extra dice to make the action of dealing the damage more satisfying is totally fair. Totally fair. To just like add in some damage for cool points. Like I told you guys, my moment when I was first playing D&D where like D&D like opened up for me was when I had my spider bring me up onto the roof, held out my sword downward and then like let go of my legs. Like, all in all, if we're going like totally raw, maybe that gives me advantage. Maybe that gives me like 1 or 2 extra d6 for like an improvised attack. But I think my DM gave me a shitload of extra damage just because it was cool. So, that is totally fair. Of like, you know, I'm being pedantic and like sitting firmly in the narrative on like, how does this make sense? But what it really does is it's just rewarding Scanlan for doing fun shit. And that is totally within your prerogative and something you should be doing as a DM. You can't get this on network television, not for another 6 years. So true. That's a tactically placed Lego at the bottom. Also, fall damage in D&D confuses me. If I fell 10 feet, I'm having at least 1 broken bone. So no fall damage or 1d6 sounds like too little damage. I don't know about that. 10 feet? 10 feet. I'm trying to think. I'm 5'10", 5'9". So it's 10 feet's about 2 of me. I think I have fallen from this height, like several times. Like if you fall badly, you roll an ankle, but you could survive a 10-foot fall, like without a broken bone. Especially if you roll, you know, these are kind of assuming that these are like heroes, they're combatants. I don't know if you're a Euro and thinking about 10 meters, because that is very different. But I don't know, but yeah, 10 feet. Or he fell on a spiked fence, also true. I feel like I jumped off 10 feet as a kid. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like 10 feet's fine. Or fell on some D4s. If I fall 2 feet, I'm Bruce Ruiz. I mean, it also depends on your training and the fact that we are not adventurers. Most of us are probably couch potatoes. Suppose it depends on how athletic you are. I'm clumsy enough, I'd definitely break something. Yeah, which, like, totally fair enough. Totally fair enough. Especially if intoxicated, no tension, less damage, statistically. Yeah, isn't that like people that are, like, drunk in car crashes, like, break less bones? Not an endorsement for drunk driving. I guess an endorsement for drunk passengering. No, I think about ceiling height, and landing prone sounds like a broken arm. I guess it is ceiling height, but you could roll and pop up from that, or I think you could probably absorb that fall. It depends on how experienced you are at falling, probably. But I think there are some TikTokers that could let you know. Felt it in the morning, but no doctor. Age is a factor. Yeah. If you ever climb trees, you fall in 10 feet. There's also a big difference between loose soil and hard cobblestones. Very true. And this gets into the weeds of, like, how crunchy the system is, right? Like, what Sign Sap just hit on is, like, a very, like, crunchy versus not crunchy distinction. Of, like, that is a layer of crunch you could put into D&D. Are you falling on a hard surface or a soft surface? Maybe it modifies the DC, maybe it increases the damage, maybe it doubles the damage if you take any. So, I mean, those are, like, the layers of where, like, that has been abstracted within D&D to make it a less crunchy system. Very good thing to note, though. I don't know what 10 feet is. All I know is that people can be 7-something. Yeah, which I think what we're getting at is you can probably fall twice your height. I think I could. Maybe. I'll try it sometime. Hold the line. Fall into a bog and you'll be fine. Yeah, 1,000%. Yeah. So it all depends. And as a DM, you should reward your players for doing cool shit. Even if it's, again, rule of cool. Of like, yeah, I'm going to ignore the falling damage rules because it would not be satisfying for him to take like 10 damage here. And Sam did some cool shit, and I'm going to reward that.
Get out of here.
You just heard us.
Burn the hatch and then jump.
Okay, where am I close to the hatch?
1d6 damage could easily kill someone, which is actually like a really funny narrative device to justify someone like falling and hitting their head, you know, and just fucking dying. Well, yeah, it totally works. 3.4 meters equals 10 feet. I see. Okay, interesting. I did not know that conversion.
Yeah, you're about 25 feet from it, so you kind of got it.
I'll hoof it over there and then
over to the hatch,
just...
right.
Yeah, exactly, Science Sap. Exactly.
There.
I'll look around and kind of punch myself in the gut.
Okay, as you reach over, you look down, and there is a ladder that leads up to the front, and there are two guards that are currently making their way up to the roof. They look up and see you. Their eyes go wide within their helmets, and as you release the flames, all you see is their faces go engulfing the entire tunnel. Roll 4d6.
4d6?
Yes.
I don't have any d6.
Oh, wait. Okay, I actually think I see what the disconnect is, Remy. When I'm imagining, I think you're imagining belly flopping onto the concrete. falling 3 meters and, like, landing prone. My assumption when I hear that you fall prone after that sort of fall is that you're doing, like, a tuck and roll and, like, landing and, like, being prone after the process of landing. So that maybe that's a disconnect, because I agree. If you jump from 10 meters and just belly flop onto cobblestones, yeah, you're probably breaking a few ribs. That's very fair. But I am imagining you're like tucking and rolling, or like controlling the fall somehow. But that control ends up with you being prone after the fact. Yeah. I think we're on the same wavelength. Yeah. What up, Brandon? How you doing? One of my favorite Scanlan episodes. It's been Scanlan heavy so far. I've been loving it. You always tactical roll. I am, I'm debating on the bio break, because we said bio break earlier, but also the doggies are sleeping, and I was maybe going to take them out when I went. So I think we'll push forward. We'll push through. Yeah.
There you go. They both failed their DC 13 dexterity saving throws, because I can't roll tonight.
15.
15?
I can't
okay.
roll
They both
tonight.
take 15 points of fire damage, and the entirety of that space is now burst into flames. You pull back, 'cause the heat is intense. Backdraft style, as you're.
My eyebrows burn off?
They don't burn off, but you feel they might be a little singed. You get a few days to recover. And you hear screaming down inside the tunnel, and both of them are currently dealing with the fact they're on fire. So that's your movement. That's your bonus action. You still have an action.
Okay, I gotta get the hell out of here.
Okay, it also sounds like he was rolling for fire, which I didn't consider. That's fair.
Yeah, guys. Okay, tell me this, Dungeon Master.
Yes.
Dimension door. Can it be used at higher levels?
Let me double check on that, actually. I don't know if it can, but we'll find out.
Can you make these hands slam down onto the count? Or
Dimension door, no. Dimension door cannot.
Okay, how about polymorph?
Polymorph.
Oh God, is this? Am I wrong? You can. Dimension Door cannot be cast at higher levels. It cannot be upcast, but you can use any slot higher than the required slot, and it works. It just doesn't get any additional benefits. Am I crazy? Have I been running upcasting wrong? Like, if Dimension Door is a level 4 spell, you can use a 5th level slot. It just doesn't do anything extra. Right? Okay. Whew. Oh my God, dude, I had a moment there where I was like, have I been running this super wrong? As Ancient as Professional, 10 meters is a significant milestone to fall from, because the chance of fatality, 10 feet, not 10 meters. Grimvein. Just to make sure we're on clarity. I don't know, have you? That's what I understand. Okay, we should invest. A neighbor missed the curb leaving the grocery store, 4 feet, died in the ER. Yeah, if I remember correctly, that miscommunication has happened a few times during the years. Wait, let's just... We can literally just look at this with all of spellcasters have like upcasting rules in their sheet. I'm just gonna confirm, because that would be a crazy difference in how I've always run upcasting. Oh, actually, it might not say the rules in here. No, it doesn't. But it'll say it in the PHB. Player's handbook. Casting a spell. That's unlucky falling. So Sam is asking, can I use this higher level spell slot? And Matt is answering, will a higher spell slot do more? I think that is the miscommunication, and or Matt is unaware of how upcasting works. It is probably one of the two. Spell level. Lowly cantrips, the higher spells level. Spell level and character level don't correspond. Spell slots. He or she expends a spell slot of that spell's level or higher. Cool. Okay. We're good. Yeah, I think that Sam is... My understanding of this question is that he is out of the spell slot of whatever spell level Dimension Door is. And he's asking... But he has more of a higher level, and so he's asking if he can use that higher leveled slot. But Matt is correct in that you don't gain any extra benefit from upcasting Dimension Door, which you do with, certain other spells. Control F is your friend. Oh, yeah, true.
Or nope.
Wait,
No,
you use
you're
all your
not
spell
friends.
slots?
You can use Baby's hand to.
Yeah, Baby's hand.
I don't know if Baby's hand can catch me. It's not like
Can it, like,
Featherfall.
carry you?
Can you float?
Can it lift
Sure,
you?
you got
Maybe it's like a slide.
Maybe you can slide down Baby's hand.
You can tilt it, right?
Okay, like that.
You wanna try?
Okay.
You're welcome to try.
See if it'll carry you.
No, you've lifted
Yeah,
people with it.
you've
You've
lifted
grabbed
yourself
people
with
I
with
mean,
it.
ultimately, on foot sucks for him right now.
Yeah.
Just surf on the giant floating hand.
Come on, baby.
Through the sky.
This guy.
It's what your friends would say if they were there.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is get away for this to be amazing.
Otherwise, you'll burn alive on
Otherwise, it's
roof.
tragic.
All you have to do is live.
Comically tragic.
What are you doing?
Okay. Does Unseen Servant have any mass?
Not really, no. Unseen Servant is like a barely there kind of small level elemental.
Okay, so
It's a good way to
I'm just
describe
gonna. I'm jumping in the rain. So I'm gonna jump off the. Can I go away from the Goliath?
That would be this way, that way, so you fell off that
So
side.
not the two sides that are on fire, and not the
Where's
side
the
that's
giant
Oh,
not.
now, flames are now looking up one side.
Go the other way.
Yeah, this
Where's
way.
the zombie stone giant?
Okay, so
It's gonna take us a couple turns to get over there.
yeah, the full length of it, so the full dash will get you there and there, and you still have about a good 20 more feet to get. So that's your turn there.
Okay.
The two guards that were back that way are now no longer on fire. They have gotten to the roof and kind of put themselves out. They look very, very angry at the current circumstance, and they stepped out of the hatch. Both places.
For a different hatch or the same hatch?
Same hatch.
Hatch still on fire?
The hatch still on fire. Still flames. They got out. Out in the rain now. The rain's putting out dousing the flame that's on them. They both look over and see you running away. They pull their hand crossbows at the ready. They're all ready to fire. That's a 24 and 26.
For the second guy, no, I'll just take it. Okay.
Okay, they both hit. I think 24 and 26. That is 7 points of piercing damage and 12 points of piercing damage. So 19 total.
Great, got it.
Alrighty, both of them reach over and grab both sides of their sides, start carrying further a series of shots. Both kind of catch you in the side one, you can feel kind of a few inches in your shoulder, and it's kind of making the joint stick and the pain starting to really just burn on that left side of your body, but you're okay. Now it's your turn.
Okay, I look back at them and I do that thing where you just kind of do this. I just fall off the back of it. Oh, I do. Okay. But I'm going to simultaneously make Bigby's hand try to catch me.
Okay.
At the bottom.
All right. Go ahead and roll d20 and add your charisma modifier to it.
Charisma?
Yeah.
That's 20.
20. You trust fall off. Your eyes.
I think this is entirely fair and cool and a very good use of the spell. And I'm not sure if it works exactly raw, but if I'm at the table, I'm not looking into it because it feels right. And I could also see it just working. So I'm not going to look it up. I'm going to go with it. Maybe I'll look it up after the session, but that's super fun.
Kind of somewhat closed and letting it
Come on,
happen.
Bigby, catch me.
And in the moment that you expect ground to meet you with a heavy, hard smack of reality, a soft cushion of arcane energy catches you as these kind of spiritual, purplish fingers curl around and gently bring you to the ground.
Baymax.
Don't get handsy, Bigby.
Austin Powers.
All right. Is that my turn?
No, that was the fall, and you land there. He's way over this way. So you're outside of the house now. You're in a small alley between. Not alley. Actually, you're on the side of the house. There's a big kind of grassy area around it, and there's the fence that surrounds the full.
Yeah. So I'm gonna. Do I get an action? Or no? Bigby's is a bonus. Action.
Bigby's it's an action to use its ability. So it was your action to kind of catch you as part of it.
It's an action.
To do anything with Bigby's hand specifically.
It says. And as a bonus action on subsequent turns.
What's the bonus action?
Oh wait, no, that's for moving it. The bonus action is moving it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you've been moving it along with you as you go.
Yeah, but the act of catching me was the action.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, so I'll just start running.
Okay. So you start
My
running
little
this way.
tiny nubby, my tiny little nubby legs.
Okay. All right. As you run, you get over to the front of the gate that is closed off.
Now, I'm not. I'm going to pause it before Matt actually, rules this or does this or whatever. At this point, when something, has been really fun and has largely gone very right, and he's used a shit ton of spell slots, and, he's not done any permanent damage to any of the NPCs, I would make it maybe one skill check for Scanlan to get away. So it's like, okay, like you need to make a skill check to get away. Like, how are you doing it? Are you just sprinting? Are you trying to be sneaky? Like, try to determine how he is exiting the scene and just roll a skill check for that. And then we go on from there. And even if he fails, I'm probably still letting him escape. I'm just tying some sort of failure condition to it. Like, they see the way that you went, but you're, too fast and too sneaky, so they know the general direction that you're going. You fucking slip and fall and knock your front tooth out. I don't know. Something like that. So I'm letting him get away at this point, no matter what. Partially because we are 50 minutes in. I think we started the episode around, 11-minute mark. So we're about 40 minutes without having any of the other players do anything. Now, obviously, they're all super invested. They don't have a problem with it. But we are now approaching the point where you would want to switch back to them at the very least, if like, Scanlan was going to keep going, or we want to have Scanlan rejoin them at this point. Like once we like crest an hour, that's a little too long for this sort of thing, in my opinion. And so at this point, he's done all the stuff. He's used a bunch of resources. He's, burned the shit out of this manor, really fucked some stuff up, but he hasn't, killed the NPCs. And so now I'm letting him leave, and he's either succeeding in leaving, or I am giving some detriment and then moving on. Exit pursued by a bear. Exactly.
It's a little bit too tight for you to squeeze through. How do you plan to get over the gate?
I'm planning to climb over the gate.
Okay.
I got
This is
Make an athletic or acrobatics check and try and get over the
I don't know if Matt will have him do anything else after this, but this is absolutely perfect. Acrobatics or athletics to get over the gate, and then depending on the result, he gets away no matter what, or he maybe takes a downside as well.
What a better number is? Athletics or acrobatics?
16.
16, okay. Is that acrobatics or athletics?
That's athletics.
Athletics. So you run, you jump up, grab onto the metal bars to start pulling yourself up
Nice.
over the top, land on your feet, and you're now right near where the street is. And you can see to your right, it's open, kind of towards the direction of where the rest of the party is, to the left. You can see now, coming from the rain, maybe about 100 feet from you, giant hulking zombie giant is kind of stalking towards you. As you notice that, you see a number of figures come swarming out of the two buildings to the side of it, and immediately start attacking the zombie giant.
Oh. Go, get out.
Go, get
Wait,
out.
wait, they're attacking the zombie giant. That's good.
You have inspired people.
It's
GTFO,
working.
man.
It's working.
Yeah, I'm useless to you guys.
Rebellion?
So,
You're lucky.
yeah, I'm gonna go
Go
invisible
jump.
and watch from the shadows.
Okay, so you just cloak yourself and watch the shadows off to the side. As you're there for a little bit, keeping your eye out for the next couple minutes, you can see the house is now completely engulfed in flames.
Oh, okay. I have a complicated feeling about that. It's cool narratively, but when we're talking about, off the table, there's a chance that Scanlan goes over to help those people and prolongs his solo area, like his solo, I guess, sequence. So if Scanlan there says, I'm going to go and help them, I then, as a DM, say, okay, great, and switch back to the rest of the party. Narrate everything that they've seen. They're seeing the fire. They're seeing a big roar from the zombie giant. Like, I'm giving them their characters narrative clues so that their characters can start assuming what the players already know. I'm trying to marry up that meta knowledge so that they can make the choice to go over and join Scanlan for that combat. Because if we don't switch back, again, a zombie giant fight, all the people from the house are probably going to come and join. Like, this could balloon into an even longer sequence that is just Scanlan. Which is like, it's okay, but we want to try and get we want to give the characters an opportunity to get involved. So if we go back to them and they say like, no, fuck it, we're sticking with the plan, like this is Scanlan's thing, then okay. As DM, free reign, go back to Scanlan, do your thing. But we want to at least give them a choice on how to not interrupt the scene, but still join it at this point, I think. Revolution. Yeah. I think Matt's let the dice fall as they may style kind of annoys me because sometimes it really gets in the way of a fun game. Like 50 minutes focusing on one PC, we're cool with this, and we're really cool with this. I think it depends. Like I felt sort of uncomfortable in general with how much this arc has focused on Percy. Like I've never focused an arc that this heavily on one character. And I think that this is sort of an extension of that, of like, they're down to focus in on one person and the other players at the table are down with it. But it really depends on your players. I will say, I think at most tables, this doesn't play well. Like, yeah, I know they totally find it fun. Like the CR cast invite those roles. They, like they want to stay in these moments with these individual people. And that is fun for them. But I do think, that amount of focus takes a lot of like maturity and professionalism that a lot of tables aren't going to have, So I agree with like the general mindset of like, ooh, I don't know about this. But I do think that their table is fine with it. But even with that being said, at this point, I think every good 30, 45, 50 minutes is a good point to check in with the rest of the party and either just do shit with them. And that's a good rotational between two split parties, which I've seen Matt go between parties before. So I know that's not a problem for him. Or see if they want to join with whatever's happening, especially when there's some big thing like the giant getting involved and these people coming out into the street. It's a really good opportunity for you to go back to the others and see if they want to join. Or you would remind her when Sam broke through the door and zoom over to the rest of the team when they charged their respective building. That's true. I do think that there is something very fair to be said that Matt is not switching back and forth enough because Scanlan's whole deal has been fun. And also, to some extent, I think Matt keeps waiting for him to end it, and Sam keeps not. I think there's something very fair to be said that, he should have switched back to the other party by now, probably. Just because it's been too long. But the general setup is okay. Doesn't work at a home table, but completely works for a live stream. Could not work for a home table. Maybe there are some home tables where this sort of thing could work. I just don't think it's most of them. Also, is it really a problem if one of the two players take this opportunity to go to the bathroom or make popcorn? No, certainly not. I will say, as a DM and as the audience in this case, we can see that they're not doing that. But yeah, that's no problem at all, especially at a home game. It's okay, we're focusing on one group, other group, bathroom break, snack time, and then come back. And when you come back, we'll switch over to you. Yeah, you can. I think that knowing how to switch back and forth is a pretty crucial DM skill, and it largely depends on your players. Also, the other players seem invested, and they usually let spotlights shine when it makes sense. It's true. That's true. I think. Yeah, I also do think that on another level, it can be overwhelming to that single player to focus on them so much. So even in a situation where everyone else is okay with it, I imagine this, if it was Grog doing all of this alone, he probably wouldn't want all of this time. He probably would have exited earlier, even though he thinks that it's so fun that Scanlan's not. Because, that's a lot of things. You have to constantly think about what you're going to do next. No one else is going to, give you time to think. So there is also that level of not overwhelming the people that are actively going and giving them a chance to think about what they want to do next. But they've said they did do this kind of thing before they started streaming. Yeah, which is why I say maybe some home tables can roll with that. I think as general advice, I would really focus on switching back and forth more and focus on opportunities where you can get them back together more often.
The rain tries, it might, the roof itself is not catching yet, but you can see now fire is looking out of every single window and glass is steadily breaking over time. The guards have all escaped out. You can see the guards and Bedmeyer are now storming across the entire grounds. He's giving orders left and right, and they're all out searching for you in the nearby vicinity of the home. Looking across the way, you can see the zombie giant is now currently reaching down and swapping down. You can see, get a closer view. They look like some of the normal inhabitants here are wearing makeshift armor, weapons that they have, and they're now rising up and attempting to take down the zombie giant. You watch it, it slams and smashes one to the ground, leaving him lifeless, while another two leap up on the back of the zombie giant and are stabbing it with spears, and you see gives out this kind of roar. It's hard to tell from this distance which side is getting any ground, but it is currently now held up by this group of about 10 individuals that are attacking at once.
That's so cool.
Just gonna stay there and wait it out?
I think I'll wait it out if I'm in a relatively safe place because I can't really do anything.
It's cool until they start dying and the zombie giant wins. Which is, I don't know if Matt's gonna go there, but I think it's really cool that he is making it feel very cool because he is setting up the ability to fucking gut punch them when the zombie walks away relatively unscathed, or they see someone come out and heal the zombie with necrotic healing or something, and all of the townspeople are just dead and there is absolutely no no progress that has been made. That could be wild. And I have a feeling that if Vox Machina doesn't get involved, that's exactly what's going to happen. I have a feeling that the townspeople are going to lose, and Matt is going to reinforce the grim nature of this arc in that all of them just die. They don't die for a cause. They don't die in glory. Their bodies lay shattered on the ground, barely able to be buried by their relatives. Whoa, gut punch. But they said they do. The cast has no problem jumping in and saying something if they feel someone's taking too long. After Orion leaves, the group really sinks. Fair enough. Yeah. Which I've noticed already about, like, they were commenting on Orion's length of time, and they haven't since. But I don't have enough experience with non-Orion CR to know that yet. Foreshadowing. Mega has no faith in the citizens? Dude. Yeah, kinda. I wouldn't have faith in these citizens if they went up against a normal giant. They could, like, feel pain and fear. I have no faith in them, yeah. Foreshadowing is a literary device. Yeah. Foreshadowing. You mean you don't believe in random citizens with no more than 10 HP and makeshift armor? Yeah, exactly.
You guys, anyway, you're on your own.
Okay, so we'll use that to hop over to the other part.
But in both ways, awesome for Matt to set up. Like, either delivering that, like, you know, savior, we're all together, hoorah rah, or if they stay out of it, the citizens just lose.
Taking this.
Oh, I'm taking a short rest.
Oh, that's good, yes.
Short rest is about like a half an hour to 40 minutes of waiting, so you might want to find a place that isn't quite so intense to do this. You can try and sneak in one of the nearby homes and do it, maybe.
Well, I still want to see where this giant thing goes, so
Okay,
I'm
so
still
you're
watching.
not going to rest, unfortunately. It's not a very restful situation right now to gather yourself. Okay.
Oh no. I like that Scanlan takes out an entire house and we're all probably
You were
gonna die.
fucking Rambo just then. You were Scanlan
You're a
Rambo.
legend.
Look. We can ignore my giant smile about how dead they were. And that's true. You know what? I did just talk about the action economy. Maybe that'll save the day for these peasants.
You are officially a
Do you have any red cloth you can tear off and tie around your forehead?
Because you're,
Is your beret still on?
Yes.
I never got a beret. Did I get a beret?
You did get a beret. I thought you
I wanted
got
one.
Scanlan.
Standing.
All right.
Right?
I approve of this greatly. Alrighty.
have an idea.
The rest of you guys,
Goodness me.
who've all been slinking out the back, you just knocked the guard out. You're back with Trinket came with you?
Gambo was
Brock.
born.
Right, that's right.
Let's see.
You can do it, buddy.
Percy, Vex, you guys are all back this way. The back of the building, you can see what looks to be a one door to a back room. Grog, as you come slamming up, a Trinket behind you, up to the front of the building, you see the front doors are there before you.
Oh, they're in front of us? I'm
Yeah.
already raging?
Yeah.
I just fucking bust through, ape
Okay,
shit style.
make sure check.
Okay.
Can I ask you really fast?
Yes.
I never leveled up Trinket's hit points when I leveled up.
You didn't. Alright.
That's important at this moment.
It is very important at this moment.
Ah! Why do you have to do that?
Trinket's hit points right now are what?
56.
56.
No, it doesn't.
Elder Scrolls music is pretty dope.
Yeah.
Bring it home.
Never mind what I'm doing off screen right now. It's not important.
I know.
40 points.
4.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Zach, adjusting the microphone.
Nobody
So I
knows.
got-
Nobody knew.
I got advantage on the strength check, so it was a 26.
26?
Yes.
You rush forward with your foot. It's sparred at the front of that door. It just cracks open. Trinket coming behind you. The door's open. You can see now before you. There's a single staircase that kind of curves up to a second floor of this foyer. There's a large vase right at the base of it right there. There's a couple tables by, and it goes to the right and left. Do you enter the premises?
Oh, no.
Or are you staying right at the door? It's up to you.
Yeah, I go in.
All right. Grog, you push your way in. Trinket falling behind you right there. Immediately you see the upper banister right over the railing. Also, similar to what Scanlan had encountered, has guards completely within this area at the ready. Crossbows pulled. In weight.
Oh god. He just keeps adding them.
And
Oh, just one.
And there, it's Tyler. All waiting, crossbows at the ready. The doors slam open, you guys rush in for a second. There's nothing immediately within your range, and you look up and see an entire array of guards all trained upon you and Trinket. A voice behind them goes, "Loose!"
Please drink by me.
So, what's your armor class?
19.
19.
You're gonna tell us when we can do something in the back, right?
There we go.
This is just, because of the speed everything goes, he gets there before anybody.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
No worries.
Scanlan, I got you. We will we'll make this work. You don't need a beret yourself. We got it. With the Tyrannus said the crew is nicknamed that the solo Scanlan fight as Scambo a la Rambo. Nice.
Alright, that is 27 to hit.
Yep.
That is 15 to hit. No. Third one, that is 16 to hit. Nope. That is a 21 to hit.
Yep.
Wait, stop moving, Scanlan.
26 to hit.
Yes.
Stop moving.
That's a 22 to hit.
Yep.
That guy.
Shitty guards were over at the other
14 to
house.
hit. 20 to hit.
Yep.
And 3 more.
I was watching some Germa clips yesterday. Can you tell?
It's a 22 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
12 to hit.
Nope. Last one.
And 10 to hit. Yeah. So
Six.
6 crossbow bolts come at you.
Oh shit.
That's 8 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Don't have them yet. Buy them all up and we'll have that.
Okay.
So 8 plus 13, 21.
I'm doing
Plus 8 again, 29. Plus another 9. That's
38.
38. Plus another 11.
49.
So 49. And then with 12.
60.
61.
Yes.
So 61, so you can half that. That'd be 31 points of piercing damage on you in one volley. Across the
Okay,
section.
actually, we were gonna do this before. I said after the Scanlan fight was over. I kind of thought we would exit combat at this point, but we're just going into a different combat. So before we get too deep into this one, we're gonna take a quick bio break, go to the bathroom, rehydrate. I'm out, and I will see you all in a little second. Goodbye. I'm muted. Hello. How are we doing? Oh, man. Great to follow the growth. Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you guys. You guys are sweet. This is the highest. Super Mike stream peaked at 71 or 72 concurrence, I believe, and this one got into the high 70s, like 79 or 80. At one point. I don't look at the number very often. I do have it up so that it's also where I can like see chat really easily. But yeah, I would bet money that it's just because of the time zone thing. Which I'm super excited to start doing more like UK friendly time zones. But I will get something during the break. I want to put up something, but I haven't found anything that like really like makes me feel good about it, you know? I don't know. But yeah. Well, thank you guys for being so complimentary while I was gone. But the mic, I will say the all-powerful mic, I think, put in a lot of people that have been watching through the backlog and are now here. Which, I mean, I'm so down with. I can't wait to work with Mike more. Which I think we will, but again, my schedule. I wanted to do just more crossover shit in general, but I have not been able to do anything lately. I was working really late last night. All right, peace out, Valkyrie. I'm pretty sure I saw. Hey man, if you saw an 80, I won't argue with you. That's sick. A link to the hypothetical Mega Man bingo sheet. I believe bingo is linked in the description. Yeah. Bingo Baker card is in the description. If that's what you mean. I don't know if that's what you mean. Maybe. I was showing the channel through Mike. He's such a cool dude. And I don't know. He's so nice, so cool. Did not have to be as nice and cool to me as he was, and yeah, it's just sick. I can't say enough good things. It was me. I'm the people that were watching through the backlog. I see the waves, man. It's crazy. I love it. I absolutely love it. I was joking for Brank time. Oh! No, that makes sense. I feel that. That could work. No Mega bingo on you. That could work if I auto-generated it. If I generated it during... it sounds too complicated. Nah, it's too complicated. We'll see. But anyways, I think, depending on how much more combat there is, I think we're on a decent pace for like maybe a 7 or 8 hour stream. Because Matt ends... So this first video goes to the 2:13. We're like halfway there. And then the second half is only 36 minutes. So depending on the amount of combat, I think we're on a good pace. So that's cool. I'll take Mega ignores the timer for one. Wait a minute. If we do a bingo card on you, that should be our job, not for you to worry about. Yeah, I would just have to like not see it. You could do it. Feel free to make one in and do it in Critical Role spoilers. That'd be really funny, actually. And then you can let me know at the end if you got bingo or not and what they were. That'd be fun. Mega unpauses, then immediately pauses again because the. Wait a minute! No, don't look at me. Don't see so much.
And the rage did descend a little bit. The pain, all these bolts are now sticking out of your chest. Just kind of front cold porcupine. You just take the pain and grin for a second. You have that iron taste of blood kind of reaching back to your throat from the immediate impact, and it just further intensifies your rage. I'm gonna have everyone here roll initiative because you're all acting simultaneously.
I know. I'm like, which ones? Which ones?
Nope. Good.
I haven't even mentioned Bitty this stream. So fool on you.
Alrighty. 25 to 20.
Oh, should I roll for trinket too? Oh, he goes when I go.
Goes when you go.
Okay.
23.
23. All right. We have backs up top. We have 20 to 15.
The prophecy.
17.
All right.
To the feral instinct.
All right. 15 to 10. 10 to 5.
Oh shit.
5.
What'd you get?
I'm not there.
I totally forgot. I'm so sorry. I'm at 26. I got distracted.
Distracted.
Sorry. I have.
Fair, I asked 25 to 20.
26.
That was my own fault.
I'm using my new sheet and I'm just.
That's okay.
So yeah.
All right.
Cheating?
Sheet.
New sheet. I leveled up, so I had to do it.
That's all we got. Yeah, both Scanlan and Percy leveled up this last episode.
If only Rambo Scanlan was here.
It's insane.
Alrighty. So we have at the top of this combat round, Percy.
Oh boy. Okay. Is there a way in?
Is there a, or a window? Are you getting a FaceTime?
Am I?
Are you FaceTiming somebody?
I better not be. That was weird. I don't know what happened there. Anyway, battle's still up.
So is there a way in at this point, or is that not?
There is a door right here at the back of the building that you can see. Right? The door's supposed to close.
I'm running over to the door. I don't think I can hear the inside.
Okay, you rush the door. You wanna try it? The door's locked.
Well, not only is Scanbo definitely not there, he is in the future. So he is both locationally and temporally not there, which is, I will say, one of the bigger issues when you have a split party with making there be long chunks of time between skipping back and forth. It can be hard to marry up the amounts of time again. Like make sure that everyone's like temporally like in the same vein, which isn't like an explicit problem, but it can be like de-investing. If the world starts to feel like there are roving slowdown zones or speed up zones where, you know, we got to do like less than they did. Again, I think this table, like none of the players would blame each other, but it can work to de-invest players. It can make the world feel less real. And that is primarily due to like struggles if you make those split party time chunks way too long. So switching back and forth more frequently can help you keep those kind of in sync. So obviously, Scanlan's in control of the TARDIS. You're so right. I'm so wrong and dumb.
I'm
Hold turn.
holding my turn.
Okay. Yeah, hold your action.
I'm holding my action.
Okay, that's fine.
All right,
Next up is Vax.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to unlock the door.
All right, go ahead and you rush over. Pull your lockpicks.
So that's a 10, 23.
23. Okay. Yeah, rain's still pouring down. You have your hood up. You know the water's dripping past your face. You're trying to concentrate. You get the tools in. It's not a very complicated lock. You push it open, leading you guys into the interior of what looks like a kitchen.
Perception check, which is a 25.
25 as you look inside. It's a cold kitchen. It hasn't been in use for a while. Like the fire's up. There's a little bit of a slab in the corner where most of the preparations are done. There's a few cabinets that are up. It looks like it's dark. There's no lantern.
What are the other doors?
There's a door immediately to your left, and there's across the way is an archway opening. There's no actual door there. It's just a walkway that leads into the next room.
So it's open straight ahead?
Yes.
I haven't used any movement. If I go to the archway right across, right?
Yep.
I'm clicking my boots.
Okay.
As I walk forward, and do I perception check again at the arch? Or does the same one hold?
As you glance through, you can see what appears to be.
Unlock the door and I've walked 10 feet.
There appears to be a hallway. There's a hallway that goes across the way. There's a door at the end of the hallway and two doors to the right and left of this hallway.
All right, I'm gonna juke to the left. I'm gonna go.
Yep. Yeah. You're definitely right. Well, it's Liam, man. He is now has now displayed the consistent problem player behavior. It's not that bad. Now you just have to nitpick now that Orion's gone, right? It's like the only thing that Liam does that I don't like. And he does it really consistently, but he also role plays fantastically really consistently. So, you know, balances it out. Can't have everything.
Go to that door and try the other one to see if it's
Here?
Nope. The other door in the room I'm in.
Over there?
Yeah.
Over there, try.
Yeah.
It opens up.
Perception.
Opens up into what appears to be a storage room. A series of barrels, small grain stacks in the far corner. It appears that most of the dry storage for the kitchen is kept in this
All
room.
right. So I look straight at Percival.
I'm gonna go straight through the hallway and try the door on the left.
Okay, we'll do that and move in.
I'd like to use the last of my movement just to stay, because I got the boots on. I could stay. I've got a lot of movement left. I
You
can
do,
stay
actually.
10 feet behind him.
Okay, so you stay behind me as you move in. The door of this one here.
Yeah, move the one to the right. Yeah, sure.
Okay,
That one.
You slide that one open. It is appears to be a bathtub in there as well as it's a rather nice powder room and bathroom.
There's no way to just quickly push the other door open too.
You can try. I'll say for this one, you can go ahead and open that. Look inside for a second. Go for this.
Yeah.
Really quick, check back and forth. This one, this door actually it does not appear to open at a push.
Oh, so can I signal?
Can I?
No, you've already
No, but
We're on the first floor, right?
Yes, you guys are on the base floor. Okay.
Yeah.
And they're all up on the second floor, right?
Right, that's your go. So, bringing us to Count Tyleri's turn. Now, Tyleri, who's currently looking over the banister, he kind of steps forward here for a second. Rod, this works for you, because you look up and you see all the guards there. Tyleri walks up. It's kind of rotund-looking, slimy individual, thinning hair, very pale skin, a little bit of facial hair that has never really seemed to grow fully in, but he tries to groom it
Rod's
as he
beard is
can.
better than that.
Oh, much better. He's wearing fine clothing. He's got rings encrusting his fingers, but he walks with like a deftness to the edge of this stairway, and he looks over and says,
"Interesting. I figured there'd be more of you."
Interesting. There's a lot of dead men up there.
Of which you see him leap up onto the ceiling, stick to it, and begin to scatter across.
The one with the shitty beard?
Yep.
Tiberi?
Yep.
He's
And
Spider-Man?
He jumps up and
So
spider
you're right,
across the
it's
ceiling,
in it.
and then drops down.
A spell or something.
Yeah, with deft acrobatic feats, he leaps across, drops, and lands right in front of you. You can see now in his face, as slovenly as it is, there's a look of deathly hunger in his eyes. And
No,
fangs
he's a
there.
vampire.
That's a neat trick.
Vampire.
He's now going to make 2 melee attacks against you. That's a natural 20.
Oh, come on.
And then the other one's going to be a 15. I don't think it's going to hit.
No.
So he now has these long claws in his hand. The first one, it catches you off guard from just the sheer weird assault.
Whoa,
that he
whoa,
does to
whoa, what's wrong with
you? You take 16 points of slashing damage from the first arc. He goes up with a second hand, this time you pull out of the way. His hand manages to knock some of the bolts free that were jamming your chest.
Half the 16, right? Slashing.
Correct.
Eight.
So 8 on that one.
Okay.
That's his go. He just kind of grins at you with this like hissing sound, licking his fanged lips. That ends his turn. That brings us to Grog. You're up.
I go into a frenzied rage, and I use reckless attack along with my great weapon master, and I turn that thing into a piece of goo.
Okay. Warhammer burst into flames. Your eyes all of a sudden start going into an intense glare as you rear up and go into your frenzied rage. Make your attacks. With
Advantage on.
Oh, did he say you see now? I will believe you, ARO. Okay. All right. Sick. Yeah. Bet.
No, that's much better.
Definitely remind me if I miss one, because I'm trying to keep out for him, but...
That's 20.
Wait, 01. Oh, also 01. That's bingo! For the first time in a long time, that's bingo. All right. Bring. There's something that happens if we get bingo. I still need to... I've been trying to think of something. It's like, what'll happen if we get bingo? I've never come up with something like fun. He didn't rage this session, though. He just raged. That's why they're having the damage. Is because he raged. I guess... Oh! Wait. Fanlair is right. He raged last episode. So I don't think that counts, SSH. I think you're right. He frenzied raged? That doesn't count. That doesn't count. Yeah. Frenzied doesn't matter. He just frenzied raged. He didn't say the specific phrase. To be fair, it's not in quotes, but he frenzied. He didn't rage. And now I'm going to be the one that's technically correct. Haha.
24.
24 hits in the first strike. You only have advantage in the first attack.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Just the first one.
Yeah, the first one's a reckless strike.
Okay, 21.
Hits as well.
And 20.
All 3 hit.
Yes.
This is -5, right?
Oh, because you used
This
it.
great weapon master would be -5 to each attack.
No.
All right, so the last one was 15.
Yes.
Last one misses.
Okay.
But
The
the
first 2 do hit.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good.
Forgot that part. Oh, your rules, kid.
Then you added 10 to whatever?
Yeah.
21 for the first one.
21 points of damage.
And 20 for the second one. And the third one misses, right?
It's with the fire, right?
That's with the fire.
Yeah, throw misses. So 41 points of damage to him. When the first 2, whack! The impacts slamming into him. You can see his body get pushed back with each impact. He's still taking and grinning at you, but he's also seemingly surprised by the ferocity of the strikes. Is that your turn? You gonna move?
No, I'm not gonna move.
Okay. He's gonna use one of his legendary actions to, at the end of your turn, reach out and attack you again. That is gonna be a 23 to hit.
Yep.
He is, instead of attacking, he's going to grapple you.
Okay.
So his claw goes up and actually reaches into your throat. You can feel the claws kind of digging into the flesh, and it's a very, very firm grip, and he has you right where he wants you.
Okay, I'm not you.
That's that action there. All right, that brings us to the guards. The guards all reload their crossbow bolts, move in. These 3 now see the bear in the back, and they're going to fire on Trinket. These 7 are all going to fire on Grog now that he's held there, so the 3 against Trinket. That's going to be a 16.
Doesn't hit.
It's going to be a 20.
Hits.
And a 22. All right, so Trinket takes 6 points of piercing damage and 11 points of piercing damage. Total 17 points of damage to Trinket. 2 bolts, one of them kind of just bounces off the armor, one actually sticks, and Trinket, but it's not enough to really cause much of a worry.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
The other 7 against you, Grog. Natural 20. Natural 1. That's not going to hit, that's natural 5. 18.
Misses.
Natural 1. It's a 19, that hits. Oh, 19 natural, so it's 27. One more, that's 18 hit.
Misses.
Oh, these all advantage on you. That's attack.
Okay.
So the one that would have missed is a natural 20.
Yay!
Got this hit. Natural 20 again.
What?
So I'm rolling for all the ones that would have missed.
Why do they have advantage on you?
So
I have advantage on mine.
yeah.
1 in 20 in a row. And I will also say, so you guys know, I've talked about it. I'm a low roll kind of guy. But also, the other thing I will say is that I understand, I think at least, why Matt is like saying all of this out loud. He hasn't always done that. It kind of dips back and forth between him telling the players like what he rolls on the back end. I don't find constantly telling the players the rolls, like, I don't know, at that point, why do you have it behind the screen? You know what I'm saying? And like, it just takes up extra time. Like, let's say he's not fudging rolls, which Matt has always said he doesn't fudge rolls. So if you're not fudging rolls and you're telling them what all the rolls are, rather than just like hit or miss, just roll them in front, right? That's actually generally more dramatic. Is if you just roll it in front and then everyone is like looking at the dice and they're like, you know, that's rather than him saying it. So like, I don't know. This is striking a weird balance for me that I don't think I love. Like, if you want your players to know the information, I think there are better ways to deliver it. But if you don't want them to know the information, then don't say it out loud. You know, just say like hits and misses. And if you say just hits and misses and you have like, you know, your player's AC on your screen, which I typically do, then you can literally just say like, okay, that's 2 misses, 3 misses, whatever. It's this many damage. Like, you can go a lot faster with it than doing it all, saying it all individually. Now, the only caveat I'll say is that if you are vamping and you think there's going to be too much silence, like maybe he's just trying to fill dead air, but which is a, you know, that's a thing. Every DM has their strategy on how they, you know, think through things and keep it to where it's not just pure silence at the table while they're thinking. But this has happened a lot and a little too consistently for me to think that's what it is. And even if that was what it was, I would say that maybe you should look for some other strategies to go about vamping with. Vampiring, I know. Yeah. I don't know. Because Critical Role Stats needs the note. Did Critical Role Stats even exist at this point? Number one. And number two, yeah, just roll it out in front. Like, you don't need to roll behind a screen. There's no one forcing you. Wizards of the Jonathan middle name Wizard, last name Coast is not going to come to your house and take you out back and put you in the fighting pit with Grog if you roll behind the screen. You know what I'm saying? Or if you roll in front of the screen, you just, you know, you can do that. I agree, though it feels a little nitpicky, a bit, which is why I don't think I've brought it up until now, but it's so consistent that I think we're legitimately, like, consistently losing time to it, which is, like, it is nitpicky, but those nitpicky things can build up to slower sessions and to less emotionally invested sessions. Like, you know, those small things can kind of build up over time. I think he is across the room from them with the setup of the room at this point, so they wouldn't be able to see his dice. I don't think he's ever... to my knowledge, I don't believe that Matt Mercer, in general, rolls in front of his players. I could be wrong. Maybe that's a part of Matt's DMing style that I don't know about yet. But I don't know that the setup of the room has all that to do with it. Maybe it does. I don't know. They stopped this Jan. At this point, CR Stats was one Brit called Andrew, and yes, he was there from the start. Really? Okay. Fucking, all right. Fair enough. I think their table setup, yeah, and that is fair. That is fair. And if if they change the table setup where he's closer and he starts rolling out in front of them, in front of the screen, I'll fucking eat my words. If that is the issue and he wants them to know the numbers, and the layout of the room is just the thing preventing that, fair enough. I got no problem with that. Because, yeah, you're right. That would be, the setup of the room would prevent that if that was his goal. And that's a fine goal. If you want your players to know all the numbers, I just think rolling them in front of them is easier. But you're right. He can't do that. So, yeah, fair enough. He's also, yeah. The Pinkerton Smite. Why did Mega say my real name? Jonathan Coast. I think he wants the ability to fudge should he want. Then I think that it is weird, and I think that it is... look, I am a defender of fudging. I think it is weird to say it until, like... I think it's weird to lie about it, if that makes sense. Like, and it's already a 5-minute tangent, so I won't dive too much into my mental thought process about it. but just fudging whether or not something hits or doesn't hit versus like fudging the literal dice value, it feels like there's an extra layer there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Like, one of them feels much more like, oh, in this moment, as the DM, I am lowering their defense, or I'm making the challenge easier. So even with this shitty roll, you hit, or they missed, or whatever. Whereas lying about the dice value just feels like lying. So, I don't know. Yeah. Sorry, context. Crit roll stat stopped this Jan. Oh, crit roll stat stopped. I see. Along with another fan tracker. I think the clothing researcher person is still around. That's crazy. That's very interesting. I wonder, did it just get like expensive, or like I wonder what the context is there. I'm almost 100% on it being because crit roll stats keeps a running list of all roll numbers. So like that's why. Because I have noticed that he has started saying them out loud more. You think that's why? That's interesting. And that is like, I guess that is a meta factor that, I mean, it only applies to a streamed game. But that's fascinating. Huh. Okay. You know what? Fair enough. It is a small thing. And like I said, the downside of this is that, I think that they're consistently losing time. But if it is the choice between losing a small amount of time and, maybe a little bit of investment versus having this incredibly active and deep fan website, I'm picking the fan website every time. So fair enough. I don't think Matt fudges much when it comes to dice values. That's what I'm saying, Fanlair. It's like, if he's not going to fudge anyways, then just roll it in front. But as you guys have pointed out, so, if he starts rolling in front of it in the future, that's fair enough. I posted a pic in the Discord of the table setup. Oh. Could he stand up? I mean, he's telling the truth now, so if he lies later, it feels more authentic. But they don't know that he's telling the truth now. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're saying he's telling the truth now. We have no idea if he's telling the truth now. So, like, he could be lying about every single roll. And then at that point, like, why say a value at all? This sort of goes back to a conversation we've had a couple of times of describing things a lot so that when you want to surprise your character, like doing a bunch of wasted work so that when you want to surprise your players, it is easier because you can hide the interesting things within all the wasted work, which is kind of the same thing there, Summer, of like, oh, like I'm going to tell the truth about all of these values. I'm going to waste a bunch of time telling the truth about all these values so that if I want to lie, it is easier. But, and like, I guess maybe like less suspicious, but like, I think if your lie was suspicious already, you've already fudged wrong. That is my take on fudging, is if the players at any time think you fudged, you did it wrong. And you did it bad, and you need to rethink how you're doing it. They should never know. They should never have any like inkling that it was fudged. So if you're needing to do all of this work, you're fudging poorly. And if you're not fudging, then you don't need to be behind. Like, right, there's like a lot of like really weird stacked factors here that make this like a very weird thing to analyze. And I'm almost wishing I would have like done like a visual aid or something, but we're way too into it now. I'm not going to redo it all. Could Matt stand up with this setup? I don't know. I think he just genuinely wants to be transparent. Yeah, which at that point, if he literally wants to just be transparent, then roll them in front of the screen. And if the setup eventually facilitates that, eventually just facilitates him rolling in front of the screen, then fucking hell yeah. And if it doesn't, honestly, I would look into it on how to do that. Now, maybe it's literally just not possible with his stream setup. But if that is your goal as a DM, is you just want to be transparent and you want your players to know the values, I don't think you're going to have this kind of setup at home. I would just roll them in front of the screen at that point. Nothing wrong with that. Like, just roll it in front of the screen if you want to be transparent, you want them to know, and boom, there you go. You are bad and you should feel bad. Yeah, if your players know you fudged wrong. There's nothing wrong with fudging unless you do it badly. That's my quote takeaway. Fudging is totally fine unless you fuck it up. YouTube chat, the CR spoilers chat is popping off. Look at that. He rolls where he can comfortably reach. He has a screen to hide other things. If it's a super important roll, he'll stand, reach over, roll on the map for everyone to see. My thing is, if you're going to say the values out loud anyways, just roll everything in front. Because then it's like consistent drama of like, oh my God, what they roll. When the 20s come up, everyone's going, ah! Like, I think that they would pop off more at a 20 rolled in front of them than Matt telling them a 20. Because they're like seeing it and perceiving it with their own eyes. It's popping off indeed. His mindset could have changed. Also very true. You know, DMs evolve. That's very, very fair. Yes, I saw the timer. Blank is fine, just don't get caught. Yeah, all crimes are fine if you don't get caught. That's not true. I don't even want to attach my name to that because there are some actually messed up crimes that people could put that in front of. But yeah, lying is not bad unless you get caught. The stream teaches you so many life lessons. Clip it, do it. Ah!
Let's attack.
That's reckless.
So they all hit you. 3 of which are crits.
Yay! Son of a bitch.
First crit is 19 points of piercing damage.
Merry crit mess.
We're all gonna die.
The second crit is going to be a 9 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Last one's going to be another 9 points of piercing damage.
7 halved.
Or it'll be 15 total. That was a crit. So the 3 crits are out of the way.
Okay.
Okay.
37. So 15 total?
15 total. 15 on the last one, yeah.
Okay.
And so those are the 3 crits.
3. That's after 3. 16. 16.
There you go. So that's that. And the next ones are 11. Another 11.
I'm gonna have to thin these ranks out quickly.
10. And 7. So take another 39 points of piercing damage after that.
I'm gonna use my stone's endurance.
Okay.
That's stank.
So one of them. So yeah.
12 with the constitution. 16.
Okay, so we'll say you reduce one of the crits from 16. The first one just doesn't. So take 15 points off that. So I think one of the crits is 15.
Bro, what is Stone's endurance? I thought it was like a D12. I guess he could have rolled a 16 with that, pretty feasibly. But woof, that's a lot of damage he just reduced.
Okay, from that one.
Is it like plus your level or something? Is that a missing component here?
That's 39 points piercing damage reduced by half. That'll put you at 18.
Okay.
So take 18 points piercing damage from those 4 non-crits.
Okay.
So yeah, that ends the guard's volley. That brings us to Vex. You're up.
Me.
Yes.
And Trinket.
And Trinket both.
Okay, so I run in after Percy and my brother.
Okay.
Trinket.
Are you going to dash?
Well, a 16 plus is con, SSH. I implied that because he said it out loud. Get out of here.
You can move. You can double move using your action to move if you want.
Oh, I can?
Yeah.
Sure, I'll go ahead.
Unless this one use your action to like yell out for Trinket to attack, in which case you can give Trinket a round of
Oh, I do want to give Trinket a round of combat.
Okay.
So yes. And he gets a couple attacks if I don't attack at all, right? So
Correct.
that's good.
Yep.
Okay, Trinket gets 2 attacks because of Bestial Fury.
Correct.
Here's your voice.
Because he hears my voice. So he's gonna run around and he's gonna try to knock over the. He's gonna cannonball into the vampire guy.
Okay, so he's gonna move this way and then cannonball forward.
Yeah.
Okay. Trinket moves off the side, gets a couple running starts, and then rolls into a roly-poly style forward. All right, so go ahead and make 1 attack against him.
Okay. Okay. What do I add to that?
Your attack bonus?
Attack bonus for Trinket.
I don't know for your bear. AC, HP, bite attack, claw attack.
Yeah,
Plus
but-
8 or plus 8? Plus 8.
Yes, plus 8. Just
Okay, 15.
15 does not hit, unfortunately.
Ah.
So Trinket rolls past. He dodges out of the way. Gets an attack opportunity on him because it hit as part of the attack. That's a 27 to hit. Trinket takes 7 plus 3, 10 points of slashing damage
Of course he does.
as he streaks by, seeing the bear coming at him too soon and managing to pull out of the way and use that.
Yep, it has my sister, not my brother. I will also say, as I add more and more, it's gonna get less consistent, which is good. I think. I think we need some variability in here. I'm pumped. I think this weekend I'm going to add more to the bingo. I'm gonna add like a new set. But it's gonna be fun.
I'm going to be playing Rule Nazi tonight. Is that attack opportunity possible since he's grappling somebody, or?
Technically yes.
Okay.
So he's grabbing with one hand and then just dodges out of the way, moves over.
Is rule Nazi an old term for rule lawyer? That's crazy. I mean, different time, I suppose. And I mean, it's evocative. But damn, it was indeed shit. I I did not learn. Again, I learned D&D with my group as we were all learning it, and we did not really consume a lot of D&D like media. So I didn't learn the term rules lawyer until like 4 years after I started gaming, or after I started playing. Yeah, it comes from grammar Nazi. And soup Nazi. Okay, that's fair. I was just like, whoa, I've never heard that. It just threw me through a loop.
I'm trying everything I can to save this bear.
That's okay.
Trinket. Then he comes out of cannonball and
Trinket is
tries
a
to
character flaw.
bite the back of the vampire's neck.
Okay, let's do that because this is your full round to do that.
Right.
Usually, you choose a cannonball. Or do the two
I do my
attacks,
two attacks?
But because you aren't part of this combat for it, you're giving all of your round to him. I'll let you
Yeah,
do it.
okay, thank
So, Trinket comes out of the roll, turns around, and strikes with the claw. So I can.
He's trying to bite his neck
Bite,
like
okay.
a vampire.
So is it?
Oh shit. Woo, that's good. 27.
That hits.
Okay, so.
Split his head like a gourd.
11.
11 points damage. As Trinket latches onto the back of his shoulder and pulls and tugs at him, trying to get
him
him
on
loose
the grog.
from Grog's grip. Not strong enough to do so, but nevertheless takes the damage. Hits his back of the bear, clutched onto his shoulder. Cool. That ends your turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Okay, can I see the smoke from the fire rising up from what Scanlan did on the other house?
At this point, make a perception check. It's a heavy storm.
It's not great. 12.
12?
Yeah.
Currently, in the storm, does not able to really make up too much of any visual distance right now. I do not know if there is any fire going on or any signal at this point.
Okay, shit. Can I run around? Are there any other windows along this back side of the house?
Yep, there's a window there, window there.
through
Back
this
here.
side.
This side, there are no other windows. It is completely closed off.
No other windows.
Nope, there's just the one entry there that everyone else went in through.
Shit. Okay, I'll go inside.
Okay.
Hello, anyone in here?
Is there anything this direction? This way? Can we not get this way?
This is a storage closet that was already checked by Maximo Pasco.
Do we know if there are any outside doors over here on this side?
You don't know, no one's moved all the way in to see. It's not very well lit in there currently.
Like could I have gone around the edge here to see? Like, what do we have known going on this side? If there
No,
were
because you guys approached from that side, and so you saw windows. It was fairly dark. You saw a little light moving through some of the windows on the second story, but nothing down here that really caught your attention. So
we still have no way into this main room either yet.
not yet. There's a door at the end of this hallway, but nobody's gotten to try it.
Did you get to a second floor window?
You can push past your party and you can move down the hallway if you want.
Second floor is better than first floor anyway.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm an asshole.
I turn into an asshole.
I turned into an asshole. Were there any like?
you doing?
Really don't want to have to blow in case I want to. Yeah, you know what? Okay, I didn't go inside. I'm outside.
You came inside.
Kill something.
Not gonna wreck on it.
Dick. All right.
Just saying. You can't get halfway into it and it's like, wait, this didn't happen.
I mean, unless did she discover anything? If she did, I honestly, I'm because she's been asking so many questions, I'm not super clear on like what she learned outside versus inside. But I'll say, unless he revealed something or dice hit table, I'll let her retcon whatever she wants. I don't fucking care. Because to my knowledge, she has not uncovered anything that they didn't already know. Which in that case, yeah, fuck it. She can say that she didn't go inside. That's fine. Like, most of that to me, 3 Shaquille shape changes into an asshole. You're so right. Most of that was her trying to get herself up to speed. And the reason that Matt might be being a little harsh on it is because it seems like she might be getting herself up to speed after not paying attention. So I think that's why Matt might be being a little harsh. But if they didn't learn anything new and dice didn't hit table, I'll let her retcon that she didn't go in. That's fine.
Okay.
Well, technically none of this happened.
And
Thank you for coming with me on that journey. All right.
Do it.
fine, I'll just see if this fucking door is open. That's all I can do right now.
The one across the way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. Excuse me. Sorry. Excuse me.
You push past everyone you move, and you push on the door, opens up, and reveals a long dining room, a big, thick dining room table, double window across the way. This is the house's dining room. There are 2 double doors across the way that lead into, you would think is the foyer in which Grog and Trinket currently storm through, and you can hear, muffled through the door in the distance, the sound of combat impact and people shouting to each other.
Okay, I'm gonna cross. Can I cross over to that window and look out the front window? Like over the window here?
I'll say you can get that far, and you can just crest and look out the window if you want to.
Do I see any fire from Scanlan?
From this point, you've already checked once. You're just getting there. You won't be able to really see from here.
It's my turn.
Okay. Brings to the top. Percy, you're up.
Yeah, can I call him? Can I? Scanlan! Scanlan!
You make a little bit of a calling noise. You hear nothing back. You fear you might be just out of range for it.
Son of a bitch. All right.
I'm gonna make a run for the door.
Okay.
This is also the problem with the again, like, long temporal like separation between them, is that I have no idea if the whole range comment is accurate, but let's say that they were in range for just argument's sake. That is now harder for Matt and Scanlan to run, because if she wants to contact Scanlan, either she just can't. They just be like, fuck, it doesn't work right now. Or they have to only talk about things that would not change any of Scanlan's actions, I guess. And just, with the overarching thing that, like, Scanlan didn't hear her before. Like, it gets weird. It gets weird and wonky. And that is going to be an issue with splitting the party and, like, running them separate for a little while, no matter what. That will never not be an issue. But it becomes less of an issue if you swap back and forth more frequently. I think certain fans were also on the DM being too soft on his girlfriend thing, so Matt may have been overcorrecting. Possibly. Very, very possible. I mean, I think he has displayed that level of, like, hey, should have written it down, should have had the notes, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't, that sort of behavior didn't surprise me from Matt. He seems like he will, which I don't think this is a great behavior, but it's also a behavior that I kind of assume will go away, honestly. Maybe it won't. It happened several times with Tiberius of out-of-game annoyance having an effect on Matt's rulings in-game. And that is what that seemed like to me. Could definitely be wrong, but I've seen that a few times, I feel like. Hashtag never split the party. I feel like Matt is also sometimes harsher on Marisha because he doesn't want to seem like he's favoring his wife. Oops, I took too long to type. Yeah. Which is like very much a potential factor here. So, and especially like with how into it he is, he's probably always talking about it. Like, I'm sure that he kind of expects her to just inherently know more about what's going on than the others because she's like, has a relationship with him. I don't know. She's also very hated by the fans at this point. Unfairly. Yeah, we've talked about that. I think we talked about that in not like detail, but in a bit during the Tiberius autopsy. So yeah, I don't know. It was just an interesting moment of like, it did, like, to be entirely fair to everyone here, like, Marisha was taking a long time confirming things that, again, how I started this, it seems like everyone already knew because I don't think she was paying attention. So that's not great. That's like not great player behavior, but also I'm not going to like punish her for that by not letting her retcon, So it's yeah, I don't love either side. It def slowed down the combat. Yeah, 1,000%. And especially like, honestly, if this had been a theater of the mind thing and she was running through all that, totally cool. But the fact that there is a battle map that she should be able to reference as these things go, it was definitely a slowdown on her part, but I think that Matt, like someone else said, like maybe overcorrected a little bit.
You can get there. You're just at the edge of it. You want to try and like knock it open?
Yeah, I'll try and. Is it open? Can I open the door? Or?
You can try to. You reach out. It opens up and you can see now a light comes pouring through from the foyer and you can hear much louder now the sound of combat and Grog chuckling and swings and impacts and sound. You see a couple crossbow bolts go poof and scatter across the ground.
That is true. I do associate a lot with Marisha, but as the days go on,
I would have to use my action to move to.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, this is gonna be worthwhile. What you doing if I hate you?
What you doing?
Kill things.
Shoot out the window.
Shoot out the window?
Just act on the fly like Scanlan did. It
Go
turned
beast
out
mode,
okay.
yeah.
All right, proceed. Do you think?
Okay,
I'm gonna be helpful. I'm gonna burn my action to get into the room.
Where do you want to get on this side?
Right there.
Right there?
I want to stand right there.
Okay, so you just swing around to the inside. You can look up immediately. You see this curved banister and a whole row of guards up top. Heavy crossbows in the center. You can see some blur as both Grog, Trinket, and some individual are in the middle of this tussle. One of which the individual currently has Grog grasped by the throat.
How crazy? Don't know if I can do minor illusion that way right now.
Discord chimes? I don't think so. I don't think I've had any new pings come in. I'll go do not disturb just in case, but I don't think that was me. Might have been. It isn't, but sometimes things like this just happen. Yeah, 1,000%. Especially if combat has been going on for a while, things get jumbled in my head too. Yeah, well, and they just had a long time of just watching Scanlan and then jumping back into this, and yeah, there's a lot of wiggle room there. I do every time he resets the timer? Oh, yes, it is. So it's when I do this. Yeah. Because okay, so the I guess not inside baseball, but the reason for that is that the timer is controlled by a hotkey, and I always click onto my desktop, which is like right behind my webcam. And so I think I'm pressing like left bracket onto my desktop, and the and the computer's like, fuck you, what are you doing? But it stops and resets the timer. I wonder if I can get it to not do that. I might be able to map it to mouse buttons, but I think even a mouse button. Oh no, a mouse button wouldn't stop it. Okay, I'll remap it to something that doesn't ding. But I love how Taliesin always double thinks his plan, and I doubt it is too weird. Oh yeah. I'm sure it's a very normal plan.
What I'm going to do, I'm going to...
It's fairly loud. Oh, it's loud. Interesting. Okay, that's good to know, because it's pretty quiet on my end, but our levels aren't always matched up because I have like 3 different mixers that all of these things are running through. So, okay, good to know. Mega plays baseball. What position is Mega? He screams center field or short. Is SP shortstop? I feel like that would be SS. I haven't played baseball since I was, I think, 13? Right around the time I started playing D&D. I was a... Oh, Ty is correct. I was the catcher. Because I had a fucking cannon on me. But I was not accurate in the slightest. So I was the only 13-year-old that could yeet a ball out to second base from home plate. Even if that second baseman had to like move a little bit, but I could have never put something over the plate. I was gonna say the only positions I know in baseball are pitcher and catcher. Yeah, why is that, Akale? Starting pitcher, yeah. No, I'm the catcher.
I'm going to call Hex on that first guard there.
Which one, right there?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm going to burn my my action surge. I'm going to take 3. I'm going to start taking my shots, and I'm just going to work my way up.
Okay, so you swing around the corner, you look up at the one guard, and as you kind of concentrate for a second, bring your gun up, your eye is going to go black again, smoke kind of pouring out from the corner of it. Smoke begins to pour out of the midsection of the guard, looks confused for a second, it swirls around him as part of the hex that has him marked as you release your next 3 blasts.
Okay, this is with sharpshooter.
Okay.
That sucks. 7, 10?
Was it? Sorry?
10?
10 misses. First shot just goes wide, blasting a chunk out of the upstairs hallway.
11.
11 also goes wide this time, blasting part of the banister in front. The guard can dodge out of the way as the wood splinters past him.
Natural 20.
Yeah,
That's the first we know.
Okay, and that was also, since that was the 3rd shot, that was also a bonus shot, so that's kind of extra. Okay, does that mean that does everything get doubled?
All dice gets doubled, and the modifier.
Not the modifier, though.
Not the modifier.
Modifier stays the same.
Correct.
Okay, so that's roll twice or just double.
Double the die. It's faster.
Okay, so that's. I should just use my.
Device.
I know. I should just use it.
That's
9,
not bad though.
13, 26, 36, 42 points of damage.
Woo!
42 points of damage.
Before that was fire damage.
Before that was fire damage. Okay. As you look up, the first 2 shots fire.
Oh, see you later, Grimvane. I mean, I know that we are approaching the stop time for some of the Europeans. So I really just appreciate all the Europeans. You know, I know it's really late, but I am hoping that, we can do more, earlier for me type stuff for you guys, and so that you guys can be part of the lives. And I enjoyed having you guys here, and enjoyed you specifically, Grib. So yeah, have a good night.
Go wide, the third one.
Salute to the Europeans.
Just explodes in a burst of black smoke. The guard's head is no longer across his shoulder.
Oh, nice.
Okay, I move the black cloud to the next guard.
Okay,
He also gains disadvantage on all. Let's make it dexterity saving throws.
Okay, or ability checks.
Ability checks. Yeah.
Okay.
So all
So
dexterity.
the smoke pours off the body and coalesces around the next guard to his right. All right, that ends your turn.
It's the end of my turn.
Vax.
All right, I've got double speed. I go right towards the table, make an acrobatics check to slide my ass across it.
Are you doing that?
Do
Yeah.
some hazard
And land.
sign.
Just
Gotcha.
That is that's a 10. That's a 23.
It's so much
Right
cooler
there.
than me.
I want to slide.
Definitely. I mean, if this wasn't a thing already, I mean, I don't know. That it's Liam. Come on, man.
Into a crouch right behind. I don't want to go that far right by Percy because I can't go much further, I don't think.
A double movement?
Would I be able to make it to Grog?
Yeah, you can't trust a Canadian SSH. That's just true. Yeah.
And his friend?
If you were there.
Except
if I
my
can't make a
girl.
grog, I want to stay at the door. If I can make a grog, I want to go.
Movement. Yeah, you can get next to him.
I don't want to go next to him. I'm gonna go and eviscerate the bowels of the fucker who's fucking with him.
Okay, he's right there?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you can get up there with
attack,
some
because
movement.
he's engaged with grog. So
Correct.
here
As
comes
he
the
slides over the
And
table
trinket
in front of
is-
me, I go, that was pretty awesome.
right.
I didn't see that.
Nice.
More daggers.
So.
I know.
I'm alive.
So good.
It's okay.
Rogue rolls, rogue rolls, rogue rolls, rogue rolls.
you
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm stabbing the guy 3 times. I'm doing my catchphrase, man.
you have to
Dagger,
look
dagger,
it
dagger. Oh, he's already taken a turn. Okay. So I'm gonna use luck on that first.
Dude, it's never on when it comes up. I feel like anytime dagger, dagger, dagger is on here, it does not. It doesn't get said.
Attack and go again. Ooh, and I'll use the first one. So the first one was an 8 plus is 19 on the first.
19 hits.
All right. Second is 19.
It's
Third is 23.
all 3 hit. Go roll damage. Sneak attack on the first one.
All right. First one is I'm gonna use my flame tongue. Is 2 plus 9, and then here comes the juice. 9, 13, 17, 18, 20, 23, 25. That's the first one, and then second attack is 3. This is the keen dagger. That's a 10, and the third attack. I don't know what the fuck that is. Third attack is the flame tongue again for 7.
7. Okay, gotcha.
For 5 damage.
So you darken a blur of darkness. You come swinging up. You can see Tyler is currently grasping grog. Out of the corner of his eye, just sees the movement, looks over curiously as the blade is immediately in his side.
Bowels.
Is out, right? You can see like the kind of jowls shake from the impact of the dagger blow, and he looks kind of angrily at you. Fangs bared as the 2 other attacks at his side.
Yeah, I'm looking right in the eyes. I do that too.
At the end of your turn, he uses 2 of his legendary actions.
Yeah. I'm wearing my helmet, my shiny
I
helmet.
know. To look at you, reach up with the throat that he's grasped, and sink his fangs directly into your throat, grog.
I have a little collar. Does that help at all?
Not in this moment. You have a big neck, very big neck, very tiny collar. That'll be a 20 to hit.
Yep.
Alrighty. So you take 9 points of piercing damage.
Is that half?
It is half.
Already?
Yeah.
Okay.
So say 5 round up.
Sure.
However, you do take. Okay, 14 points of necrotic damage. That is not reduced, but your maximum hit points are now reduced by 14.
Got it.
As you feel that same similar cold feeling as the lifeblood being drained in your body, and you can see his eyes kind of pressing at you with this wild glare. That ends your turn, Max.
Yeah.
It's now his turn.
Spider-Man?
Yeah, now it's taking his turn.
That's
He's
fine.
now going to go ahead and make another bite attack on you again. As he pulls back, he reaches his throat and grabs the other side of your throat, going for the other side of the jugular.
It's a grog buffet.
It's natural 1 though.
Hey!
Oh, because you got your necklace on.
Yeah, it's
However,
necklace.
he does have advantage on you because you used reckless strike.
Never
Still?
use that
First round.
Doesn't it cancel
Is it
out
still?
for 1 roll?
It's like if you roll the one
Advantage versus
It
disadvantage.
was in on the first
roll,
attack, right?
It was a run on the first attack, yeah. It's until your next turn attacks.
Dude, okay, so people have mentioned this before. I legitimately have no idea what Liam sounds like. Because, like, I'm thinking about what he sounds like, and I'm only thinking of Vex's voice. And you guys are saying, and I've heard this once or twice, that is not his actual accent. I have absolutely no clue what he sounds like. I would have also been surprised to learn that, and probably will. I will probably forget about it, and I will be very shocked to learn, especially because I watch the occasional after thing or exterior thing, but it does not sink in like the actual Vex does. He's from New Jersey and has a pretty standard American accent. Sounds like me. He sounds like Tibbs, funny enough. Right. Bit Jersey that is smoothed out. Dude, I cannot imagine fucking Jersey on this. I can't do Jersey. I have a few Jersey affectations just because my stepdad is very Jersey. But I cannot do the actual accent. You have to listen to him talk during an announcement and or before the post-session talks. Interesting. He stays in character so well. He does. He really does. And I will say that for just the twins in general of like staying in character so much. I think that Laura has maybe an easier task in doing so. Although easier, not easy. Because it seems like Vex is at least somewhat rooted in like more of her than Vax is rooted in Liam. But I could be wrong, especially the shiny disease. But they are both amazing at like constantly staying in character. They're really, really good at it. Jersey accent time. What was that big word? Affectation. Affectation. Like affectation. Behavior, speech, or writing that is artificial and designed to impress. A studied display of real or pretended feeling. Okay. That's so interesting. I used this wrong. That I just used that word straight up wrong. I meant that I have a couple of things that I picked up from him that are totally non-standard for like where I grew up. So like a lot of like the stank I put on like water. Like which isn't even that much stank. I'm trying to think. I don't know, the way that I like elongate some of my syllables is a little bit Jersey, but not a I guess not an affectation. Uh-oh, we got caught with Mega using a word wrong. Mega will use lots of words that sound right, but probably aren't. Just to wait till campaign 2, they both take it up another notch. Fuck yeah. Was that another bad accent? I got nothing but bad accents. Don't you worry. Liam and Talos also tend to often stay in character silently when not in focus, to the point some people get worried that they are mad, bored, etc., when they're simply subtly acting PC reactions. I get that a lot. When I am like role-playing my characters, I really try to like stay in it and like really mold my body language around it. I don't know that I'm as good as them, but that is something that I try to do at least, and also unconsciously do. Them being able to stick with an accent for so long is genuinely impressive. I constantly forget my PC's accent. 1000% me too. I'm not going into that. That's a whole rabbit hole. I was gonna talk about one of my characters, but way too far. Mannerisms, yeah. I was going for a particular speech mannerism, like a particular like vocal mannerism. Is what I was going for. Okay, I just heard the big word and went, I gotta know what that word. Yeah, that's fair. I love knowing words. I like knowing words that apply to really specific situations. Like I really love in Italian, there is a word for tomorrow, and there's a word for the day after tomorrow, and there's a word for yesterday and a word for the day before yesterday. And I love that shit. My favorite word is ostensible, because, and I know that I use that one right. It's my favorite word because it is actually, it like, did I spell it wrong? Ostensible. Because it actually describes a situation that I think is really common, that there just like is no other way to describe. It is stating or appearing to be true, but not necessarily so. The delay may have a deeper cause than the ostensible reason. So like when you say that like that is ostensibly the situation, you are saying that like that is how it appears to you, but you are fully acknowledging that like that may not be what is actually going on. It's like a word that implicitly like tells people that like this is what I think, but I might be wrong, which I think is a concept that is not very common in modern discourse, is admitting that what you think, but also acknowledging you could be wrong. So I really, really love the word ostensible. It's my favorite one. It's time for Mega's bad Polish accent. I don't even know what Polish people sound like. I'm gonna be 1000% with you. I can't even think of what a Polish accent is. Inflection, maybe the word you're looking for? Yeah, maybe. I think inflection doesn't necessarily carry the implication that it is like an ingrained part of your speech. But I don't know. Words don't come easy to me. They don't come easy to me either. I am bad at learning languages, but I really like to. I think it's really fun. I'm not very good at it, but I have a lot of fun doing it. Well, Tal created Etruscan. I was like, Etruscan. So who knows how he normally sounds? Yeah, it's a good word. Yeah, ostensible is ostensibly a difficult word, but in fact is not. Look at this. But what about anti-disestablishmentarianism? Come on, that's level 1 shit, dude. It's good shit, but it's level 1 shit. Come on. When did we become the Oxford Dictionary stream? That's true. This is, okay, wait, I don't know this one. Sesquipedalism? Something to do with the number of limbs? Sesquipedalism. I mean, pedalianism. Pedalianism. That sounds like we're down with seven-legged people. That is my read of what that word means, just based on etymology. Anyways,
So all attacks and follow-up attacks get advantage, even though he only gets advantage on the first
I'll read it for you right now. It's a cool ability. You're not the only tank in the room.
It is the worst ability I've ever heard of.
If you're only fighting one person.
Yeah.
Yeah, but attack rolls against you have advantage until your next turn.
Oh no.
Because he's out of it. He's going cuckoo.
Jesus, never use that thing again.
Sesquipedalian. Oh, polysyllabic. I see. I haven't heard of that one, so I don't know how to pronounce it off the top of my head, so I'm not even going to try. You know what? Actually, no, fuck it. We go one time. Okay. One time, no restarts. Pneumonolotremicroscopic lesclovolcanoconiosis. Nailed it!
Every time.
doing so gives you advantage on melee weapon attack rolls using strength during this turn. So yes, I apologize. It does give you advantage on all your attacks. I misread that.
Oh,
That's okay. That's okay. Stuff happens. Give him a bonus.
Let's rock.
15
Yeah, it's
HP
fine.
or
Going
something.
forward, good to know. So it does give you advantage on all your attacks. It's the first attack is the one that confused me on the way it was worded. Sorry, folks. I know better now. But for that, I will say the one stands as retribution for me. For It doesn't strike for the bite. This time, however, he does manage to catch the chainmail quick. That's kind of made you swings it caught in a chain, pulls away,
Like making out braces.
releases you. Or it doesn't release you. It's holding you there. It's gonna go ahead and make a claw strike across your face. 2 and that'll be 19. He does hit. Okay. You take 8 points of slashing damage. Reduce to 4 because your rage. That ends his turn. Grog, you're up now.
I need to. Am I still grappled?
You're still grappled.
Yeah, try and break the grapple.
Okay, so you take your action.
You know, I was about to like pause and keep reading chat, but talk about going off on a tangent into the weeds. We gotta move on if we want any hope of getting here. Y'all can keep going. I'm just gonna. I have to move on.
So athletics roll of
22.
Yeah, you just shove him off. Not a problem.
Awesome.
So bonus action to strike if you like.
Can I use my bonus action to try and grapple him back?
Not as bonus action, unfortunately.
Okay.
I can actually do that.
No. I will attack you.
Okay.
Just one, right?
One strike.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, 21.
21 does it. Yeah.
So and that is.
Maybe a
That's
gale.
9, 17. 22. 22 with the fire damage.
Damage. All right. Whack! And you're watching, like, as he does all these actions, you see his body begin to reform, the wounds beginning to heal themselves in the vampire manner. But as soon as that wound begins to sew up, you take your hammer, boom, slam it into it again, reopening, and you can see now like, parts of his muscle are exposed. Kind of deep purplish color, this very unnatural interior to his flesh.
Something's not right about
You can see it burn, the flames kind of cauterize the edges of the wound. Awesome. Is that finished turn? You want to move it all?
Is String still behind me?
Trinket is on his backside,
It's currently on flanking the guy.
holding onto his.
Him.
Yeah, no, I'll stay.
Okay. That brings us to the guards' turn.
The guards.
Boy.
They all reload their crossbows. These 4 are now going to make shots at you, Percy. These 3 are going to take shots. No, all 5 of these guys are going to take shots at Grog now. They're going to take you down so they can move on to the next target. So 4 shots on you, Percy. That is 20.
That hits.
18.
That hits.
20.
That hits.
And 11.
That does not hit.
Okay, so you take from 3 heavy crossbow bolts at you. 7, 19, 32 points of piercing damage. All 3 bolts can stick into your chest. They're big, long, thick, heavy crossbow bolts. One of them kind of just cleans off your shoulder and catches the edge of the wall. The other 2 actually sunken into your torso and are sticking out of you. For the fight against you, Grog.
Yep.
Since you did direct the strike last turn, you're not with advantage. So that is a 19.
Hits.
There you go.
12.
Misses.
That's a 25.
Hits.
There's a 19.
Hits.
Last one is a 24.
Yep, so 4 of them.
Yep. That's a 11 plus 7, 18 plus 8, 25 plus
26.
13. So 39.
39, half.
18.
Okay.
So 18 points of piercing damage again. You're now just bolts are sticking out of your body all over you. Like almost traditional armor from the bolts that are on your body. But you're still standing there frothing at the mouth, angry, just like, come at me! Then it's the guard's turn. They're all reload their bolts and pull their crossbows up. Vex, you're up.
Yay! Can I get up to the doorway? Tell me I can.
With a dash you can, yeah.
But I don't get any action then.
Unfortunately, no.
Damn it!
So they've
Alright!
got Janet.
Damn it, Janet! Alright, Trinket's just gonna, Trinket's gonna try to claw him.
Okay, go ahead. 2 attacks. Trinket.
Yep.
Make it good.
Come on, you're my favorite bear, Trinket.
That hits him. That definitely hits him.
Should they?
That's
16
a...
plus 11.
Okay.
Yeah.
Remember, this is just part 1. Yes. So this one, I think John's been put in the session times, which is very dope. Yeah, in terms of content to watch, the first half, it includes like 11 minutes. You know, the part before the break is 2 hours and 11 minutes. And then the second half is 36 minutes. So once we get through this part, we have watched most of it. But Scalen makes fun of Trinket. Did he? I might not have. This message is held for review. Uh-oh, who was naughty? Holy fuck, it's Ben. Yeah, you can use the fuck word. I probably should go to sleep. The VOD will always be there for you. The sign said the fuck word. No, naughty. YouTube got mad. But I'm glad that YouTube's not just auto blocking it like it used to. I have no idea what changed. YouTube literally used to just automatically block that shit out. I think what happened is I told YouTube, instead of, I used to tell it, don't filter things, and now I tell it, send filtered things to me, which I thought would be, like, more restrictive, you know? But now I think I'm, like, seeing the things that it used to filter out, so I can actually, like, manually show them. Anyways, but yeah, so I think that, you know, once we're through this ep, so we have about like an hour and 10 minutes, 12 minutes left. It feels more like Sam. Yeah, I don't know if this is Scanlan making fun of Trinket. Where is Scanlan making fun of Trinket? Is that even on here? Oh, it is. Yeah, you know, it's close. If we get to the point where this would give us bingo, maybe I'll count it, but I'm not gonna yet. I forget people actually see it as a bad word sometimes. Oh, I don't, but YouTube does. My very first word, and this is a 100% God's honest truth story. I'll get my mom in here sometime to tell it. My very first word was shit. And my dad is not a huge cusser, and I was at my dad's mom's house, like that, paternal grandparents, and my mom curses like an absolute sailor, so do I, and I had not started talking yet, and my grandma was watching me, and my grandma is I'm trying to think of a way to describe her in terms of, like, temperament. If y'all have seen Gilmore Girls, kind of Emily Gilmore-esque, like, very, like, button up, like, very prudish. And so she went to my dad, and she calls my dad, and she goes, "Do you know what your son just said?" Not her grandson, mind you. His son. And then my dad went to my mom because he knew it wasn't him that taught me that word. And he goes, this is before they got divorced. And he was like, "Do you know what your son," like, they just transferred responsibility of me to each person down the line. But no, yeah, I'm down with it. I'll approve it if there's a cheeky little fucky wucky in there, but I don't give a shit. But YouTube, if the chat is moving fast enough, I might not notice it. So if you curse in a comment and you don't get it, you see that it doesn't get shown, it might be because I just missed it. But yeah. Wee woo, someone said the no words. Mega has timestamps and session info. Yeah, I do, which is so sick. Everyone, if you're not aware, John Forsyth, the GOAT, sends me timestamps. That was the very first method towards watching them faster. So he sends me timestamps of, like, what I need to watch, cuts out the chaff. It is incredibly helpful, and it is the reason that the streams are as short as they are. They would be absolute ballooning in length if not for those timestamps. So that is a big round of applause for John. There we go. So like 5 more hours on stream. I don't know how many more hours it would be. In the beginning, before the timestamps, I used to just like do like little like fast forwards until it seemed like I was at an important part again. And it was very janky. This is so much better. To paraphrase Danhausen, no swearing, but curses are okay. Lol. Fully not claiming you at that moment. Yeah, just a cheeky fucky wucky, you know. My gram was like that too. I told her I was hanging out with my gang. Yeah, I can see that. At school when I was like 8. And she told me my mom off for potential gang activity. Very much. That's very much the vibe, Summer. Very much. Short. Ew, little fast forward. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, another story that illustrates kind of who my grandma is. At one point, she walked into the house, like the house that I grew up in, and looked around and was like, "Oh, Nicole, like Nicole's my mom. Oh, Nicole, like the house looks really clean. Like maybe you can actually keep it that way for this time." It's like that sort of shit. Yeah, lots of lore dropping. We're dropping lore. All right, work done. Hey, what up, Ed Turd Mons? Welcome back. Yeah. Big bruh moment. Yeah. So they're she's honestly, it's so funny. She's mellowed out so much in her old age. She's so much more chill now than she ever was growing up. So like my Paige has only met her since she's like gotten chill. And like, you know, she still is who she is. She just doesn't say it out loud as much, I think. She's gotten much cooler to be around, which is nice. Backhanded compliments are family's ways of showing love. Sure. But anyways, gotta go back in time and see reactions to the Sam Gambit though. So bye, sort of. Yeah. I will see you in the past, Ed Turd.
You know,
All
right, so
what a comeback.
That was a critical roar.
11 for the first. And then...
So sour, it was sweet. 3 plus 7 is 10.
Oh,
20.
yeah.
Which part doubles?
Just the dice double?
The dice doubles, yeah.
6 plus 7.
13 for the second attack.
So total 23 damage? All right,
24 damage.
24 damage? How does Trinket 1 and 2 do?
Oh! I just killed that fire!
Is this a first? Is this a first?
This is a first.
Is this a first?
I think it's Trinket's first kill.
Trinket claws crosswise and takes off his head with a bite.
Okay, so as Trinket reaches down, arcing across both claws across his back, Delirious drops to his hands and knees, looks up as Trinket then puts his jaws down over the head, and lifts up. As you see, the flesh begins to tear on his body. He screams out in pain as the body turns to mist.
Damn it! He's a vampire. But you know what, Trinket?
The mist there? What
Mist is there, yeah. There's a clump of mist where he once was.
Trinket.
All right, so
So the head disappears from his mouth, or does he still get?
it's still just like kind of
Man, right when they put up the Trinket thing in the background, it was fate.
purplish congealed blood in his mouth, but the
Good
vampire's
job,
sword has been
Bill.
forced to mist at 0 hit points. All right, that brings us to Keyleth.
Okay. So seeing Vax go over the table and being like, "That was cool," I'm also gonna be like, "Hit." Over the table. I'm gonna join the Dukes of Hazzard tree.
Acrobatic check.
Damn it. That's
That's not a huge difficulty.
17.
17, yeah, you jump up, slide across, land across. The bonus there is it takes only one block of movement, 1 type of movement to get across.
Oh, I
That's
see.
5 foot there.
So I'm gonna come in, and I see a headless dude with mist.
No, you just see Grog, Vax, and Trinket in the center of this foyer with a big cloud of mist kind of near Trinket and Grog, and an entire array of guards with heavy crossbows trained down on the 3 of them in this like ambush pit.
Did you know what it was?
Yeah, you would. We've learned about vampires. We know they turn into mist.
Yeah, the vampires down by the tree did this.
Yeah.
Missed it in.
Sunlight this shit.
Sunbeam.
Someone can yell at me.
Sunlight.
I would say, make an intelligence check.
Okay. This one.
Great moment on Matt. Great moment. Because Marisha is clearly torn on whether or not Keyleth would do this. Right? It's not like she's like looking at this and being like, I know that Keyleth wouldn't do it, but I want to anyway. Like, she's very like, would I get it? Would I not? And I think that is an amazing jump in for Matt. It's not a moral dilemma. It's a like a tact. It's a memory dilemma, which I have every day. But this is a great jump in by Matt when your character, when a player is clearly conflicted like that, to just like give them a roll, because, and like I won't even set a DC for it. I will just say, make an intelligence check and like whatever you think the dice is saying to you, like go for it. But I think that, you know, there could be an aspect of like, oh, well, she could just roll a d20. But I think that number one, the DM telling you to do it, and it's sort of almost like permission that it's okay, whichever choice you choose. And as a DM, you can pick an ability score or a skill that makes the player feel like the D20 roll is more grounded, even if they're the one deciding what the CR is in this case. I would tend to say that this soon after the other vampire fight, Keyleth is justified in going after the mist, but I agree that Marisha hesitated herself. Exactly. Which is like, as a DM, I want you to be able to play a character that doesn't remember shit. If you think that Keyleth wouldn't have remembered this, then more power to you. I think she would have, but like, I'm not the ultimate authority on that. So like, if she just asked me like, would I remember that? You know, I might just say yes. I might just be like, I'm pretty sure you would have, but you know, if you're hesitating, you can roll this check. I would probably say it faster, but but yeah, I think that like, all in all, good work. Because the other players were like, yeah, you'd remember this just happened. But she was still looking at like Matt for approval. And so he's like, all right, you know, fucking roll a check, whatever. And now she can it's sort of like flipping a coin to help you decide on, you know, two choices. Once you flip the coin, you will know which one you would have chosen. And I feel like the same effect happens when you give a player a check that you don't tell them if it failed or not. They get to decide. I think it's sort of that same effect of like the moment that they flip the coin, they'll know which side they want it to land on. So I do that not often because it doesn't come up often, but whenever it does come up, I like to do that. Taliesin does that sometimes for his characters. He will roll to make a decision and let the dice decide. Yeah, 1,000%. And like a lot of times when I play, I'll roll dice on my side just for thoughts. And when I roll them, I don't set a DC. I just roll them and I'm like, does that number feel like this decision? And a lot of times like that sounds so vague that it wouldn't be helpful, but it's so helpful. It's like the moment I see the number, I'm like, yep, Eudokia would do this. It's like instant. People say that you know which one you wanted when you flip the coin, but I never know and I just see where it falls. Hey, fair enough. And if you need to set a DC for yourself to help you make those decisions, that works too. I'm stealing that? Fuck yeah. I honestly don't remember if I know that doing that was come up with during our first campaign, but I legitimately don't remember if I came up with it as a DM or if one of my players came up with it. And I just instituted it throughout the rest of my career. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's a Megaphone Man table original, but I don't know if it was me or not.
That's the intelligent dice.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Just with my modifier. Yep. So that's. Wait, is this a saving throw?
No, just roll.
17.
17. Okay. I'd say, given the circumstance right now, just rushing in and just seeing mist there, and people think you have no idea that's a vampire. You have no reason to believe it's a vampire. You just know that right now there is. I'm just being honest here. You walk in the room and there's just a little bit of mist in the ground, and there's a bunch of guards up there. It looks like there's a threat of a bunch of guards in the room.
Identified, it's a vampire.
You know it now.
Krog, in the middle of a frenzied rage, would not.
I would have enough to point and say, oh, for the love of God. Okay.
Keyleth, take your turn.
Oh man.
Go ahead, give me. Take your turn.
Sorry, stop giving me a
Fine.
Yeah, dude. I don't know. That's a little harsh. Like, you know, if you do want to legitimately make it a check and, you know, that's how you want to roll it, but like, I don't know. And you see like even Taliesin's like, but I couldn't and Matt's like, no more metagaming, and it's like, I don't think this is the lightest metagaming ever. Like, calling it metagaming in my brain puts it on par with Orion already knowing about running water with vampires before they've ever encountered a vampire at all before. And they're just so not on the same level as that. You know, and I mean, you know, these things happen. Fuck-ups happen. Or not even fuck-ups, but just like weird rulings. They happen. It can't be perfect. But I don't agree with this ruling from Matt. Yeah, it's just kind of lame, isn't it? You know, like a 17. Yeah. That is also true. It's like implying if a 17 doesn't hit by the, you know what, let's look it up. I don't want to misspeak here. Because the I mean, the DMG gives recommendations for like what a DC means. Let's go grab one really quick. DC. I wonder if it'll take me if I search everything. DC. La 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 la. No, it doesn't. Cool. Maybe difficulty. Difficulty? Let's see. Come on. I don't want to dig through the DMG, but I do want to see this table. Difficulty class. Aha, this is exactly what I was looking for. Okay. A 15 is a moderate task. A 20 is a hard task. So a 17 not doing it implies that it is hard for her to remember this, which I like. I don't know. That's pretty not brutal, maybe. That's a little rough from Matt. Matt is the first person to say he makes mistakes. It's the first person. I would hope he's not the first person. But yeah, everyone makes mistakes. I make mistakes all over the place. Oh, he's the first person in like the general, like compared to other people say. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, no, everyone does. Every DM does. I would argue this is one of them. Yeah, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. Matt has decided to kill those damn pigeons. He does seem annoyed by the pigeons. I'm sensing a little bit of annoyance from Matt this session with like the earlier Kiki comp, which, you know, people make mistakes. People have bad days. You go into a session sometimes and it's been scheduled for a week and you are prepped for it, but you got a shit night's sleep last night and you're not really down to like hold the players' hands while they debate on if their person remembered it or not. Fine, you don't know if you remembered it, roll a check. 17, you don't fucking remember it. Move on. Like, you know, people get pissy. That's humans. It's all good. Overcompensating Orion when Orion is in here. Matt is trying to lay down the law, but it feels like he's choosing the wrong moment. Yeah, which, you know, again, fucking happens. He's implying Keyleth has a terrible memory, like the worst ever. Yeah, kinda. Which, that should be determined by the modifier, right? Like how good her memory is if we're using an intelligence check to represent that memory, but... Keyleth can be ditzy, but this is particular kind of obliviousness in combat, yeah. I don't think it's metagaming as they've already encountered. Yeah, exactly. Also, the townspeople have explicitly said they've... That's true. I forgot about that. They explicitly... the Archibald dude drew a very direct connection between the mist and the vampires, so... Yeah, like I think we could generally agree that this is maybe a not-so-shining moment from Matt, but it also fucking happens. This is only the second stream since announcing Orion's departure. Dude, that's so crazy. You're right. That it's a weird perspective to like reorient myself on. I feel like he's been gone for forever. This feels like Matt entered his overcorrection era. Might be, dude. I mean, especially after you announce that Orion leaves and like Orion had so many of these rule problems, he might really feel the eyes on his back. So that's very possible that that's a factor here. Phone battery's about to die. I'll catch the VOD. See ya later, Daniel. Goodbye. Yeah. Interesting.
Well, I know what I want to do, but I can't do it without feeling guilty. I was going to sunbeam this bitch.
It only makes sense. I'm just saying.
What makes sense?
You wouldn't know that little bit of mist on the ground there is a vampire. There's no way that Keyleth would know that based on the way you just missed it.
Are we just see a black mist?
It's just a mist.
We got a ton of other people in the room, though.
And there's black smoke around one of the guards up there. And
Okay, well, if I saw a black mist, what I would probably do, realistically, is think it was like some sort of poison shit, and I would wind wall it. So I'm going to wind wall that mist.
Okay, alrighty. Let's see. This actually be pretty interesting.
That's what I would assume it was, but I might be...
Instantly starts looking up rules like, oh, fuck, what happens if they, like, dissipate their body while it's mist?
Aiding it and, like, getting away.
Alright.
It's bullshit.
Alright, so you put a wind wall up in this area. You can see the mist dissipates for a second. It holds its place. However, this wind wall is now currently held up in this area. That's your action.
I kind of wind wall it to try and keep, like essentially do the wind wall.
Like here?
Yeah, around Grog. I'd want to protect.
Right, like this area?
Yeah, I want to protect him from the crossbows.
Okay, so then just wind rushing up around. You can...
That's totally fair, Kale. I mean, I am in this weird state where, like, people can disagree with my takes, but they can just be like, like bad take, L take, whatever. But I can just be like, agree to disagree, blah, blah, blah. But I have sort of this shield of non-falsifiability where, like, I can give you guys my creds, and assumingly the knowledge with which I talk about the game and ostensibly how much I have thought about it would imply that everything about what I'm saying about my DMing career is true, and you would assume that I'm a fairly good DM, but you guys have never seen me DM. So I have this shield of I can't be criticized as much as someone like Matt because I've never made something and like put it out there for the world. So like by all accounts, by every metric you could ever go on, Matt is a better DM than me. Like absolutely no question. And I think behind the scenes he's probably a better DM than me. Not to say that I don't think I'm good. It's just he has a lot of experience in the public eye with people criticizing him all the time. But like, I imagine I do want to eventually put out stuff that is falsifiable, that people can critique. And it will be hard not to take it to heart. Especially with something like D&D, where like, you're leaving a lot of yourself on the table when you DM, when you play a character. Like, there is just a level of like emotion that you have to put into that. Not only is this like your artistic work, but it's like so many different kinds of artistic work that like it will be tough for me when I eventually do put out something that people like can just look at me DMing and critique me. It will be hard not to take it personally and not to want to respond to every single thing people say. So yeah, I very much empathize with him there of like, that would be incredibly difficult. Plausible deniability? Yeah, like, people can assume that I'm a good or bad DM, but because I've never put out anything publicly of me DMing, it's all conjecture, which is a weird shield. I think it speaks volume with how Marisha reacted to the situation. It clearly upset her, and I would say fairly so, yeah. Which is like, that's the hard thing, is like, she was clearly waffling, and like, speaking of the whole, like, once you flip the coin, she was clearly waffling. She didn't know which one she should do, and then the moment that he said she didn't remember, she was like, no, fuck, I should have. Like, the moment that the results came up, she knew which one she should have done. And which one, like, felt right, I've seen you DM, and I'll keep my comments to myself, I think. Fair enough, Connor. Yeah, I think that Connor's fucking around. But also, I have a lot of flaws as a DM that don't get brought up during the stream because they are not relevant to analyzing someone else's play a lot of the time. But when you guys do see me DM eventually, I will have plenty of flaws to consider, I think. I am not going to be a super shiny, polished boy. And that is the sort of inherent power imbalance between analysts and critics versus the things that they are analyzing and criticizing, Like, I think that what I'm doing is valuable and that I am, like, making good content. I don't think I'm, like, picking on anyone. But there is, like, a very, like, distinct power dynamic between, like, me and Matt right now. I hope you have a stomach for it. You can go to the video to the right now and see how many people have recently complained about just that. Marisha haters are less vocal now, but still exist. Yeah, fair. Now you're good. Oh, yeah, I figured. Connor's one of my players. Which is why I can't let anything slip about BitD in my plans. I do not have flaws as a DM or a player. I am the flaw. I'm going to rewatch the Matt Mercer interview with Philip DeFranco. I'm interested to see if he mentions the eyes on him. I remember, like, one thing from that interview. I'd love to watch that interview someday. Just in general, more Matt Mercer interviews, but I would want to watch them chronologically so that, he's inevitably going to talk about the campaign and potentially moments within it and spoilers. if there's unplowed ground in the AP space, it might be a willingness to mercilessly analyze and critique each session of one's own. Woo! Maybe. I personally don't know that there's a ton of unplowed ground, to put it that way. I don't know. I'm skeptical on it, but I don't even know how much I want to say on this. Let's just say I have plans for putting out content where I DM, but not plans for an actual play. And I don't want to reveal more than that. It would definitely affect the flow of gameplay, though. But it would be interesting to watch if anyone had the nerves for it. Yeah, 1,000%. What up, Pharaoh? How you doing? How you doing? All the Vox Machina is gone, but that's a good kind of hard. But that's good, but kind of hard now to get behind the scenes. Yeah. Fair enough. Like athletes who regularly film themselves to find the flaws. I mean, and I do film my sessions. So I film my sessions for 2 reasons. Or actually, well, kind of. There's like a 2.5 reasons. The main reason is because it makes it easier to write session reports. The second reason is because while I'm writing the session reports, I sometimes have moments of like, oh, dude, like, like I'll have like, moments with myself. And it's good for me to like see. And then the third reason that has never actually come up because I only started thinking about it and like filming the sessions. This only got brought up afterwards. But it can also be fun for like player clips, like, you know, like highlight reels. If someone has like a really fun moment in the session, I could theoretically clip it out and send it to them. I do it all local, so like I don't upload it anywhere. But yeah, I do record my own home sessions. Self-critique is a good tool to have. It's an amazing tool. It's an incredible tool. And I'm sure that Matt, was probably self-critiquing him, but there's a huge difference when it gets put out in the public eye. And I do plan on experiencing that at some point, but oh boy, is it going to be tough for my ego.
See the tapestries and the walls are flickering around.
And then I once again go, Skellen!
There's a little bit of crackling through. You're right at the cusp of the distance on these communicators. So Scanlan, you hear bits and pieces. At this point in time right now, you have your frame crackling in your ear, but you're still on the roof doing the chaos. So you haven't heard anything really coming through at this point.
Doing the chaos.
You're gonna stay right there?
I'm doing this thing.
Yeah, you're just falling off the roof.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm gonna kind of back in the corner and keep this wind wall up.
Okay, concentrating on the wind wall. Then set to Percy.
I take my next shot at the next crossbow bugger.
Go for it.
That's 15.
15. Just misses.
God damn it.
It hits the armor and ricochets off.
So am I kind of encapsulating the mist in my wind wall? I'm kind of trapping the mist in.
When you have it, the wind wall itself is not a full circle. It's just kind of a semicircle.
Half circle, yeah. But is it like stuck in the wall?
It's currently overlapped with it. Yeah.
That's 22.
22 points. 22 hit.
Yeah,
Hits.
hit. That's
The lighting.
18 points of damage.
Alrighty. I need a third attack.
And my third attack also on hit. Is also 22.
That hits as well.
And that's that sucks. 2 points of ice damage plus 11 points of normal damage.
Okay, so the last 2 blasts hit him. You can see he almost gets thrown off his feet from the impact. There's now blood dripping out from under his helmet, from where one of the blasts got his chin, one into his chest, and he's still standing up barely. And he's kind of still confused by the smoke that's swirling around him. Gonna stay where you are?
Oh, see you later, Tai. Have a good night. It's good. Sometimes I think of things and I'm like, oh, I'll pause when there's a comment and talk about that to try and keep the flow up. But good night. Oh my gosh, Tai. Thank you so much. That is, yeah. Thank you. I really appreciate it. That is very generous. And I'm, like I said before, no restrictions or directions on how you spend your money, but I'm happy that it's gifted so that people can get in there. But thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. And good luck on Strixhaven. Huzzah. Damn, it feels weird to go back and I'm talking about something I'm not used to. But what God, I get thank you. Speaking of the like battle arenas and these situations, I very much get and understand why the two battle arenas are very similar. I think that is a decent thing to do, especially if you're going to mix up the combatants in both of the fights. So like you have very, very similar battle arenas with very different combatants can really like shake things up. That's very cool. But I will say, I'll say two things. Number one, I think that Matt designed a great monk combat, which is not common. This combat with all of these crossbows at the top of these stairs and then, a big guy down here, this is just monk fodder if I've ever seen it. Bunch of ranged people that he can catch the projectiles and then run ahead of everyone to start dealing with ranged combatants, put them within 5 feet of you, give them disadvantage. Like, this is pretty exemplary monk combat. If you are looking to make your monk feel cool and powerful, this is what you do. This is at least the starter of what you do. But beyond that, it's kind of boring. And I mean, there's something to be said for maybe he designed these houses and the layouts before Vox Machina did their actions in game. And so now he's, just keeping the layouts the same, but having the things within them react to Vox Machina. That's fair and that's fine. But the way that they react, I think you need to be really careful about it accidentally making your battle arena kind of lame. Of like, really, all this is, right, if we pull up paint here, is, oh wait, what? No, why can't I pull up paint? Hello? Oh, because my magnifying glass isn't working. There we go. Is to use my old stuff. We have a house that appears to have a room there, a room there. Here, let me just get it up. Oh God, no. Undo. No. Okay, whatever. That's fine. So we have a house here with a hallway there. There's some sort of room in there, some sort of room in there, but we don't know what they are, so we'll just skip them. So we've got a room back here, dining room right here. And then, get rid of that. Then we have a room here. Oh God, this is not a brush. We have a room here, and we have a obstacle up here, and that's it. Now, this, oh no, I need to set color 2 to black. So, and these have, no. Gosh, can you tell that I'm not used to drawing on... Why is it still red? Am I going crazy here? There we go. I don't know what's happening. So this has 2 connections. This has 1 connection. This has 1 connection. And then this hallway also has 2 connectors in here. So there's kind of a dotted area in here that we don't really know about. And these are connected like that. Okay, now the main problem with this is that all of it is black except for this. And throughout the course of the combat, the obstacle has sort of moved down to here as well. But there's nothing interesting here. And by, interesting, you can have a variety of things that you are interesting. An environmental effect that you can trigger. Something that gives you some sort of information about the enemies that you're fighting, a clue towards the overarching narrative. Like, okay, if we wanted to make this node interesting, that's not hard. We're in this central entryway. You could easily hang art on these walls within the narrative. And during the combat, as you are going through this, you can describe that art. And maybe, you've narrated this as being, maybe assumingly Lord Tyrelli or something like that. But maybe the art on the walls, of a different person. This is all off the top of the dome, but you can put in some clues to this combat to shake it up a little bit, making this more of a blue. I changed the color scheme when I made it a stream thing, so I don't actually remember if I made blue interesting or not, but that's what it is for the purposes of this. You could make this blue interesting. In this dining room, you could have an interesting node, which would be solid, because, let's say that node isn't interesting. This node is an obstacle, that node's an obstacle. That represents, this main area right here. And then you have something interesting in here, something interesting in the back room, maybe a treasure or two, something like that, and these stairs aren't particularly notable in any way, at least that we can tell. So, all of these connections between anything, there's no obstacles. It's not like there was a barrier between any of these doors. There wasn't. I think there was a lock to get from, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong on this. I believe, oh God, I'm trying to click on OBS, which I guess behind the scenes, I look at OBS a lot rather than the actual screen because the actual screen is up there, so it would look weird the whole time. But I think that this node went to, the outside. I think that this connector was actually red, which is, interesting. It had a lock on it. But this entire thing is just the obstacles aren't spread out enough. There's nothing interesting going on. So the battle map itself, even if these obstacles, these red dots were more well spread out throughout the map, because the actual format of the map is not bad. But at least so far, we can't see all of it, so it's hard to tell. But from what I can see, it doesn't look bad. Because I also think that there's another path off this way. Oh, they're red. That's not what I wanted. God, I need to... Is that... Oh, color 2 is right-click. That makes way more sense. I'm pretty sure there's another path off this way. But, this looks like a generally good structure, but the actual distribution of interesting things versus obstacles, even if the obstacles are reordering themselves within your dungeon or battle map or whatever to react to players' out-of-game stuff, this arrangement is still lame. So you need to make sure that even after they react, that their new structure is interesting even after the reaction. Feels like shooting fish in a barrel, but the players are fish. Yeah, and this structure right here is not bad. But the path to get there was boring as hell. There's nothing interesting on the way there. And there is nothing but obstacle here. And this is also kind of interesting, where normally you have obstacles like this, especially like these guards, between like your ultimate objective and the players, and like the entryways. I'm not saying that this is bad, but even if the guards were reacting, I think it would have made more sense to make Lord Tyrelli or the Goliath guy like a captain of all of these people, and then have Lord Tyrelli or someone go deeper into the house or something like that. The captain and the guards are all at the top of this, and then Lord Tyrelli goes somewhere else off in the house, where they have to continue to go through some stuff. Maybe some more interesting things get dropped. Maybe they gain some treasure. Lots of different options. But this is like really front-loading it all, which, again, is okay. But if you front-load if you front-load your objective, because, this is the fucking front door. If you front-load your objective, you also have to front-load the interesting stuff. Because if Lord Tyrelli was later, you could just have these obstacles just be what they are, nothing interesting. And then between the obstacles and Tyrelli, you can drop in the interesting stuff. So they deal with the obstacle, get the interesting thing, or get the treasure, and then get to Tyrelli. So the structure is just a little odd. And like I said, I like that the world is reacting to them. I like that things are ostensibly changing because of their actions. But you want to make sure that even after they've changed, that that's not the whole interesting thing, right? You want it to still be inherently interesting with the change as like a nice sprinkle on top. NFT? What's NFT? Me NFT? I don't have any NFTs. The thing on the fucking like pop-up, that is just like a stock image from Stream Elements. Lol, happy little trees. I'll draw for you. Stair slide. I want to show this diagram to people without context and ask them what they think that is. It's like a Rorschach test. Yeah, that would be interesting. I can see a lot of different things here, especially with like the things all being covered up in different places. Reminds me of a raid map for hardcore MMO. Yeah, I can see that. I think the firing squad was just lazy. This makes sense strategically thing on Matt's part. That isn't bad thing in and of itself, but it can lead to situations like this. That's a great summary of it, Fanlair. It's like the firing squad makes sense, and it's good to have your worlds react in ways that make sense. But you have to make sure that those do not create uninteresting things in the aftermath. You know, you have to make sure that the world reacting does not make it boring after the fact. Mini chase. Yeah, you could have a mini chase. If once Tyrelli got lower health, and which may be Matt's plan with the whole Mist business, is that Tyrelli will then run away as Mist. I'll give that to Matt. That could be coming. So when I say all this, this is of what we've experienced right now. If they defeat Tyrelli right here, battle map was okay. But if Tyrelli does escape and leads them on a little merry chase and they get interesting things on the way, then that could be great. So it's hard to say. It's hard to say right now. It could be saved in the future, or it could fall a little flat. Line goes up, or how Dan Olsen killed NFTs. Oh, because I said line goes up. I do love that video. I love line goes up. Great on paper. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm tapping out. Catch you all in the VOD. Thank you, AKL. I appreciate it. Yeah. And I'm sure a lot of full episode Fridays will be like that, where like, you know, if you watch from the beginning, you're probably going to have to tap out. So I no worries at all. These are going to be long streams. But I'll see you later. Good night. But yeah, so that's kind of the problem that I'm identifying right now, just at its core, is that there's not enough interesting going on here. But Matt could change that as it goes. We'll see. I gotta go as well. See you later. Oh, I know it's Montana time lapse. It's Gimmick? Grimlet. I know that there's a name, but I can't remember it. I'll see you on Monday.
I'm going to just take a step forward.
It took everyone a long time to get into the battle too, which is, and I will give Matt total carte blanche there. You cannot control how quickly your players get into battle, especially if they choose different entrances. So I will give him, I will absolve him there. And I will also say maybe that's why he didn't narrate anything interesting on the way, is because he wanted them to get in quicker. But I don't think that that's the way to react to it. If they're going to be late to the battle, they're going to be late to the battle. They made that choice. You should, keep your dungeon with the interesting stuff on the way. True, yeah. I mean, but it does bring in a point about like how you design your entrances, how your entrances connect to each other, and your players learning that they maybe don't want to go in separate entrances. That might just be a player lesson that they need to learn. I am surprised there were no other guards stationed at the other entrances. That is weird. And I have thought about that with this, and we'll have to see how this goes on. I've been, holding my tongue on it a little bit of why are they watching the front door? Because Vox Machina did not go in the front door to get to the guy, right? To get to the first guy. So it is kind of interesting that they're both just posted up in the front room, and because they're just so sure that Vox Machina will not go in the same general way that they went in last time. Like, that is kind of interesting. But also, there's a very good chance that that could get explained as this goes on. So I haven't wanted to pick on it too much. Especially if Matt designed it purely strategically. I mean, there's a good mix between strategy and flavor. I would say that, like, no, actually, I see what you're saying about, like, strategically. I would still say that even if we are designing this purely strategically, strategic designs can still be interesting. So I will actually give a perfect example. I'm going to look up Forge of Fury. So this whole shoot them in a barrel type arrangement is just a loop. It's a loop with an elevation change, which, again, is not bad. Classic monk stuff. Like, this is exactly, this loop with an elevation change is the prime way to make your dungeon more monk-friendly. If you have a monk player and you want them to do a cool thing in your dungeon, make a loop, make there be an elevation change, and put ranged people on top of the elevation change. That's it. That's how to target a monk positively. Give them cool shit to do. That's like the level 1 way that you can do that. But this loop is not interesting. And Forge of Fury actually has a very similar setup. I'm going to see. No. Aha. Yep. The mountain door. So this. Where'd it go? Aha. All right. La 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 la. Okay. So this setup right here, for those of you who haven't played Forge of Fury, there is a big locked door right here. This big locked door, I don't remember what the check is to get past it, but this is basically what I would call a path obstacle. It stops you from getting from one room to another, and you need to expend some sort of resource or have some sort of knowledge that you gained elsewhere to get past this. Right here, this 4 and this 4A, these are both arrow slits. So people stand with crossbows right here and fire down on you if you are trying to get through the dwarf door. That's strategic, but that's interesting. The other part about it is even once you do get through the door, both of these are hidden doors. These secret entrances right here. This is strategic. There is nothing what I would traditionally call an interesting node. Like, there's not the painting that I described there. There's not a clue. But even if we are talking about, like, strategy that is effective versus strategy that is interesting, I would argue that this strategy is both effective and interesting. Whereas the basic loop is effective, but not wholly interesting. Now, you have to balance all of these factors because, again, bringing back the monk example, this Forge of Fury is not monk-friendly. A monk's not doing shit, I guess, besides deflecting the projectiles, right? This is not a monk strategic thing. So a lot of these map design concepts do kind of butt up against each other occasionally of, like, are you targeting any of your players? Do you want to design it with a specific goal in mind? But purely in terms of, like, what is interesting to look at, I think that Forge of Fear is much more interesting. And just to kind of show the difference between, like, this loop and that loop, let's slide over the Rorschach painting. This is a, oh, nope. This area right here is a blank node. There's nothing there, right? There's no one to fight. There's no one to overcome. It is a totally blank node. And then there is a obstacle in the way. And then there's another blank node, I think. There actually might be a guard in here. I don't remember, but I think it's a blank node. Then there is a secret door, another obstacle in between. So you have another obstacle up to this obstacle node because there is a person in there. And we have the same thing right here. And then these two are both connected to this through an obstacle. Because one of my core map design tenets is if anything can interact through it, it's a path. Like these arrow slits, if you're Keyleth or if you're Scanlan and you polymorph into a fly, that's a path for you. So I never consider like an arrow slit to be like a wall. You know, I always draw a path through those sorts of things. So immediately, when we talk about like strategic and interesting, I would argue that this just visually is already like a lot more is going on. You can tell that there are a lot more factors at play here. It is a more, there's just more to it. And it's your job as a DM to make sure that this isn't like a slog, right? Because this does run the risk of being like impenetrable to your players, honestly. It would depend on the context of the rest of the dungeon, but I don't love the Dwarf Door's design just at its base. I wish that this node right here, if I just had to make a small, quick correction, I want there... Oh, nope. I would want there to be... This to be an interesting node, and for the interesting node to be related to a puzzle to get past Path 1. That would be my small modification to Dwarf Door that I think makes it a very cool area, where there is this interesting thing. Maybe it's written on the wall. Maybe it's a dropped scrap of paper. So you're being rained hell on while you try to figure out a puzzle. I think that's fun, personally. And also very strategic on the part of the dwarves involved here. So that all brings us back to, you know, the CR thing here where, you know, there's nothing there. Maybe if it could be possible, small modification here. Maybe the stairs fucking drop out, like, or maybe they like fucking flatten all weird with a lever pull that's at the top of the stairs. So now flying people have a more interesting thing. People with long jumps, people that can move across uneven terrain or difficult terrain very easily. Like you can make this actual path a little bit more interesting to make the entire thing more interesting. All right. Especially if Matt designed it pure. Is this a trap? Could be a trap. I could see that. I've been holding my tongue on this. Well, you can see I spent 20 minutes talking about it once the dam burst. So I have been holding a little bit in. This battle needs some juice. Yeah. It needs, like, right now, the only obstacle in this are people, which is fine. But if you want to juice it up a little bit more, and you don't even want to add a clue, you don't even want to add, like, something, you know, narratively interesting that furthers the plot, adding more unique types of obstacles and more interesting types of obstacles can make your entire map fucking red. But as long as the obstacles are novel enough and different enough from each other, that can still be a very interesting battle map. Incredibly interesting. And honestly, when you're designing a battle map, you are going to be focused more on obstacles. You're going to be focused more on dangers. So using my notation, it's going to be a lot of red. But making those red things distinct and different from each other and novel so that you can like really separate them, that's what's going to make your battle arena feel interesting. If only we had a PC who could do dope monk shit. That's a sick map. Oh, Forge of Fury is awesome. Forge of Fury is really cool. A 20-minute pause. Yeah. Oh god, yeah. Stair slide. A chandelier would be fun that could be dropped. A chandelier is perfect. A chandelier is is a very like good example of something that could be easily added into this to give some interest, especially if the chandelier is, you know, it's fire, it's candles. They're looking to burn this place down. I know that as the DM. So adding in some open flames for them to use is definitely not a bad way to go. But yeah. Boring fight. It's like nothing happened for half an hour. Yeah. Yeah. Which is, that is just the way of D&D sometimes. Sometimes, as a DM, you think you fucking nailed the map. You think you nailed the combatants, designed it perfectly. And in practice, it's just boring as shit. Sometimes it's just straight up your fault. Sometimes the players did shit you weren't expecting. And sometimes you might auto-balance in a way that makes it boring because you don't want to TPK. Like, there's a lot of reasons that a fight can turn out boring. I think one of this fight's factors is the map design, though. There could be a lot of others. I think Daisy mentioned that referring to the pause time. Shit. Got him.
Up the stairs. Okay.
Yeah.
Ominously stepping up the stairway.
Damn, I feel savage.
That brings us to Vax.
Right, so I'm going to start rushing up the stairs. Before I do, I'm going to spank Grog as hard as I can on the ass and say kill, and run up the stairs at the first guy who is enveloped in Percy's smoke and start stabbing him. Yeah.
Okay. He's up above the banister. So
there's no balcony?
No, the idea is the banister rides up and there's a wall along it, and then along the second floor, they're all up on the second floor here looking down at this.
So there's no way up there?
There you could leap up, make an check, leap up and over the banister.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's good. That's 30.
Yeah, you...
Wait. What's happening? So this goes up to like a floor 1.5, but it doesn't go to the second floor that is also overlooking this? Wait. I gotta hear that again.
Who is enveloped in Percy's smoke and start stabbing him. Yeah.
Okay. He's up above the banister. So
there's no balcony?
No, the idea is the banister rides up and there's a wall along it, and then along the second floor, they're all up on the second floor here looking down.
Oh, so he's just saying he wants to go more directly, and Matt's saying you'd have to go all the way up and around. I see. That makes more sense.
So there's no way up there?
There you could leap up, make an check, leap up and over the banister.
Yeah, that's good. That's 30.
Yeah, you jump, grab it, flip over, land on the balcony next to the guy enveloped in smoke.
And then stab him to death.
Go for it.
Okay, so one. Do I did the leaping take any of my actions?
No.
Okay.
Just
So that's 22.
22 hits.
And a 16. And 1. So
the first 2 hit.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Wait a minute, John. Wait, guys, don't turn against me. What's happening?
First one is the flame tongue dagger. That is 4. Plus it is 10. And the second one is the king dagger, and that is 2 plus 7 is 9.
All right. As you rush to the goblin, you're confused. The smoke's rolling around, and the first 2 daggers stab, and the second one actually finds between his ribs up to where his heart is, and you see him just gasp for a second as he just crumples beneath your grip, and you kind of slide the blade out as he crumples to the ground.
That's the button.
that is the dead button. All right. That ends your turn. Kaleri is going to make.
He's still alive.
He's a mist.
All right. The mist pushes past. He's going to use an action.
He pushes past the wind wall.
Oh, he's in the wind.
But it says that figures caught in a gaseous form can't pass through the wind wall. In the spell.
It does.
I just read it.
That's my motherfucking wind wall.
Because it's gonna screw up my arrow, so I was checking in. But yeah, it also says he can't.
You would start throwing people down the stairs, but I think I'm a bad player. I think maybe if you do only 1, or is it 2? Pitchforks. Oh, I don't know if pitchforks exists. Or maybe, wait. Oh, is that coming off in actual chat? It just looks like nothing on my end. I don't know. Anyways, I wasn't even trying to be savage. That's legitimately what I thought Daisy meant, lol. I would say that Daisy was being savage. Because I also think that's what she meant. But no, I mean, throwing people down the stairs is totally chill behavior. I mean, that's what D&D is all about. And I think that, again, the wider variety you give of, like, it is what Daisy... lol. I think the wider variety of, like, obstacles and dangers that you give means that you'll just have even more fun player behavior, like what Just Me T said.
Creatures in gaseous form can't pass through it.
Why would they even have a hypothetical for that?
Because the thing's right here.
This moment.
Right. I'll say.
Thanks, Mike Miles.
However, as part of that, then Trinket is also in the wind wall as well. Just as a note, so Trinket will be taking bludgeoning damage from being within it.
Okay.
So just as a heads up. In fact, right now, have Trinket make a strength saving throw.
Sorry.
It's okay.
It's like a hurricane or something?
It's okay.
8.
Okay, Trinket takes 3d8 bludgeoning damage. Go ahead and roll 3d8. 3d8.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I'll roll.
But you're capturing him inside, I didn't realize you had it actually on him, and so having the wind wall on him to prevent him from moving would also have Trinket in it.
It could be worse. That's 6 plus 4, so 10.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright, so that makes a watching roll.
Yeah. I did. It definitely did. I didn't blow up.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you for that. So Tyler cannot break through. Tyler stays there, misforming caught in the whirlwind. Grog, you're up.
I'm up.
Yep.
Oh god.
Well, I can't get through the I mean, I don't know what the fuck. All I can do to gas, hit it. Can I start running up the motherfucking stairs and jump up like Max ladies? Hit to kill!
All right, yeah.
Do I make
You can get up to there, and you're just within reach to get one guy over the banister, probably.
Yeah, I'd like to do that.
Okay.
That's a 23.
That hits.
Yay.
4 attacks.
Oh, how many attacks do I get?
All of them.
Yay, that's amazing.
Barbarian 40 feet, crazy movement.
Yay, 22!
Yep.
Shit! 12!
12 is not hit. First do it.
13 and 17 for the first one.
All right, 17 damage.
And 15 and 17 again. 2 plus 2.
Nice. All right, so whack! The hammer comes streaking down, slamming into the guard there. His crossbow shatters from the impact, and the flames begin to lick on the front of his body. The second slam smacks him again. This time you hear the armor ring out from the metal impact, and he kind of shakes from it. The third time you're just in the middle of the series of swinging, he backs up, and you just smashing the banister instead of him. The hammer cracking part of the ground on the second floor. He looks pretty messed up from that series of attacks. All right, that ends your turn, Grog. It's now the guard's turn.
Come at me, bro.
This guard's gonna move over here. So I'm like, oh god. These 3 here are going to attempt to fire on Trinket through the wind wall. These 2 are going to fire at you, Grog, and these 2 are going to longsword you. They pull their longswords. This one's going to turn with his crossbow and fire at you, X.
Finally.
The first is the attack at you with the crossbow. That is a 20.
Oh yeah, it is.
You take 13 points of piercing damage. As the bolt strikes you right in the chest, kind of cracking your sternum a little bit. You're like, oh, that's gonna suck. You feel like scraping the bone as it impacts.
What the fuck?
The 2 longswords against you, Grog.
Yep.
That is 18.
Misses.
That is a 12.
Both
Both of them, the blades come at you. One of them like actually hits your shoulder, but it just sticks an inch into the flesh. You just flex and the blade pops out. That you just duck your head out of the way. It goes long. That's awesome.
Dude, speaking of non-falsifiability, I can't wait to get into the unshots and for people to be like, all of these dungeons are so boring, Mega. What? All of your battle maps suck ass. Come on.
Then these 2 are going to fire crossbows at you, Grog. That is going to be a 15.
Misses.
And 23.
Damn, I was almost Neo. Just dodging
I know.
all sorts of shit.
10, 13 points of piercing damage.
Half to 7?
Half that 7, yeah. And then now the 3 aiming at Trinket. They all have disadvantage.
They can't, nothing can shoot through the
Nothing
window.
can shoot through it at all?
Arrows can't go through it, it said.
At all?
She said begrudgingly.
Fucking sucks.
Well, I mean, it's gonna save a bear, right? After I punched him with the
Also
wind.
kill the bear.
Yeah, they don't have to miss. They all fire through. All bolts just get scattered
Go
across the
straight
room.
up to the roof. It's closing.
Wind wall.
Does the roof go, the wind wall go all the way up to the ceiling, or does it go to a certain height?
It is
Foot high.
50 feet long, 15 feet high, so it doesn't go all the way to the ceiling.
Okay.
In fact, it gets just a little bit past the second floor, so it's about the height of the guys on the second platform.
Okay.
That ends their turn. That's your up.
Okay, I'm gonna tell Trinket to get out of the wind wall.
Okay.
The wind wall gets an attack of opportunity.
He's gonna move.
Okay.
And he's gonna be very happy to see me come around the corner of that door.
All right.
Where I will see a bunch of dudes up high, and I want to try to do conjure barrage up and over the wind wall and over in an arc down on everybody on the other side of it.
Interesting. Okay.
The lob.
It's like a woo!
Yeah, which at this short distance is not a lot of strength to get the lob.
I'm a really skilled archer. I'm kind of like Legolas. I know
You're
how.
shooting up this way, like the wind wall itself only really encompasses the
Oh, really?
bottom of the foyer. So if you go up the stairs a little bit, you will be able to get these guys.
Can I get up there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, then fuck yeah, I'll do it and try to get everybody in that cone. Sorry guys.
No, make
So
it
it's gonna, yeah, you're gonna hit all of them.
Ah!
Go for it.
I'm gonna one of those. I can take it.
Okay, wait, I guess how this works. I just throw it in the air and it turns into a cone.
Yep.
So I don't have to attack?
They should have a saving throw, I believe, right?
Yeah, they have a dexterity saving throw.
Everyone make a dexterity saving throw, or at least you two.
Yeah. I have advantage. I don't have.
I'm casting this as a level.
Don't have advantage.
One guy makes the saving throw.
Yeah.
25.
I believe you do have advantage, Grog. I could be wrong.
20.
Yeah, you all
Nice.
succeed. So one guy makes, one of the villains makes it. They both make it.
Okay.
It's half damage,
What
right?
about all those guys up at the top?
That's what I'm saying. This guy made it. These two didn't.
What about the other ones?
Are you in the, from this perspective? These will go for the wind wall. So the wind wall
Oh,
itself
really?
will prevent from getting this guy probably hit actually.
Okay.
He fails.
Ha!
So yeah, these guys are unaffected because the wind wall prevents the barrage from that point. So it's good.
So I can't get like a critical hit on this because it doesn't have to roll. Okay, man.
It's good. It's pretty good.
16? Okay.
16 damage?
Yeah.
All right, so it's half that first hits, right?
Yeah.
All right, so 8 damage, 4 damage.
Oh, one can't dodge.
Okay.
After, so what did you give me for damage? You had 8. 8, that's 4.
And then as a bonus action, I'm gonna Hunter's Mark. Who looks the strongest?
The
Not you. I don't want to go that.
I mean, they're all pretty standard. There's one dude over here that appears to be kind of commanding him.
Yeah.
You don't? Is that not? I could have totally forgotten barbarian features. I'm gonna look it up.
I wanna
in this
hit him.
window.
Okay, Hunter's Mark him?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I thought it was like
Hunter's
like
Mark.
carnal instinct or something.
All right. By the way, the guy that Grog had slammed, the barrage just riddles him with arrows and he kind of falls over and
I think it is
and crumbles to the ground.
dangerous. I could be
Last bit of health that he had.
Took away my playmate.
That's in your turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Okay, so I'm gonna keep maintaining this wind wall and kind of wrap it up around the mist, kind of double enforce it.
Okay.
And I'm gonna scream, "What is this?"
I don't know.
All right. And then what are you doing?
You don't know.
It's a vampire!
Ah.
I'm putting my gun away anyway.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that count?
It's a vampire, we just
You
killed
know
him!
it is.
Sort of!
Be warned, starting thin ice with metagaming with your DM going forward.
Oh, no.
Yes, you have now heard it
I'm
from
not
Percy.
gaming. I'm
Fine.
legitimately
I know,
asking.
you
What
got
does
it.
count?
I know, it's fine. This counts. It's fine. You heard Percy say vampire.
Vampire!
Oh! Great!
What's that charisma score again?
The end. And we fade to
Fantastic.
black.
Yep, right there.
Drop your fucking wind wall so I can hit something.
I'll drop the wind wall and cast Sunbeam.
Yeah, especially after that, I feel like Matt must be... I feel like this is more a reaction to Orion stuff because, like, the treading on thin ice with metagaming with your DM, it's like, dude, do you remember what Orion used to do? And she is, like, bending over backwards to try and, like, not do it, even though she wants to as a player. And, like, probably should be able to. Like, he's been burned. I get it. I mean, you know, we had a lot of... There's ultimately, like, a lot of theories as to why Orion was ultimately let go. And, you know, there's a lot of factors there. But one of them we know was his interaction with fans and like fans interacting with him about the cheating, I believe. So I feel like now that they've had all these meetings and they've announced this Orion stuff, Matt is probably really defensive about the metagaming now, which is fair enough. Like I don't want to get on him too much, but yeah, poor Marisha getting the fall out of that. Come on, man. Stop breaking my balls and allow me to realize that this mist is a vampire. Come on. They may have also had a convo out of the game. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Danger Sense gives you dex advantage on any traps or spells you can perceive. Okay. That's what I thought. I hadn't even gotten there yet, but okay, cool. Sick.
And just eyes flashing light, just right in the concentrated beam where I have this mist there.
Okay.
And stuff.
Okay. Yeah, that will be considered direct sunlight.
Your eyes.
As you release the wind wall, the mist immediately begins to push its way this way out of the room. However, you catch it, your eyes glow, and as you release your hand forward, a blast of pure sun energy shoots forth from your hands. You see it burning the back wall like a big, thick laser. And as the mist tries to escape, you catch up to it, and you hear this faint, echoing, screeching cry as the mist immediately is evaporated on impact.
Can we loot the mist? Thanks.
Can we loot the mist?
You can fill a pocket with ash if you like.
Well, some points.
And you know what? Okay. This is the not even me reiterating anything. This is an amazing example of why you bad vibes. Yeah, it sucks. This is why with higher level parties you have to make every inch like purposeful, which is hard. It's why getting to higher and higher level parties like makes it harder and harder to DM. Because like in this example, you know, I gave the example of like, okay, you know, this dungeon could work if like they have this fight here and then Tyleri like, you know, runs off as he's missed, you know, after he's died, blah, blah, blah. And then like, you know, they go through the rest of the dungeon, little mini chase. There's some more interesting things. Like you could really make this encounter very interesting. This is a great example of if your party is sufficiently leveled, if you put the objective in front of them, but you think to yourself, ha ha ha, I'm such a smart DM, they'll never be able to defeat the objective right now, I have an escape hatch lever I can pull. If the moment you think that is when the rogue is underneath the escape hatch disabling the lever. Like, you do not. When the players are lower leveled, yeah, you can kind of predict at least their general abilities, like probably up to even level 10. But once they get past level 10, you will forget, oh, he's not going to be able to escape as mist because we have sunlight on command girl over here. So I can't lead them on a merry chase through the thing. I would even say that it's risky to even show the objective. So there's like another aspect here of, you know, you show Tyleri and you're like, get him, boys. And then Tyleri starts walking away. Bro, people have hold person by now. People have hold monstrosity. Like, there's a very good chance that unless you take away their agency and don't allow them to act to stop Tyleri from getting away, that they're going to have a way to keep him there and then kill him. So the easy answer to this is when you are running higher leveled PCs and dungeons, you never show the objective before it is okay in your mind that they kill that objective. Maybe you can still show it a little bit early and still have maybe, that chase sequence, but you need to come to terms with, hey, if they kill him the moment that I show him, that's okay. The dungeon will still have been cool. Because at this point, they just have those options, oh no, the bad guy has Dimension Door now. Oh no, we have 2 players with Counterspell. You know what I'm saying? Like, reminder, 5 hours into the stream, over 2 since last bio break. Good, yeah, we will take bio break. I keep thinking to myself, we'll take a bio break when the combat ends. And it's my fault that the combat hasn't ended yet. So I'm still thinking that. I do have to pee. But we'll see. Hopefully it ends quick. We killed a goddess in a high-level endgame, and our DM was not holding punches. She had a 1 in 2 chance insta-kill, for instance. It was pretty insane. It sounds like if she was doing that shit, he was ready for you to fight her. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think that's the thing that I'm hitting on right now, is that lower-leveled stuff, you can sort of dangle things in front of the PCs in a way that they don't really have access to it. And so you can make these maybe a little bit like, you can make like almost a cutscene-esque feel without having to actually do a cutscene, like still letting them take their actions. That becomes less and less viable as the PCs get higher and higher level because they have so many options, Matt tried to make the baddie run like 3 times now. Exactly. That's what I'm getting at. Is it's like if he wanted this bad guy to run, they're too high leveled. They're gonna keep him there if they want him there. They just have the resources to do it now. So if you don't want the bad guy to get killed in this fight right now, they shouldn't be in the fight. Just straight up. The combat cannot end if you keep pausing. I know. Don't wait for the combat to end. Take a bio break now. All right, fair enough. Matt tried to make it was a good time. It did cause the apocalypse, but fun. Ooh, classic. It was like the equivalent of like killing Mystra. It caused all of magic to unwind, even though maybe Mystra was a dickhead. She was the only thing keeping everything together. Very nice, very nice. Okay. You guys are right. We'll take a quick bio break and return in a moment. All right, what's up, everybody? What's up? Quick bathroom break, because you're right, we need to pick up the Emmer fucking pace. So I had to say MFing pace, and then I wanted to, I don't know. My DM had to straight up ask my group to not kill a baddie. That's a tough one. That's a tough moment. That's a tough moment of humility of like, oh, I've prepped so much around this, and like, it's not your fault, but like, please don't. Oh, it's so funny, dude. We did kill Mr. Whoa, I picked it. Let's go. My BG3 headcanon is that it was that party who killed her. Fuck yeah. Everyone's out here killing Mistra, dude. And we fully stumbled into being very bad people. Dude, I mean, I have a whole video on this. D&D actively encourages murder hobo behavior. And so I will forgive anyone who accidentally stumbles into it. We also failed at figuring out the puzzle that required you to put a torch in the empty torch holder. Dude, puzzles are hard. And as a DM, I have found that those sorts of puzzles, like the, torch in the torch holder, unless there is another clue, like, okay, in a lot of video games, a lot of game designers will be like just the torch existing and the torch holder being empty is enough of a clue in a video game a lot of the time. But big fucking opinion thing here, that is because in a video game there is an inherently limited amount of options. So things just existing in a video game is much more significant than things just existing in D&D. And so you need to give an enhanced amount of clues towards even what are apparently simple things like torch in the torch holder. Because I've been spurned by many a bad puzzle, both by my creation and playing through them. And they're hard. They're very, very hard. We also do not kill Leviatar. She's awesome. I don't know enough about the canon to know that one. Become the white rabbit in pace. All right, you're right. Let's do it. We did so much to that torch holder, except that's my problem, dude. That's a great example of like the video game to D&D thing of like in a video game, there's like gonna be like 3 to 4 things you can do to a torch holder, right? Like maybe you can whack it, you can put something in it. A lot of times that's fucking it. Whereas in D&D, the free-form nature of the actions means that like that sort of clue needs more guidance because there's so many things you could do to the torch holder that aren't putting the torch in it. Anyways, let's up the pace.
Likes that, Pilgrim. That's my turn.
Alrighty.
Wait, can you use your bonus action to link it Matt to ask for forgiveness?
Look at your babe.
No, I have to ask for forgiveness.
First you're up.
I can use my bonus action to heal somebody if someone wants it. Actually, how about this? I use my bonus action to ask what the shit was this.
There you go.
Does that make you feel better?
Sure.
What's the damage on my rapier again? Is it 1d10 plus?
1d8.
1d8 plus.
It's a plus on rapier, so it's 1d8 plus your dexterity modifier, plus 1. 2 plus 7 for you.
Okay. Then in that case, I'm going to bring my hex up to the very next.
Right there?
Yep. And I'm going to put my gun away, walk up to him, and begin stabbing.
Alright. 2, 3, 4, 5. At that height, you're gonna have to leap up onto the second floor.
Oh, see, that's right. He's still up on the.
Yeah.
On the,
So
I'm not gonna pull my. Then I'm gonna walk up. Not quite that close, but
okay, so there.
step back. Take my next
walk
shot.
upstairs. Go for it.
That's 21.
Hits.
That's 23.
Hits.
I'm gonna stop there in case that kills him.
Oh yeah, the quick little like, is that enough for you? I used my bonus action. Yeah, I mean, look, I would feel salty, and I honestly think that she wouldn't be reacting like that if it had felt okay. You know what I'm saying? Even he's made plenty of rulings against her that were not in her favor, but this one feels bad. What's Doggo's name? It is Bird, as in Blackbird, and we call her Birdie. And the other dog that you guys saw earlier that was curled up is Bug. So it's bird and bug. All of our dogs will be the names of other animals. We were originally going to name Bird Fish, but then we got her and she didn't look like a fish.
So, okay, go ahead and roll damage.
That's actually I had to reload anyway, so.
So your third attack is to reload.
Just reload. Attack.
Okay.
So that's 16.
16, alrighty.
Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Dude, that I've sang that in choir before, so I do know that one. Take these broken wings and learn to fly all your life. That's also Beatles, right? I think we were talking about that yesterday, and I was like, oh, the one good thing they ever did.
14.
He is blasted out of place. You can see there's a kind of gaping hole across where one of his lungs was located, and he kind of crumbles to the ground into a pile.
Okay, I move the mist to the next guy.
Alright. See if it...
You know what? I won't even go too into it, but Fanlair, you're probably not wrong. You are probably not wrong, given what we were just talking about it seeming like Matt wanted that dude to run away. Matt probably had the slight DM realization of, ooh, if they don't have to do anything in the rest of the house, this kind of was lame. Ooh, uh-oh. High-level druid versus vamp, yeah. Yeah. Which, you know, sometimes you just gotta hold that shit as a DM. And, you know, sometimes you make a mistake about not holding it.
Use a bonus action to recurse him.
I know, which is I had a bonus action.
Sorry, yeah, so technically use bonus action this turn to put it onto him from the last turn.
Oh, did I? Yeah, you're technically correct. So that, yeah.
I'll probably do it next turn anyway. So.
Yeah.
Technically correct.
Yeah, keep that in mind. This is his new ability.
Yeah.
Alright, Max, you're up.
Oh, well, is that fellow who's enveloped in schmutz and right next to Grog?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna stab him.
Alright.
All right. I've talked about this combat so much. I don't think anything crazy different is going to happen. I'm going to go up to 2. We're going to see, though.
Answer for everything. First one is not that great. Is 14.
14 misses.
Second one is a
You are
27.
flanking him though, you have advantage on the attack.
Oh, let's do that again then. That is we'll call it 27 instead.
That is.
And then the second one is now a 20, and the third one is 26. Chunk, chunk, chunk.
Chunk, chunk, chunk.
2 7 is 9 for the keen dagger, and then for the life stealing dagger is a 7, and then back to the keen dagger that is an 11.
Did you get sneak attack damage?
Yeah.
Oh right, yeah, but thank you.
It's like, where's that? That's the whole point of this.
All those? 8, 9, 10, 11, 17, 19.
Oh
God,
no,
kill Grog!
How'd you do that?
He is just all the daggers just cut through this midsection, and you see where the armor plating itself was exposed in the first strike. The last one you just jam up into his torso, taking out any of the organs.
I'd like to move him over the sides.
He falls over down the stairs, gonna pass you first. You can let him tumble by as he slides to a stop.
Stop him. I put my foot on him to stop him.
Okay, that stops him in place, face down. It's like the smear of his blood across the steps. Once nice fine wood is now completely just coated in crimson. Okay, Rod, you're up.
Excuse me? Yep. Are those all these, is it just a row of guys in front of me?
Yep.
I would like to hold my turn.
How?
Because if I stand in front of him, nobody can do anything to him.
You can.
Nice of you.
Kill him.
How many's left? Whoosh.
I have 5 very nervous-looking guards right now.
We were trying to go whole ass.
And other rooms.
Yeah.
And I'll hold to go whoever's next to go.
So polite.
That is really kind of
Gentlemanly.
But it's your turn. It's not the guard's turn.
Yeah. So I'm gonna kill you.
They all
All right.
Run away.
are look to each other, and their one leader goes like, "Men, run!" They all rush and leap off the balcony.
God,
themselves there.
those acrobatic checks.
Size 19.
As they should.
Eat it, I'll eat it.
Okay, 3 of them land fine and begin bolting forward. 2 of them fall. One breaks his ankle and falls down like, ah! The other one slams into his hip on the ground and falls prone. So most of these guys are prone. These 3 are going to continue to move forward to there. They're going for a full dash.
Is Tricky gonna attack of opportunity on all of them?
Against one of them. So reaction for
Charge.
They all rush out.
That definitely hits him though.
Alrighty.
27.
27 hits, roll damage.
11.
11 points of damage. That's that guy. Okay. Reach out, straight across one of the guys, the guy you hunters marked, who takes the claw across the side of his head and you hear him yell in pain. As he makes it out into the rain. Hurt but not taken down. Continues to run past and they all dart outside into the rainstorm.
I'll take my turn now.
Okay, Grog.
I leap over the banister with my whole MI and jump down on the guy that's closest to me.
There? Okay.
Bringing it down with a reckless attack and great weapon.
Okay. Make an athletics check for the jump.
Oh no, don't fall here.
Yeah, dude.
Okay, that's true. 13.
I'll give you advantage on this because you're raging and it's reckless and it's just...
That's better! 24.
24, yeah, you leave in the air. Like slow motion. Down on top. Go ahead and roll 3 attacks on him.
I mean, Matt just said, I'll give you advantage, but he just has advantage, yeah? Because of the raging. Like, that sounded like Matt was being like, I'll give this one to you. But I think that is literally just something he would have.
Amazing, that's 27. That's 26.
I roll damage on those. Cause...
Okay,
That's probably it.
That's 19, 29 on the first one.
29 on the first one? Okay.
And 28 on the second one.
So as you come down, the hammer blow slams into his torso. His actual metal armor clinks inward. He goes, gasps in pain as you now jam his own ribs into his torso. Pull the hammer up with a sludgy sucking sound. You see him look at you with this one, and the hammer comes down again, this one above his head, which Gallagher watermelon. The floor of this.
Flaming watermelon.
Done. You look over his friend, who's like, trying to back up with his broken ankle, your third attack, who's within range.
Oh god.
Okay. Oh my God! Look at Travis cheesing, dude. Look. I've been ripping on Matt's dungeon. I gotta balance it out. I gotta give him a compliment. he knows his players. Like, he has not been this, like, gruesome and brutal with most of the other descriptions. But when it comes to Grog, he knows what Travis wants. And that's cool. That's very cool to, like, tailor these descriptions to exactly what your players want out of them. That's very cool. And that's honestly a very, very high mark of a good DM in my mind. Matt probably didn't clock that Grog would have advantage on a strength check. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they misunderstood Travis's rage feature. It's so cute. He hypes them up. Yeah. Like, look. Look at Travis. He's like, ooh, all their blood and organs. I crushed their ribs into a fine powder.
Oh, I don't need it. That's 27.
What advantage in case it's critical?
Oh, it's the same thing. It's 27.
Okay, that hits.
Just, no, I haven't critted in forever.
See, even if you don't need the advantage, it's nice to roll a second time in case the chance of initial.
This is 30.
30 points damage on him. Whack! This one you actually bring down onto his other leg. That leg
Stun
snaps.
it. If he's on his back.
He's on his back. He's trying to pull away
Right
from
on the
it. On the knee. Crack! It snaps underneath. He screams out in pain as the hammer pulls back. You can see where the bone is jutting out. He's actually taken off the lower half of his leg, of course, and he's now like bleeding out on the ground a little bit. Not much because the flame cauterized.
Oh,
his back from him. He's in a really bad place.
Look, everyone is just grimacing except for him.
And he's now like bleeding out on the
There's just like this fucking guy.
ground a little bit. Not much because the flame cauterized. He's in a really bad place. Alrighty, Vex, you're up.
Oh, well, I'm gonna should I shoot the guys running away?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Are they close by?
They're just out the front of the doors.
I'm gonna come down and
Okay,
get in
tell them
range.
about Gilmore's Glorious Goods first.
Yeah.
We're supposed to advertise.
I'm gonna lightning arrow. Oh, yeah, lightning arrow, because everything within 10 feet is affected.
Yeah,
So.
over.
Okay.
Nice.
Alright, so you pull your arrow, you can kind of aim it close, you can see the rain pouring down, they're all running out into the storm. It's like, huh, storm, that's interesting.
27? No, that's a lie. 19.
Against the guy you've hunter's marked?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll hit.
And then get the rest of them?
Yep.
Okay. Should that, they have to make a dexterity saving throw?
Okay.
He did not trigger rage during this session. He has been raged for 2 hours. But he raged last session.
This guy fails.
Is that close enough to a Gilmore mention? I think that is. I think that's close enough to a Gilmore mention. Yeah. I'll give that. Yeah.
What's the DC on?
That's a good question. 15?
15, okay. Second guy fails. Guy's hunter's mark does succeed. So he takes half damage.
Okay, so I'm hitting him initially, so he takes 2d8. They all take 2d8. 17, 19, plus hunter's mark on the first guy. So they all take 19, and then the extra guy takes an extra 5.
Okay. Okay, the guy that trinket swiped just screams, "Ah!" As you can see, like electricity charging through him, and the wet rain that hit him has caused it to even give more.
And the trinket swiped the hunter's mark guy, though.
Did he?
He did.
Okay.
I remember you saying that.
So the guy who's hunter's mark ends up destroyed. Is the electricity bouncing through his armor. He just falls to the ground and crumbles over. The other two guys get jolted and almost knocked off their feet. They're both looking really, really rough, and they both look at each other and just keep running with the little strength they have left. You still have a second attack, don't you?
I do.
Go for it.
Okay, I'm gonna. Oh gosh. I guess I'm gonna shoot. Is the guy on the
You're gonna
ground?
shoot him in the back.
I'm not gonna shoot him in the back. Is the guy on the ground? He looks like he's in a lot of pain, doesn't he?
Here? Oh, he's not going anywhere.
I'm gonna put him out of his misery.
No,
He
you
looks like
don't want people running a report. We're here.
No, exactly.
Oh, so I should get the guys?
Yeah.
No witnesses.
They might be vampires.
Oh god. Okay. I can't.
Yeah, now it's no witnesses. Do you remember last time they were accused of killing someone who was running away? And they were like, they weren't running away. They were still a threat. Okay, now they cannot argue that they are not killing someone running away. The end of fights is always brutal, yeah. And to be clear, I mean, they are threats. Let's not get it twisted. But they cannot claim this otherwise. But yeah, once one side has really clearly won, fights get brutal really fast. Matt's noises seem so dramatic at fast speed. I know.
I can't lightning arrow them again though.
No, it's one second.
So I'll just regular old attack.
I get off the top. Vex! No survivors!
All right.
Next arrow knock.
That's a 7, 19 again.
19 hits. Roll damage.
15, 13.
13 points damage. That guy is to the back of the head.
Yes!
He just slides the mud for
And I act like I have another. I can attack him again. I say stop.
An intimidation check.
Come on, girl. Come on, girl.
It is.
Watching his friend fall and slide in the mud, he stops for his hands and looks over his shoulder, slowly turning around, shaking.
And I say, get inside now.
Okay, next up is Keyleth. Are you gonna do anything?
Do I kill him or do we keep him?
You don't have to make that decision myself.
Yeah,
Put him
whatever.
back inside?
Or he's standing
He's
there.
currently standing about 10 feet outside in the rain. Just,
Is that a window I'm up against behind me?
actually, no, there's no window to the front here. It's just a wall.
I'm just gonna go, excuse me, trinket. Sorry. And I'm just gonna peek around the door and go, and sunbeam him.
Need something.
That guy. That scared shitless guy.
Okay. What level is Sunbeam?
That's what I just did. Huh?
What level is Sunbeam?
6.
How many spell per day can you cast?
Huh?
How many spell
It's a
spell?
concentration spell.
That's right, you can do it every minute.
Yeah.
Good call.
She's a lighthouse right now.
Concentration spell. I can keep doing it for a minute.
Yep.
That's so freaking cool.
All
Yeah, pretty
right.
dope.
So, Constitution save on him. No. 2 damage. 12.
Okay. Stop. In the name of the law. Stop in the name of the... Wait, what the... Stop. You violated the law. I kept trying to say in the name of the law, and I was like, that's so wrong. Why can't I... It doesn't sound right coming out of my mouth. Stop, you violated the law. Okay. I don't know about this on Marisha. I don't think that I think she assumes that Vex did that in order to kill him inside the house. That was not my impression of why Vex/Laura did that. My impression was that they were going to let him live or interrogate him or something. So then immediately sunbeaming him is a little like, that's a little, kind of stepping on Laura's thing. But it's a very easy, like, miscommunication or misunderstanding, especially because, even as I say it, I'm not really sure which one it was. But a little sudden. Let him live was my vibe too. Yeah. So it's like... Or she's playing Tequila's apparent cluelessness. Maybe. I don't know. I think there was just a misunderstanding where Marisha did not realize that was why they were stopping that guy. We'll see. I don't know.
16. That's 20.
Times.
Plus 30 damage. Radiant damage.
He's standing in the rain, shaking, looking at his friend, looking at you. Keyleth kind of steps in the frame and goes, and you go, wait! And there's just this scattering of ash. His body, his armor is left intact and just tumbles to the ground. And it's piled like, you see smoke sizzling off of the now heated armor. There's no sign of his physical body anymore, just a smattering of now mud that the ash has now mixed with in the rain outside. Whew. Okay.
One guy left.
Now as you guys are all gathering around, we'll say from a role-playing standpoint, as there is no real immediate threat to you. There's one guard left who's currently one broken ankle and one missing lower half of his left leg on the ground, looking at you all, hyperventilating and trying to back away. Like,
I mean, she sunbeamed a bunch of mist. Does that not count, evil overlord?
Time to call the Sandman.
Since I'm kind of outside in the threshold of the house, can I see where Scanlan might have lit up the other house yet?
make a perception check.
You have any questions?
17?
Yeah.
17?
Yeah.
You can see a little bit of a dark screen in the distance. You can tell if it's just like nearby chimney, or if it is a symbol of Scanlan. The rainstorm does make it a little hard to see at this point, and through the adrenaline pumping in your system, in fact, you just disintegrated 2 individuals in a short period of time.
Yeah.
You're also kind of wrestling with the morality of that, and dealing with the fact that what you just did. So your concentration isn't really enable you to notice anything yet.
Who's got questions?
Okay, this is really short. I try to only narrate what my characters or what the player characters feel when it is necessary for them understanding the world around them. So like I would only say like you are nervous about this if I don't say that, they will not get the correct impression of the scene. Right? Like, I want them to have an accurate impression of how their character would feel, but only as it serves to help them understand the world. If it's not serving to further their knowledge of the world and the scene around them, I really try to avoid telling my characters how they feel. Or telling the player characters, or telling the players how their characters feel. Because I think that should be totally up to them. If Keela does not want to wrestle with the morality of that, that is fine, you know? So it's a little bit, it's almost the opposite of that's what my character would do, you know? It's that's what your character would do. And it is a lot more, I only use that as a tool when the player would not otherwise know. But again, Matt's a little off, I think. And I think he's off in a probably due to outside factors. Because I've not noticed like, you know, this sort of stuff or this level of stuff from him in the past. I think both Matt and Marisha are a bit off. Yeah, they both seem almost spiteful, defiant. Yeah, and we don't know what's going on behind the scenes with Orion. Like, we don't know just what's happening behind the scenes in general. Like, all of these people know each other in real life. Real life stuff's going on. So I don't want this to say anything about Marisha or Matt. But, we can identify these things and be like, these are maybe things to avoid if you notice yourself doing them. I have a bad character feeling gauge, so I like when my DM tells me a vibe, and that is something to learn as a DM. But it is really something to feel out, and I think the reason that it's standing out to me so much right now is because Matt does not normally do this sort of thing. Just Metea. I also thought Vex agreed when Vax yelled no Survivor. Yeah, maybe. Oh, just meaty. Right. Orion was Marisha's friend. That is props hard. Yeah, exactly. So, there's even a universe in which, Marisha didn't want to part ways with Orion. Like, Marisha wanted to keep Orion in Critical Role, and, she's still dealing with that, and, the point of metagaming, there's a very good chance that the point of metagaming came up behind the scenes, and Marisha might have defended Orion's metagaming. So, there's so much loaded context around these episodes that I don't think that any of these actions, any of these, mistakes speak to, their general competency, let's say. My characters are just me a lot of the time. If you can make that work, it can be dangerous. That's one of the problems that I think was so prevalent with Orion was a lot of Tiberius was just Orion Akaba. I think as long as you can separate yourself, if something bad happens to the character, you don't take that as something bad happening to you. In the comments, people have called it character bleed, avataring, where anything good or bad that happens to the character is a personal thing to the player. If you can separate that, that's fine. Play whatever sort of character you want. But the more like you your character is, the more chance I feel that there is for that character bleed or that avataring. Prior's having a bad day. Yeah, exactly. Everyone has bad moments. 1,000,000%. Yeah. Oh wait, I restarted.
for peg leg over here.
I do. I hop down off the balcony. We're gonna walk up by Grub.
I'm gonna start exploring the upstairs.
I stay standing outside, just staring out into the distance, waiting for Scanlan's cue.
Okay. So as you get upstairs,
attack.
Yeah, I know, which is what we were technically supposed to do.
No, we said we were waiting 30 seconds and then go.
Were we?
terrible.
I wasn't that plan.
Greatest plan we've ever had. You were
No,
amazing.
you were amazing. We killed them. It was great.
It worked out, it's fine.
I hold my arm over his other knee and I go, look, we can work on you one limb at a time. Or you can be very truthful and my friend can end it all very, very quickly.
what do you want?
There's no question. This is a bad situation you're in right now. We're not looking for you at all. I'm happy to knock you out and leave you in a closet here and lock it. If you want to help me find the Briarwoods, I really want to know where the Briarwoods are. Not you. Just the people you work for.
Looks around the rest of the group, sees you walk up the stairs. They're in the bloody castle. Where else would they be?
Yeah.
In or under?
That's a good question.
Oh no, I don't know. They spend equal parts in both. That's all I don't know.
I peek around my brother and go, isn't there anyone else in the house?
No.
If you're lying, you'll pay.
Slow down.
All of us were here.
Oh yeah, that's true. We're out of combat. We're out of combat. This matters way more now. I was so used to the combat. Yeah. Go down to 1.5.
We're waiting for you.
Got it. I go upstairs with Percy.
That mist is probably following me around at this point, isn't it? Just
The black smoke, you mean?
yeah, since it's not.
Oh yeah, the black
space for
smoke is
about
kind of
an
just slowly trailing behind you. It's kind of with each step you take, it kind of licks the back of your boots.
hour. Oh boy. Okay.
Is there anything else you can tell me in regards to backdoors or secrets that your bosses don't want us to know? Really, this is...
Look, I get what they're going for, but this is a random foot soldier, guys. Come on. My character was gonna die. I was very upset internally. It was almost the end of a 5-year campaign. The end of the 5-year, I think anyone would be upset at the end of the 5-year campaign. There's a lot of emotions there, but I do think that's a good observation of maybe those emotions would just naturally ride high, but maybe they were escalated a little bit because of how similar that character is to you. I try to, at least the characters that I find to be most successful that I play are characters that have a strong tie to me, but are otherwise pretty different. So it would be like, I don't know how similar Vex is to Laura Bailey. Like, you know, I don't know Laura Bailey. But if they had the shared thing of like the shiny disease, and like, you know, haggling and money conscious, but then otherwise Vex was very different. Those are the types of characters I try to make, because then it grounds me in a way. Like I can always fall back on that like thing that me and the character have in common to like inform decisions. But I can also like explore a little bit, and I don't get too attached. That's just like personal strategy. Whatever like works for you, and as long as you're like having fun and it's not a problem, then it's all good. But that's what I personally do. Matt trying to sync up time versus Scanlan's Housefire too. Yeah. Which again, you know, with really long gaps of time, it's harder to do. But he's doing a solid job of it. It's like a puppy. What? What's like a puppy? I believe you. I don't know what it is though. Matt is, wait. It ended fine, but I'm trying out a bit more further from me characters. So I play a nun in Strahd. Hell yeah. I mean, I think that's part of it for me is, yeah, if my character was too similar to me, I would have to like hold myself back from investing in situations. So when a character is different enough, I can, you know, I can invest a little bit harder because it's not me. It's just close. Laura famously loves to haggle IRL. Yeah, which is why I brought that up. Because I know that is a trait that they share, but I don't know how much else of Vex is shared. You nailed it on how similar Laura is with Vex. Haggling, yes. Otherwise, no. It's perfect. Yeah, those are the characters that I tend to try and aim at. And a lot of times, I try to do some different characteristics. Sometimes I don't. But it seems like being money hungry is a common thread for Laura's characters, but for her characters for each campaign are very different people. That is super my kind of character building. Of you have a thing to anchor you that is similar to you, and then you just try out a load of different shit beyond that. I like to think of it almost as like alternate realities of like, oh, how could I have ended up? Or like, you know, someone similar to me, but, you know, different in these ways. How would they interact? Yeah, that's part of the fun for me. The smoke is like a puppy. Oh, yeah, that's true. OMG, the coin story from Laura and Travis. I don't know the coin story, but maybe no reveals yet. Maybe if that's going to come up within the timeline, no reveals yet. Smokey is a puppy confirmed. Dude, we'll see. He's a hellhound.
It's the time to talk right now.
Anything you use to identify each other?
No, dang it.
Go to an information check. With advantage, because he's bleeding out right now. No, he's not bleeding out, because he's bleeding, but it's a trickle because of the 21. 21. He kind of gives a look at this. Look. We've all been working for the Briarwoods. They mean well. They have big plans, I know that. I don't know the details of it, they don't tell us. But we're keeping guard on them. We were supposed to stop this insurrection. These people. We rounded up folks. We were given basic descriptions. We hung people against a sun tree as a warning. We hoped it wouldn't come to any sort of conflict, that you would take that as a means that you weren't supposed to be here. But then we all saw what happened. It all happened to Sukarian in his house, and that meant that you were here, and that you meant business. So, Tyleri and Vedmire, we waited for a signal, and we heard that you were planning an attack. So we set up guards here. We prepared, and sure enough, you showed up.
Excuse me? What did he hear? He heard that they were planning an attack. Who did they tell that they were planning an attack? No one in the old house, as in Kirian's house, as far as I'm concerned, or as far as I know. They told, let me think about this before I jump to conclusions. I think that they told Trevor, Patrick by extension, Archibald, and Yedin. Now, out of the 4 of these fellas. Has one of them already been on my radar? Very, very interesting. Do you ski or board, Mega? I have skied. I do not ski regularly. But I like skiing. I'm in Illinois. I'm in Chicago. They mean well as a death warrant, the DM. Either a mole or a DM slip up. What about Kima? Briarwoods could have been scrying. Or Briarwoods could have been scrying, or Yenin is a fucking mole. I'm thinking Yenin's a mole. I don't know. We'll see. I already thought that. This is my thoughts exactly, Baronessa. I didn't see a Baronessa. Uh-oh, is it not on Top Chat? Oh wait, it is. What about Kima? Right. Mole's more fun if it is. I agree that mole's more fun. Yeah. I'm trying to think of any. It is one of three things. It is DM slip up, scrying, or a mole. And if it's a mole, I would be shocked if it's not Yenin. If it is Trevor or Patrick or Archibald, I will eat my fucking hat. If it is a mole. If it's the mole, it's Yenin. We'll see.
Let us know that our contacts are good, and we thought that would be enough.
Even the name
We didn't realize
Yenin
walking
is
with
sus.
Whatever the fuck this thing is.
It's a very weird name when the other people are named like Trevor and Patrick. That your name's Yenin. I mean, come on. But yeah, no, I've skied. To tie those two things together. Can't wait to see Mega eat his hat. I don't believe it. I think I fucking nailed it. And the whole CR spoilers whole chat is like, man, I want to see him shove that fabric in his mouth, but we're not going to get to see it. That's fucking right, you ain't. No way. You won't see me eating fabric until I open up an OnlyFans. You're not seeing it today, misters and missuses and others.
I don't even know what you are. And he looks like he looks genuinely frightened at the fact that you, with all these bolts sticking out of your body, are still grinning above him. Nothing should have survived that ambush.
Let's back this up a little bit. You hung people from the Sun Tree.
Yeah, here's a warning.
Where I saw that child. I slit his throat.
With a wet gurgle, the life expires from his body. Pool beginning to form on the tile below him.
Nicely done, Bax.
Piece of shit.
So Percy and I are upstairs alone?
Yes.
Can I check his body?
You're begin rummaging through the body. You're keeping an eye out, making a perception check.
I go upstairs and I get Percy up against a wall. I turn around and slam against a wall.
Okay.
This is sexy.
27.
And I look him straight in the eye.
And kiss him.
And I say,
Stop encouraging.
are you alright?
I think so.
Look me in the eye, Percy.
I feel cruel, but in control. This is controllable at the moment.
Alright. I'm insight checking him.
Go for it, roll inside.
Shit. 10.
10?
John Cena.
Give me your, what's your charisma modifier?
My charisma modifier is 2.
Okay. He's hard to read right now. His focus is divided amongst your intensity and trying to answer your question. There is this kind of, the pause in his throat isn't because he's thinking, it's because he grasps the words to describe it. But there is a quiver to it, and you can see his hands are still shaking a little bit. As you look down at his hands, you also see the smoke is still kind of slowly swirling his ankle.
Fine, for now. I'll let you know if... You'll know if I'm not.
I will.
Yes.
I follow behind him closely.
Let's keep looking.
You start seeing now the dark plume of smoke in the distance. Scanlan has apparently effectively set the signal.
I'm gonna try one more time.
You also do notice, as you're looking out, other people have left their homes now and are stepping out of the...
And I cast my Skywrite spell. I just spit. And
Oh, was that the end? Was that the jump because of stream issues? All right. Okay. Cool. Hey, what's up, Entered Mons? Okay. So up to 11 minutes. We're still in the first half or whatever.
And I use the smoke in the distance and just start, like, as it's rising up into the sky, start drawing out the Derulo family crest across in the smoke.
I also thought I was lagging. I was like, oh my god, did it survive all this time only for my internet to shit out now? But that was not. Sup red. Sup red is red, Erd. There's another person, I think probably in chat, called Enspire Red. So I was like, is Enspire Red in chat? Anyways.
Okay.
Neither here nor
the
there.
Smoke and kind of filter it into the dark rain clouds, and you make the smoke go to a thicker black, and take the next few moments to begin sculpting in the air until eventually you have a very well-defined Derulo family crest, now staring down at the entire city of Whitestone.
Oh, something's happening! Something's happening in the sky.
That's me.
I think it's a magic wielder of some sort. Something. I must flee.
All right. Investigation checks from both of you.
You not find anything on Smash Base?
Ooh, that's what you rolled the last time.
I know, it's just a bad. I
Same
gotta put this one away for a while.
What'd you roll?
I rolled a 9.
Okay. The two of you take a while upstairs looking about the rooms. You manage to acquire from just some of the local bits of like cabinets and desk units. You gather about 230 gold pieces.
230?
Just loose gold pieces that are around. There is.
Fuck yes. Thank you, Matt. Thank you. It's not that let's check this body. There's 5 gold here. Let's check that body. Whoa, 7 gold. Pog. It is just, you look through the whole house. There's 230 in the whole house. Thumbs up. Great. Beautiful. Do it like that every time. Shiny disease? Look, people got shiny disease. I get it. You know, we need to not... we need to not discriminate against them for their affliction, but we can centralize this. We can make it to where it doesn't take up so much fucking time. Absolutely love it. It's a mansion. It makes sense. It has a decent pile of gold. 1,000%. I have no problem with the amounts. I have no problem. That is how I do treasure. Like, summed up to a T. It is, okay, we're in a safe zone. You loot the whole thing. Here's everything you find. That's exactly how I do treasure. I love it. Absolutely love it. I'm so glad there was so little time left on the stream because it's 1:30. But I forgot about the divided episode. Okay. Okay. I'll try. Be a loot goblin is hard. Oh no. Make the shiny efficient. Exactly. I'm sorry, Ebster. It's full episode Fridays are gonna go long. But I'm hoping maybe I'll even look at going a little bit earlier. Because I have seen it looks like most of the decline in like people watching, it looks like mostly because of time zones. So, and I know that it's getting later and later places. So maybe for full episode Fridays, I'll try to make it even earlier than noon 30. I'll think about it because I want people to not have to stay up till 1:30. Like that sucks if you just want to be on live. Like I want to make that as doable as possible for everyone in every time zone. So maybe I'll look at like 11 or 10 because I think 10 would hit Pacific Coast at 9. I don't know. We'll see. 2 great RP moments back to back. Vax sitting the throat and Vex pinning Percy to the wall. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you saw, I have nothing to say about, the Vax slitting the throat. There's no complicated, analysis there. It's just a good moment. And it takes a little bit out of you. And the pinning to the wall is good. I think it's marred a little bit by the insight checks. Don't love that. I like how that started a lot, but the insight check was kind of a ending, if in my viewing. 6:30 here. It's 6:30 for me as well. Probably have to give up soon because I have an 8-hour workday tomorrow starting at 12. Oh no. Yeah. Always take care of yourself. Do not worry about being here. I understand that there's like a big FOMO aspect, which is why like I want to make it as accessible as possible to make sure that like people can be here if they want. 132 here too, but I have sleep issues. Hey, me too. Do you think them hanging people from the sun tree helps to diminish So that helps to diminish / justify the brutal way they finished off the remaining guards. I mean, that is a very philosophical question of, do other people's actions justify your own? You know what I'm saying? Like, are you justified in doing the things that you do because of the things that they have done? Like, to a certain extent, sure. Like, you are justified in capturing a murderer and putting them in prison. But how much more are you justified for? Like, I am not a philosopher. I can't answer that. What I will say is I think that is an incredibly interesting question to phrase to your players. Because, me, Jack, Megaphone Man, I don't know. That's a question that I have to think about for a while. But as a DM, framing that through an NPC to the players, or as a player, being like, do you see what we did to them? And them saying, well, they did the people in the Sun Tree. It's like, does that give us the right to like stoop to their level? Because that's the very classic argument against it, right? Is, oh, you're stooping to their level. You are becoming what you swore to destroy. Blah, blah, blah. Right. There are those levels of this thing. Where that ends and begins is probably going to be different for everyone. Pacing-wise, I think we are doing okay for a longer stream. Fuck yeah, let's go. Very sick. It's a tight line. I would say no if I don't have to. Take no prisoners. Everyone's going to be different. And even your opinions as a player can and might oftentimes be different than the character that you play. So, I mean, it is experimenting with things in a safe place. It's, what do you call it? Performative danger, where, you can experience these sort of things in a safe environment. So, yeah. If you're asking me, I'm going to plead the fifth. But if you're asking, is it a good question to phrase in a campaign? 1,000% yes. Captain America would never kill a thief or common criminal. He totally killed during World War II in a war situation. Sure. Yeah. I think, yeah. I think it just, the line is obviously just very murky. This is war. Yeah. I mean, it's not war. It's more of like a coup, but I know what you're saying. But also, like, they're the Geneva Conventions for a reason. Even in war, as humans, we have defined lines. Are your players willing to cross those things? That's why there's the whole joke about war criminals. It's like, yeah, even in war, you should not torture a man by cutting out his tongue and, like, burning him alive. Or hanging people in effigy. Like, that, like, the Briarwoods, if you're saying this is war because you're going to treat them badly because of what they did, the Briarwoods can spin that back on you. So it's I don't know. I think about how unethical spells are sometimes. I mean, if we want to talk about the unethicalness of spells, I heavily criminalize any enchantment magic at my table. Heavily. Friends will land you a night in jail. Straight up. Probably more, honestly. Because, like, mental manipulation, because you're not just, like, fucking with someone, you are making them think they wanted to do it. And that is an existential terror beyond raising a few bodies from the dead or hurling a ball of fire. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, a lot of spells are very unethical. You could argue that just killing them is better than leaving them to die slowly, but I think it's so different in a game versus in real life. No Geneva Convention in Exandria. Yeah, but we're talking about what do I think and whatever. But One of my characters uses boiling oil because it's efficient, not because I like the effect. Yeah. Yeah, if you cut out his tongue, he can't give info. I mean, the entire idea of leaving him alive as a message is pretty fucked shit. Like, that is Mad Max Warlord shit. Just kill him. If we're talking about, like, you know, we're trying to be moral insurgents here and do this coup morally, I think it is very reasonable to kill him. Sure, yeah. Then he can't give any info. If he's dead, burn the body. But cutting out the tongue and kicking him out the door as a message, sorry, kicking him out the window so he has several broken bones as well. That is dystopian, like, zombie apocalypse warlord type stuff. They gonna find the bodies anyway. Yeah. Rolls an enchanter, modify memory. No. The tongue feels extra. Yeah. So, I mean, but these are all giant, massive shades of gray. Every person is going to respond differently, and every character should respond differently. So I think that phrasing these questions, especially when the characters are engaging like this, Matt should push them on it. Not in like a moral fucking hoo-ha-ha, but in a, like, an NPC should phrase this generic question to them within the world. Because it's an amazing, or not an amazing, but it's a very tight moral dilemma that could, because it's so gray, you know, people that defended the tongue cutting might not defend something else. Or people that were abhorred by the tongue cutting, yeah, fucking slit that guy's throat. You know, it's so easy to be on one side or the other, given the situation and the details.
A nice jewelry box that seems to contain most, like, you know, some of the jewels and gems that this individual likes.
I'm gonna take the whole jewelry box and sort through it later.
Okay. So say box of Tyleri's jewelry would be what you mark down.
Family jewels. That won't be confusing at all.
You do notice, however, that's all you're able to find for the most part, other than some few bits of clothing and outfit. The master bedroom has no bed.
Oh. Did he sleep in a coffin?
We're gonna finish searching downstairs and find the entrance to the.
Okay.
I'd like to wind my way up there.
Okay. As you make your way up there, you notice them stepping out.
Yeah. I'm still curious. I want to go have a look as well.
Okay, go for it. Investigation.
It's better, thank you.
16.
16. You look through the room. Most everything of interest has already been picked clean.
Yeah.
This room also doesn't seem to see much use other than the clothing that's in there. This room is used for dressing and for stational purposes, but other than that, as a bedroom, it's pretty useless.
I will also say similar to what I described with the escape, similar to what I described with the loot. When it comes to searching places, unless something changes, I try not to tie too many separate checks to it. You know, sometimes you do have several checks back to back, but like having multiple people check for the same thing, I try to just have it be like, yeah, one person searches and, you know, that's kind of the result of it. Or you search as a team and that is like the result for that room. And I mean, ideally, I'd like them to do it for the whole mansion. But if they do want to do it on room by room, I would try to probably do like a group check of everyone who's involved. That's the investigation check for the room, and it cannot be searched any worse or better from there. Mostly out of a pacing concern, but also like mostly just because it'll take too long. Otherwise, like that's a place where you can get really like down and like in the nitty gritty and just like having every single person repeat their check. I try to tend towards the team checks when I can. Feels a little metagamey to do a few checks until you change something. I stab at the floorboards kind of stuff. That's kind of where I'm getting is like, I very much understand. It's like, okay, I wasn't there. Now I want to do it and see if I find anything. But the more you do checks, the more likely you are to succeed, depending on the C and the DC. Actually, no, sorry, not depending on the DC. It's just the more likely you are to succeed because it will tend towards 10.5 on average, which is higher. Like, right, it's higher than the median DC of like a normal task is 10. Average D20 roll tends towards 10.5. So the more you roll, the more likely you are to succeed on any given check. With not discounting modifiers. So yeah, I try to limit checks to where it makes sense to separate them. But, sometimes you can't. Sometimes you do run to the situation where, you have to do a second one, but it's just something I strive for. It also feels bad to not find anything or feel like you missed something. Yes, which is why... I mean, there's an aspect of failing forward there, but that's a real big-ass cop-out. I feel like when it's a team check, that's another reason I like the team or the group checks, is because then at least it's we failed as a team, not, hey, I failed, skill monkey, now you succeed. It's like, oh, why did I even waste my time before? Whereas a group check can be a little bit more collaborative that way.
As you guys go downstairs, we'll say for the sake of brevity, you take a little bit of time to start looking through.
Sake of
you know you're a
brevity.
little pressed for time because you can feel the energy in the town begin to rise, and you start hearing noises. You keeping an eye out. The people that rushed into the rooms are now rushing back out. Some of them are wearing leather tunics and small bits of armor. They have weapons gathered, and they're forming small bands.
I kind of come over the speakers once again, the earpiece.
I mean, that's a new timer. Yeah, 1,000%. Sometimes it is just nice to win. So we talked about this, sort of. We talked about something adjacent to this in, a much older stream. But we talked about something adjacent, and then a commenter actually kind of hit on what you're saying, of like, you should let the PCs win and like bask in their win and their glory. Oh, like not even sometimes, but just like often. Because yeah, if you're just constantly beating your players down and you think that that's what you need to do to like develop a plot or to develop drama or whatever, that is not a well-designed arc and experience. They need to win. They need to succeed. If every single DC in my dungeon is all a DC 20 and I don't think they're gonna get them, like, that sucks. Why even have them there? Like, I do maybe one occasional, like, hard or impossible check, but it is nestled within, like, gonna be like 6 or 7 other checks across that dungeon that are all very doable, are varying levels of doable. Some of them are 5, some of them are 10s, 15s, I try to range the whole gamut with skill checks and with combats. But yeah, if your players are just constantly losing and not making progress, that really sucks. At the end of the day, they need to have fun. Yeah, it's about having fun. It's collaborative storytelling. And like, sometimes losing is fun, but losing only is super not fun. You need to really feel like you're making progress at minimum. Because like, even comparing to video games, there are tons of video games like Dark Souls where you constantly lose in Dark Souls. But the point of Dark Souls is to make progress. So you can have that in your games. You can have it to where they are getting the Dark Souls experience where, they are getting beaten down, but they need to feel like they're learning things. They need to feel like they're progressing in ways in order for it to remain fun. And you don't have to have a Dark Souls. You can have just a normal type of game where they lose sometimes and win others. And that's like super cool. Yeah, Rainbow Dragon. Hey man, found your channel like a month ago through your best way to give quests in D&D. Whoa! Someone who came in from a video? That's crazy. I don't think I've ever talked to someone who came in from a long into the stream. Well, welcome. Thank you very much. Really enjoy your stuff. Hell yeah. Well, welcome. Very glad to have you. I want to make more like bespoke, standalone longs, but I just haven't. I'm bad at reading scripts, and I haven't set up like a good stream format to do it, and I'm very busy, but very good to have you. Dark Souls is all about finally killing that boss. Exactly. There's that release when you finally do it, that fucking cortisol dump into your brain of I have failed for so long, but the entire time I was failing, I felt like I was getting a little bit closer. And then I finally tip over that edge and that's the fun thing, at least to my understanding. I don't really like Dark Souls, but to my understanding of why people play it. Yeah, exactly. So there has to be something fun about the game. Yeah, I was surprised to see you covering CR stuff. Yeah, I mean, especially my content used to be all over the place. Now it is a little bit more focused, but that is mainly a time constraint issue. If/when I go full time, I want to branch out my content again. But right now, I fucking love these streams. I love making the CR stuff, the CR streams, and it's variable enough to where I get a lot of variance in my content, which I like. But yeah, very cool. With great challenge skills comes great reward. Yeah, also that. Yeah, I like to give my PCs like very like low effort, low reward stuff just to, again, make them feel like they're making progress, they're gaining something. And then you can have those greater challenge, greater rewards, higher risk, higher reward type stuff. But I always want to mix in some wins that they get from just like RPing well and like choosing the right path through the dialogue tree, or like a really easy check. Like, yeah, giving them those small things is really nice. I do a challenge run on Dead Rising, and when I finally beat a impossible bit, I felt like a gamer god. Then I died in my save before I beat it. Oh no! Your save was before I beat it. That's terrible. That's horrible. But yeah, like all of the same things that we find interesting and fun in other things can be mapped to D&D. You just have to really think about what is the fun thing. Like Evil Overlord just says, like, Dark Souls is about killing the boss. Finally. Finally in big capital letters. It's not about anything else. It's about that. And I feel like it's really easy to get confused on aesthetic differences. It's like, oh, if I want them to have a Dark Souls-like experience, I'll make it to where they can respawn really easily, but like the entire world is so hard. That's not what makes Dark Souls interesting. Dark Souls is interesting because of that grind to that release. And you can mirror that in D&D in a myriad of ways, if that's what you're going for. Anyways, that's all.
I think it's time to go. Whenever you guys are ready, I'm gonna light this bitch up.
We need to check all the rooms.
Light
and go
this
downstairs
bitch up.
first.
All right, quick.
Got an empty house. I'll run out to the door to the left, or the uncovered areas.
Okay. You go over to this hallway. You eventually smash the door. It doesn't take too long. It leads into a looks like a small study or some sort of an office room, like big blue rug, a desk with a chair, some papers strewn about.
Can I grab the rug and yank it?
Yeah. Pull the rug off. Reveals a hatch.
I found the hatch! Oh, sorry, I found the hatch.
Quick, I just want to do a quick round of the downstairs room before going to the hatch.
Glancing about, you find what looks to be just a general sitting area, a music room,
Dude, speaking of a quick-witted progress, that's so funny.
Or, a place where you can host guests, also in fair disuse. And then beyond that, you find a room that's pretty bland with a staircase that leads down into what was once servants' quarters that has been converted into a torture room.
Oh, lovely.
It's a little nicer in its presentation and tools than like the Durgar torture room that you encountered in the Underdark. But this looks to be like Tyleri had a definite interest in entertaining unwanted guests.
Okay.
Vax or Vex, will you come check this hatch for boobies?
I jog on down.
All right, go make perception.
Yeah. That's 23.
Yeah, it does not appear to be trapped.
No boobies.
Okay. You want to open that big guy?
Yeah.
Okay. Hatch comes up. There is no ladder. It's just a 10-foot drop down into a basement.
Okay, I jump.
And down there, it's a 20 by 20 foot room. It's very musty. However, you do see in the far corner there is a pad of like fresh earth set up, and there is a dark box. About 8 feet long.
I heard him say and I jump down too with the flame tongue dagger out.
Okay. The room lights up a little bit. You can see across the way there is a not super detailed, but a fairly well crafted coffin on the opposite side of the room.
Ooh! I bet there's treasure in there.
Go.
You might be right. Yeah, let's go.
There's a treasure. Did you find treasure?
Hold,
Go find some treasure.
The perception check the coffin. That's 20.
Okay. The coffin does not appear to be trapped.
Dink, dink.
Can I open it?
So that was
It's always fun to do that.
Or should I just smash it?
I really feel like this could be.
Smash it.
3, 2, wrong spaces.
I kick it off with the end of my foot.
Okay.
Yeah, or try to.
The lid flies off and slams on the ground. A smell hits you that's just like musty, old, mildewed earth. The inside of the coffin is...
Let's go! That's a bingo! He did it, ladies and gentlemen! We got one out of him in almost 2.5 hours. Woo! Hoo, 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 hoo. Let's go, Matt. Bingo. That's so funny. I started in C2, so never actually watched through C1 before. Just seen a lot of clips. Happy to see someone going through this that doesn't think Marisha is the worst thing to ever happen to D&D. Fuck no, Marisha's dope. Marisha's so sick. This is probably the episode where I've been the harshest to Marisha, and it was... I don't even think I was negative. I'm normally big team Marisha, especially if you look at the Underdark arc. I'm constantly like, guys, why are you being so mean to Marisha? She's the only one that sees it. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Oh man, no. I very much vibe with Marisha. Yeah, I don't think that even like the worst player at the table, which I would say is Orion. I don't even think he was the worst thing to happen to D&D. He had like a lot of problem player tendencies, but a lot of them were exacerbated. Like, you know, the TLDR of what I think a lot of them were exacerbated by the fact that it was a streamed game and that fame was involved. Like, he was ultimately not as bad as some, if you go on to like RPG horror stories, there are people much, much worse than Orion. So no, but no, I'm liking it. I'm really liking it so far. Even in this case, Matt feels more in the wrong than Marisha. Yeah, in most of this, which is like the worst thing I think I said is like, oh yeah, like she should have been paying more attention. I think that's pretty much it. Everything else I've been like, oh, Matt, you're being really harsh right now. Come on, Nat, man. Totally. The Kima suspicion was a big part of what won me over. Oh, man, and that's all natural, dude. That is just, I looked at Kima and I didn't like the look of her. I smelled something. And I'm still, if she ever comes, I don't think she'll ever, like, come back in a big way, so I don't think my suspicions will ever be revealed to be accurate, but I still stand by them. I think she was evil. There seems to be a lot of hate going towards Laura as well from what I've seen. It seems like the CR fans might have an agenda. Yeah. I mean, especially like early on CR fans, because what was this again? This was 7 years ago, 2016. I mean, not that long ago, but long enough that Twitch was a pretty different place. And it wasn't like as cool in nerd circles to like openly hate on people like that. Or it was more accepted, I guess. That is halfling racism. I get that. I was suspicious of her as well. Oh God, it was. No! Matt was maybe a bit harsher on Marisha because of accusations of DM favoring. Yeah. Which is linked into a lot of the other stuff. Like, there's a lot of like complicated things going on. And there always is. I mean, that's, if we want like an overall takeaway, there is always something more complicated going on, you know? Like, sometimes people are just dicks and pricks, but a lot of times when someone does something, especially something like super out of character for them, or just like that you haven't really seen before, it's a lot of times something else going on. And that's just, you know, that's how it is. It's all good. Oh God, it was the time. Where does the time go? Were you an OG Cabian? You were there in the C1, and now it's 7 years into the future. This is on the tail end of Gamergate, which some still try to keep alive. Yeah. Which is, it's so interesting because I was a gamer and I was online, but I was not like, when I was online, I wasn't like involved in gamer stuff. Like, I was playing Call of Duty at this time, but I was not watching Call of Duty people. So I learned about Gamergate, even though I was very much a gamer and like online at that point in time, like 5 years after the fact. I just like, just ducked under it somehow. And that's how like a lot of this like culture type stuff was. I was just like, I didn't like really like, I wasn't into like gamer news and shit like that. And like, I guess like, I don't know, issues. I mean, Laura got harassed for playing a character who did something gamers didn't like in 2020, so a lot hasn't changed. Yeah. Yeah. I like to think that things have changed, but I think it's very fair to say that things haven't changed as much as they should have. And that is, I would fully agree with that. Yeah, 2010's misogyny is hard to look back on. Hell, it sucked at the time. Yeah. It's a big ass downer, and it is, I don't know. It's hard for me to like commentate on, right? It's easier when I'm looking at something 7 years in the past. It feels like such a, again, like a level 1 criticism, like so basic to be like, oh, guys, did you know that misogyny's bad? But like that's unfortunately that's all there is kind of to it. It's like, fuck, that sucks. And on this stream, I'm so used to like really deep diving on like my opinions and like trying to like give a nuanced take. But I think the nuanced take is just, man, that shit sucks. And like, I think it's gotten better, but like, I am not an expert in online spaces and like how they treat people. And so it's like, I don't even really feel like I can have a nuanced take on how it's like grown, which sucks because I want to, but I don't know that I don't know. I don't know that I have it. I gotta go back to work. See you guys later. Enjoy the rest of the stream. See you later, Inspire. We'll talk to you later. I wasn't actually watching it at the time, but I remember people talking about it vividly. Finally got around to watching it in 2018, 2019, yeah. I think it's gotten more mainstream to openly call out, but sometimes it feels like things are not that different. I can very much see that, which I think is a difference. I think if you are a misogynistic asshole, you're right. I don't think that probably the amount of misogynistic assholes probably hasn't gone down all that much, but you shouldn't feel comfortable saying those things. You should make the space uncomfortable for them. And I do think that has gotten better. That it has become more uncomfortable in more places to do that. At least I like to hope. Maybe it hasn't, and maybe I'm, I've got rosy glasses on. It's very possible. TV shows are hard to watch now because it feels like the jokes events are always punching down. 90s, 2000s, I feel that. Even in shows I really, really like that came a little bit later, like the shows that I loved, I typically didn't punch down, but then they will just say a casual joke like that is in like the punching down sphere, and I'm like, and like no one like bats an eye in the show, and I'm like, whoa, oh my god, like it's so jarring now, just like the type of shit that'll come out just randomly. A measured response, yeah, that's why like it feels really inadequate to just be like, damn, that shit sucks. And it sucks that it's still happening now. But I don't feel like I have the chops to do a measured response video. Like, at least yet. Maybe I will someday, but I don't have confidence in myself to do it the respect it needs. I started around episode 24 of C1 with live watching and kept far away from any and all CR online spaces until 2018 because the misogyny was just so prevalent. Yeah. I would very much understand that. I started playing a game from 2014 the other day, and the same armor on the male and female characters was very interesting. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And again, no nuanced take here. No measured response. I'm just me, and all I can say is that shit sucks. And I don't want that shit to be comfortable in my stream. Speaking of like the misogynistic assholes, I don't want that to be like a comfortable thing to believe. But that's about all I can do, I think. I don't know.
No, it's lined with like a fine purplish velvet material. The smell quickly fades. It looks like there's some small baubles in there, keepsakes. There is
fair enough,
what looks to be a cape or a cloak that is kind of laid across the bottom as part of comfort.
Roll it up.
Okay.
Put it into my satchel.
I have not
I'm going to
played
take
Star
a dagger
Trek.
arm. I want to cut all the way up through that purple velvet. Just in case.
You cut through the purple velvet, kind of rummage through underneath. Appears to be the back of the box.
I'm gonna check his desk upstairs for anything interesting.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
Natural 20.
Yay!
As you're rummaging through the notes in the desk, a lot of them are ledgers involving the trade in and out of the city. He has his hands dabbling in elements of the timber trade, elements of the actual trade of Whitestone. It talks about the, and you understand, like, the reason that Whitestone itself is, the stone that's mined here is so popular for construction, architecture, and other elements is the stone that these mountains are made of, when properly prepared. There is a faint bit of residuum that is just naturally ingrained in the rock here. No one really knows how that came about, but whatever it is, while it's not inherently magical, it makes it a little bit easier, faster, and cheaper to enchant the stone. So when it comes to enchanting like a teleportation circle permanently somewhere, or for traps, or things, not actual objects, but actually enchanting anything made of stonework, it's easier to enchant, and that's why the white stone of...
Okay. Thing number one. That's cool. That's a cool world building feature. Yeah. That's really cool. Number two. Makes it even weirder that these houses are so fucking boring. If it is in lore, the reason that this town exists is because it's easier to enchant the shit that we're standing in, why the fuck are they so boring? Why are they not enchanted? So, like, cool world building, Matt, but, like, talking yourself into a bit of a corner there, in my view. I don't know, we'll see. Let's keep the standard single. If a game has metal bikini armor, I want to be able to equip that as a male character. Fuck yeah, dude. I'd love my metal bikini. I assume only the rich get the material. We're in the rich right now. We're in the nobleman houses. There's like 3 or 4 noblemen in the city, and we're in one of their houses right now. And jack shit is enchanted. Their hatch is hidden underneath a rug like a fucking thief. If I have residuum as a wealthy dude, oh my god, illusion that shit. It doesn't need to be hidden under a rug. Illusion. Boop. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. That's, like, I like it as a world building element. I always like it when, like, these locations have something unique about them in that vein. But I feel like Matt didn't think about that when building the rest of it. There's more to the lore. Matt does explain. Oh, okay. Cool. Yes, with a high shine on the skin texture, femboy armor as default. Hey, look, man, I'm down. I'll participate.
This area is kind of sought after and a good trade element. So there's notes about that. But
I am never going to make a video game. Hold me to that. Anything that I code will not be a video game. I think they are a fool's errand. At least for me. I'm not good enough at them. I'm good at things in programming. Video games are not one of them. If I announce that I'm making a video game, be like, Meg, are you sure? I'm not doing it. But I'm down to participate in these other video games that we're talking about.
The stone
where the femboy armor is default.
Trade has been halted. All stone is continuing to be mined, but it's not being exported.
Is the desk made of the stone?
They're keeping it open.
Is the desk made of the stone?
No.
There's just notes about it. So all the white stone that's being mined is not being exported. It's being kept here.
They're
somewhere.
making something big.
They're making something big.
I think we need to get out of here.
Yes, Master, are you good with the coffin?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll smash the shit out of it in an effort to see what's underneath.
Okay. You take about 30 seconds of extreme violence against the wooden coffin,
Stupid
tearing it
coffin
into chunks and blocks. You get the feeling that this may have been the place the mist was trying to get to, but did not make its journey. It got scattered by Druid Sunbeam, and yes, destroyed. And the coffin's left in ruins.
But even then, this is where it was going? To the coffin? That was like 2 doors away, right? That was like really close to the entryway. Would that have made the combat substantially different? I guess the theory would have been that the mist goes into the room and down the hatch, and then they follow it into the room and maybe make a wrong turn. I can maybe see what Matt was going for there. I can maybe see it. Maybe it could heal. Could have been a healing thing. I'm more looking for, like, how would the dungeon, how would the battle map have evolved? And I think that the goal there was like a red herring. That the mist would go into this room, and then they would get into the room, and it would be gone, and they'd be like, oh no, and they're still, like, kind of in combat and whatever. So I think that was what it was going for, but that's okay. I think that saves it from what it was. I would critique it more if it was just what it was and he was supposed to die there, but yeah, you got to plan for that Druid Sunbeam. He has legendary actions, maybe lair actions. Ooh. Lair actions, that is fair. He could have lair actions that we're not aware of that could have made the fight more interesting, that he never got to use because he wasn't in his coffin or something. That is a very big factor that could have really changed things. That's super fair. I'm not saying they have to have bikini armor. I just think it's lazy for devs to use the same mesh for males and females. I mean, yeah, that's also fair. Or maybe the nobles are more profit-minded, preferring to sell the residuum rather than build with it. Look, I mean, it's possible, but when you're tyrannical overlords, I think that you would at least be partially security-minded, you know? Like, we can bend over, not bend over. We can bend some things in our mind to make a very, I don't even want to say decent, a good explanation for why they're not building with residuum. But my initial reaction when I hear that is, why are these so boring then? I mean, the core complaint there is that the noble houses are boring. But that's just, in my mind, he introduces residuum, and I'm like, oh, an obvious way to make them not boring. But he could have, had a ton of other things going on with the residuum and made them more interesting in other ways. They did just point out someone is hoarding it. I'm spit. Yeah. No, that's very fair. On the spitballing side of things. Point is, residuum is cool, but Matt clearly didn't think it out enough, and maybe he did. Like, I don't even want to, say clearly, because maybe Matt is thinking exactly what Evil Overlord is thinking, or what Cabium is thinking. These are very valid world building and plot arc things. But that comes back to then, okay, if those are all the case, then the noble mansions are still boring. and for these little mini lieutenants, I would have just liked to see something a bit more interesting, and residuum seems like an easy way to do that. Technically, Percy should know this, but he was also a child. Yeah.
And even you, Grog, absorb the fact that when a vampire goes to mist form, you get the feeling that this is the home it needs to come to try and survive.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Not that one.
Hey. What do I see? Anyone coming?
Oh, you see another zombie giant coming up the way. You can see people attacking it. It's just thrashing them about, but this one seems less bothered by the group and is now moving towards a specific area, moving towards the fiery plume in the distance. They're all gathering that direction.
But no one seems to be rushing towards this house.
Not at the moment, no.
This one's not on fire.
Okay.
Yet.
Yeah.
All right, you all gather. You can hear the rainstorm itself is coming down in sheets. What do you want to do?
Light this candle.
Should we light this on fire too?
Burn it to the ground.
Everyone out. And I start casting a flaming sphere.
Okay.
We're out by now.
Yeah.
Everyone
You
out?
guys all step out into the rain, pouring down. What bits of guard blood that have been pressed against you washes off.
Oh.
I kind of peek in this foyer.
Mhm.
And just poof, right in the middle. Kind of take a minute to move it all around.
The lightning sphere begins to just corkscrew around this room, up over the banister, up to the upper area, and like an artist, you just paint this entire room with flame until the entire interior of this main foyer is just an inferno. You can hear the flames licking, and the light is very bright. You're kind of backing up, and you can see people, unarmored folk in nearby homes that are pressed up against their windows, watching this happen and whispering to each other. The children, those that are kept kind of guarded and are not part of this rebellion initially, are watching this with smiles.
Okay. I think that's good enough. Yeah, let's go.
And back to the
So we run.
curiosity shop.
Yeah, sneaky, stealthing.
Okay. As you guys run off into the
That's
dark
without
alley
trace I
behind.
cast on all of us.
Okay. How many more spells do you have by the way that level? Several times today.
Yeah, I'm fine. Pass
Okay,
without trace.
cool.
That's the first level.
Okay, perfect.
Second level, but
Yeah, I think that Matt does not want... Matt clearly knows that they clearly like lighting shit on fire. And I think, there are a lot of things to press people on as a DM, and there are a lot of things that Vox Machina is doing that you very much should press them on as a DM. The method of them destroying the house is lower on the list. So my headcanon, my theory, I think the Doyleist reason for why it has been raining both of these nights is so that they can feasibly burn these homes down without it spreading throughout the entire city. Because that is a very reasonable thing that could happen. And that is super, like, you know, depending on the campaign and depending on, like, what sort of moral quandaries you want to introduce, that could be something you want to put to your party as a DM. You could be like, oh, yeah, the flames are getting up there, but it seems like a few embers are maybe getting a little close to the house next door. And, like, you might, like, start warning them of the danger, and now they have to go to containing that problem. So that is, like, a very interesting way you could take this as a DM. But I think that Matt has enough going on here that he just doesn't want to deal with it. and so he's just like, it's raining. The houses will burn down, but it won't spread because it's raining. Oh no, the house was an orphanage right next door. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Did Grog not rage in last fight? I just got back. Maybe I misremembered. He did rage last fight, but not this session. He raged last session. So no Grog would like to rage this time. This is why I recommend the animated show. The story's more streamlined and the characters are more consistent. Of course, there are spoilers. I really want to watch the show after I finish the actual campaign. I really want to figure out a way to watch the show. I don't know exactly how it'll look. I don't know if it'll be book club-esque. I don't know if maybe I just won't be able to do it on YouTube. I don't know what that will look like, but the show is very much on my list for things to make this content on.
Back to the alcove then?
Yeah, but
You guys all dart off into the alley under the cover of the shadows of the storm and the rainfall to head towards the alcove. We'll go ahead and take a quick break.
Yes.
A quick break. I know I say that. I'm not going to say
Quick
it by myself.
break.
But we're going to take it real quick because we want to try and get through much of the story before we hit the Christmas. Or Christmas. Which is
Oh,
gonna-
good God, Christmas.
Quick break. It was only... Okay, you know what? In their defense, it was only like 13 minutes. I was going to make fun of them for it being like 30. Okay. There is a 2-minute art break that John put in there. 28. Oh, whoops. Turn that down. Oh, Smokey! Smokey made it into the art. Whoa. The Briarwoods, they're so hot. Thank you. Hooray! That's sick. Very cool. I missed the full art break. Oh, man. The art really starts rolling in and getting ambitious because there are these art breaks. I believe it. That was cool. Now I'm clocking out at 2:15. Damn, Ebster. Get some sleep. You are going to need it. And we will see you later. Have a good night. People realize they get featured and start going hog wild. I bet. They always have such good art. Oh, man. Legit can't have nice things. Oh my gosh. Some of the artists in these episodes go on to create merch for Crit Roll. I remember that. I think we've talked about that before, which is very cool. That, like, there was such a, I don't know if, like, symbiotic is the right word, but, a sort of symbiotic relationship between Critical Role and the community. Also, look, that's such a funny most replayed, because it's just right after the break. Okay. And get that back up. These nerds used to spend and probably still spend hours every day liking art on Reddit and Twitter. Jeez. I mean, look, if I had fan art of me, I'd fucking spend all day liking it, dude. I wouldn't reply to any of your stupid ass comments. I'd be on liking my art. No, I'd do both. But I would do the same exact thing. I am exactly the same as them. On the contrary, this is how we have nice things. It's a give and take. I should have gone to bed 3 hours ago, but I found you yesterday. This is too interesting. Well, welcome, Evil Overlord. I'm very excited to have you. And I'm glad you came in on a long one on full episode Fridays. This is probably the longest. This might be the longest, like, just raw general stream. The longest one other than this was the 72-hour stream. But that wasn't even Critical Role. Most of them are shorter. Oh, man. They only show approved art, and the rest is on the website because of issues. Ah, fair enough. There's also an art book. They hired many of the artists. Nice. Very, very cool. About 10 minutes watch speed. Nice. What can I say? I always have good timing. Yes, sir. Dude, that's what people were saying when they were like, this is going to be a great ep for first, full Friday, or for the first full episode Friday, which they were right. Especially with all the Scanlan stuff. Who are these people? Who are these magoobers? What are we looking at here? Who's that? Oh, I know that guy. Am I behind still? 25:31. Oh, I must have gone to 24:31. Okay. So we're chilling.
Welcome back. So, jumping back into the chaos, the party is scattered back into the rainstorm.
Oh, and it's
everyone
quiet.
To make a stealth check.
Oh, right. +10 for everybody.
+10.
All right. I rolled my disadvantage.
All right.
10.
Total 10.
No,
You had a
11
zero?
plus 10.
11
plus-
technically.
Okay.
29.
43.
Okay.
I'm not there.
43?
Well, you're making your own stealth, though. You're invisible, so just roll twice.
Natural 20.
Ah, yeah.
Right.
28.
30.
Okay. So, making up for the bounding chaos that is Grog throughout the city, you managed to still make your way, largely as a group stealth, to... Are you heading to the alcove, you said?
That's where we had our little crash base set up.
Right, correct. All right, so... you make your way to the alcove. As you're darting through, you can see in the distance small pocketed sounds of yells and the occasional sound of some sort of large-scale crumbling or crashing of wood and stone. Occasionally, darting past the streets, you see kind of militant occupants of Whitestone, armored, rushing through, shouting orders to each other, some coming back wounded and like...
Wait, is this just like happening right now? Is the rebellion upon us? That's so weird. That's so weird. Because, all right, I'm not looking at any of the titles. I'm just looking at how many are left with a blue background. It's like 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, there are so many left with a blue background. I thought them killing Smokey, in my prediction, them killing Smokey was going to be the end of the blue backgrounds in my head. There's like 7 or 8 left. And the revolution is now? How big is Whitestone? Uh-oh. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I might have predicted something wrong. I think the title of this stream might not be entirely accurate. Uh-oh, we're gonna have to see. Oh, man, it was so Spartan. Oh, wait, whoops. It was so Spartan back then. They'd say people... I knew that people were fighting the giant. I didn't think that it was gonna be like... everything was happening. They managed an occasionally 40K view live channel with such a small team is crazy. That is crazy. Like for a medieval city, it's huge. Yeah. Dude, that's so crazy. Like I said, I just thought, sorry, not is Whitestone bigger than I thought. Sorry, I misspoke. Is Whitestone Castle bigger than I thought? Because that is, I literally thought it was going to be like revolution happens, they all go up to the castle. That is where the rest of the blue backgrounds are, is within the castle. And you're telling me that there's 7 sessions left? I think I got something wrong. Like, Like, the fact that Percy rightfully owns the place is a big deal. Yeah, I mean, that's a huge deal. I have a feeling, especially now that Cassandra's back, that Cassandra's going to take over, not Percy, especially because Percy's a little possessed. And I have a feeling that Percy's going to maybe do some shit that makes the people of Whitestone not trust him as, like, their next ruler. So I have a feeling Cassandra's. I guess that's a prediction, but, like, yeah, when this is all said and done, I think Cassandra's going to take the throne. Unless they get her fucking killed. Maybe then it's Archibald. I don't know.
Helping their friends back. The midday rebellion has definitely started. And you get the sense that the initial surprise has been effective, but the longer this runs, the longer this wears on, the more and more of a body count this will be.
Seeing the chaos, can I get the dust of tracelessness and start trying to sprinkle it behind us?
Yeah.
Guys, we should do something. I know we really
You have
should.
to help? Am I with these guys yet?
You have not, but you all meet up back at the alcove, communicating over your earpieces. You make your way to the front of the building. The doors are closed and locked.
When we get
The
there.
alcove?
Closed and locked.
Oh.
Well, I'll see about that. I'm going to check the door.
Go for it.
That is 10. 23.
Okay. Seems to be a fairly simple lock.
All right.
Look for an ambush. Around. Can we look around the
Yeah,
building?
perceive it.
Rooftops, sides of the building.
Make a perception check, guys.
All of us?
Me too?
Not you. You haven't gotten there.
Actually, rolled a 17.
Okay.
This is the place where Keeper Yenen's from, yeah? Like, this is his place, right?
24.
Okay. Looking about, there doesn't appear to be any set ambush, or if anybody else here. You do hear the soft sound of pacing footsteps in the interior.
Probably. Should we knock on the door?
This is the
Canvas
magic
building.
shop.
No, canvas building.
This is the magic shop? Okay. Gotcha. Okay, interesting.
I can get in there and see who that is. I can go in there. Yeah.
Did they tell her that they were planning an attack? She could be the mole. That's very possible, especially since I think her old boss and, ostensibly mentor is the Rasputin stand-in. I think he's like an evil snake oil salesman, so maybe she's like a collaborator snake oil salesman too and reported them to the Briarwoods. But I don't remember them telling her that they were going to attack, so I don't know if that holds. We'll see.
Right on the inside.
I thought it was upstairs. You said right on the other side of the door, right?
Keeper Kima.
Yeah.
Oh, for crying out loud. I push past them and I just go,
It's her dad? Right. Statement stands. Yeah.
Georgiana! Georgiana, it's us!
Okay. It's a pause. And her voice goes, "Who's us?"
Crazy Grandma.
And yeah, Vox Machina. Does she know we're called that?
No, I don't know. Crazy Grandma, we're
Crazy
staying with
peasants.
you. Crazy peasants. Allies.
Make a persuasion check.
Son of a... 9?
Can I help?
I'm Crazy Grandma! I'm Crazy Grandma! Help!
I'll say, since you're backing her failure up, go ahead and make it with disadvantage.
I got 50 cats! Yeah, you don't have to call it a... That sounds so sad.
No,
I'll
it's a
say it like
failure.
that.
Sorry.
Back my failure up.
18. There's a pause. Crazy Grandma. Come in. You hear the sound of a locking sound in the door. Opens up ever so slightly. Very, very dimly lit interior. There's a small lantern, a hooded lantern across the room. Other than that, you see the shadow of Drainer. She ushers you all in out of the rain.
So, hey, guess what? It started.
Yeah, apparently. She closes the door behind you. Looks out the window that has the curtains closed and goes, "Okay, so it's underway. It's not safe to be here right now.
No.
Did anyone see you come in?
No.
Good.
Now
Who
what?
are you?
Oh, well, how about seeming? Are we, this whole time, have we looked like crazy peasants
No.
during the
No.
battle?
No,
We dropped it.
We dropped it?
You dropped seeming before all this.
Okay, just make sure Trinket wasn't a donkey that killed the...
No.
That would have been intense and awesome.
That would have been amazing. Donkey eating a vampire head? Oh, man.
This
Good
is,
one.
If only.
this is hard to
I'm
believe.
there.
This.
What's up?
Am I there, Grandma?
I'm Crazy Grandma.
don't know.
I do a crazy eye thing just to kind of show her, huh?
Am
It's
I
not
there? Am I
safe.
there, Matt?
You've just now gotten to that point. You see the door closing as you get there.
Hello. Hi. How'd it go?
Good work, by the way. That was awesome. I mean, I saw the fire. I don't know what you did, but
Oh, man.
I set fire to the place. Some shit went down.
Okay, good on Matt for holding his tongue there. Because I just saw that and I felt that as a DM. Right here, it's you've gotten to that point. You see the door closing as you get there. Very much implying to me that Scanlan is outside and this chick is locking him out. But watch Matt's face.
Closing as you get there.
Hello. Hi. How'd it go?
good work, by the way.
See, he's kind of like, wait, if he's kind of like, wait, no, that's not what I. But then he just lets it go because it's ultimately it doesn't matter that much, probably, and you just let it keep going. You don't interrupt to be like, oh wait, no, actually you're outside, so you don't say hello. That's one, like, sometimes it's important to correct your players and like what they think and what they do if it's, not possible. But also, if it doesn't matter, yeah, you just are like, oh, and you just gotta shut the fuck up.
That was awesome. I mean, I saw the fire. I don't know what you did, but well.
I set fire to the place. Some shit went down. Dinosaurs were harmed. Oh. But I know that you got the smoke signal and used that to attack.
The Dobrolos have dinosaurs.
No, it was me. It's all good though. I caused a ruckus. That's all I was supposed to do.
Yes.
What is going on?
Right.
Perhaps.
We may have just started a revolution.
Does he look familiar to you?
You don't recognize us. It's not safe to walk these streets for outsiders, so we were using a little bit of trickery. This is us. We're the same people you were dealing with before.
Vox Machina.
We just need to rest.
Okay. We can rest here, but how long?
Until we're healed, and then we'll go.
Overnight.
Right.
I feel like we should get work.
Okay, I'm not fully suspicious of her yet, but I will say, if you were a mole and the insurgents did come to you, and maybe one of the first things you would ask is, yeah, you can stay here, but how long are you gonna be here? For no reason. And is it more than the travel time between the castle and here? I still don't think it's her. I still think it's Keeper Yenin. But if you were a mole, that seems like a very mole-ish question.
Out to somebody though, because
To what? To hold the revolution?
I don't know. I feel like everyone's gonna die before we even get to the castle.
That's the thing. I don't know if this is the time to rest.
But we don't have any spells.
And it's like, this is like a lot of plausible deniability of like, why is she just like locked up in the shop? It could be because she is worried about like, her shit getting fucked with during the thing, especially if people know that her father's up in the castle. Like, she could be in legitimate danger from the revolutionaries. Or she actually is a collaborator and she's trying to figure out what to do. Or she's waiting on I mean, there's a lot of double reasons that this could be holding on. There are a lot of very innocent, benign ones. There are also a lot of really suspicious ones. 1-to-1 Scanlan versus the door. I'd take the door any day. It is also a reasonable question. That's the great thing about it. That's the perfect thing. Okay, so not to fucking advertise, well, it's not shilling, because it's my product, and you all know that. Not to advertise too much for book club. Last book club, we talked about how there is like a, not like a murder mystery, but there's a mystery. Someone's trying to kill the king, and his saddle strap fucking breaks mysteriously. And they're like, oh no, what is that's weird. And the king is like, the saddle strap, definitely someone cut it. And they went to the leather workers, and the leather workers were like, oh, also, I guess I should have mentioned spoilers for part 2 of Way of Kings. The pause for like a minute and then fast forward. But like the leather workers were like, yeah, like this shit was definitely fucked with. And the investigator's like, I'm sorry, what? It was fucked with. And they were like, yeah, man, you gotta strap up the buckles tighter. Like, a buckle slapping against this can really wear it away. And the investigator's like, so you're not saying it was cut? And they're like, yeah, cut by the buckle. And he's like, no, I meant like cut with a knife. And they're like, oh, I mean, I guess it could have been. And so, yeah, there's enough there to where there's an innocent answer, and then there's the suspicious answer. And when those are equally plausible, I think is when you're doing like good mysterious tension well. Anyways,
what we can do?
I'm okay. We can maybe make do.
Yeah, also very possible, just me T, of, maybe the father isn't the snake oil salesman. Maybe it's, like, hey, your father ain't living up to his end of the bargain, girl. You gotta give us some info. And maybe he is living up to his end of the bargain and they're just lying. Lots of different ways this could go. I can't believe we're still streaming. I'm back. I don't even know how long it's been going. What is it, 7 hours? You know what's crazy? This is not even the first 7-hour CR stream. I think, at least. Maybe this is the first one to actually cross the 7-hour threshold. But there have been others that have been high 6 hours. Yeah, man. Look, that's a full episode Friday for you. I'm back live. What up, John? How you doing? All right, let's get back.
Final attack?
You might be cool, but we're fine.
How about...
Let's see. What for time code lovers? Matt ends session at 1:01. So that is basically the end of the bar.
We stay here until 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning.
What time is it now?
Right now, I'd say you're close to 3 in the afternoon.
How do we tell the people?
The new rulers are brutal, so I wouldn't blame her. Dude, that's what I'm saying. That's why at first I was calling like Yenin or all these people like evil. That's why I switched to collaborators, is because that is a more wide-reaching net, certainly. Like, these people may not be evil people. They may not be bad people. They may be just like, people trying to survive. And does that make them evil? Another philosophical question for another day. But yeah, I mean, she could very much be a collaborator because, yeah, these new rulers are evil, brutal tyrants. So it's very easy to imagine that there are probably several collaborators. 7 hours, 20 minutes was the record single session. Oh, well, I, don't want to jinx it, but I think to not eclipse that, I would have to not pause at all for the rest of the session. So I think we're eclipsing that today. There were 2 7-hour streams before this, 7:20 and 7:01. Damn. I'd gone longer than I thought. I don't anticipate this being an 8-hour one. I mean, it'll depend on what happens. Maybe it will be 8 fucking hours. Who knows? But I think this will be sometime between now and 7 hours. Or in 8 hours. Another moral discussion, how you would treat collaborators, especially ones acting because their loved ones are held hostage. Yeah. I mean, that's a great, like, you can have that moral discussion around, like, the how do you treat, like, active war criminals, like the people that hung people up in the Sun Tree. Yeah, and then there's the next layer down of, okay, these people didn't do those things, but they, like, actively ratted on their neighbors. They actively, like, espionaged for the people doing those terrible things. Where does that? Yeah, these are very nice gradient layers of these moral quandaries. Respect the timer. The timer's two fucking minutes. Come on, we're fine. Who's got 8 hours in secret mega bingo? And look, if that is an actual square, I don't know. I'd give it a 50-50 tonight. Maybe I think 60% think that it'll be under 8 hours. 40% it'll be over. There's also the added layer that anyone could be charmed the same way Vax was. 1,000%. And you could even have a sequence where they are dealing with someone who they think is charmed, and they're not. And so they, like, make this whole plan around, like, we're going to de-charm them at exactly the right moment. They'll flip on the Briarwoods, and then they're just not charmed. It is just good old-fashioned, like, bribery or blackmail. And, you don't need to get enchantment magic involved. There's all sorts of interesting things you can do with this type of storyline, especially if you're willing to go as dark as Matt is with the fucking Sun Tree. If you're willing to step into those lines, there's a lot of options for you on what sort of moral quandaries you present to the party. We need to add that to the bingo. We can.
We need to briefly quell the rebellion.
We started something. We can't stop it now.
Are we going to be willing? Actually,
well, let's spread
we're going
word.
to be indoors. It doesn't matter what time we go in to attack the council. It doesn't.
Let's spread word. We can spread word. Let's find a few.
Can we, like, send off a message that says,
we sparked a hope in people.
The Sentry was a absolute game changer. Completely agree. I mean, I haven't even seen, what's going on after this sequence, but yeah, absolute a bit of a game changer. Yeah.
We now have innocent peasants, people who are not fighters.
What if we all
Can you skywrite something about like attack tomorrow or hold?
What if we all take off in separate directions and we tell all the peasants we find that are fighting the time that we're gonna attack?
Aren't there a bunch of zombie stone giants walking?
Well, yeah, we'll have to be sneaky about it, but we'll spread the rumors around. I look over at Joanna.
Yeah, because insurgencies and revolutions and coups are famously easy to stop once they're in motion. They are famously not one of the hardest things to control once they get going. Uh-huh. B4, is this a moral dilemma? Yeah, fuck it. I'll give B4. I'd say this is a moral dilemma on like whether or not to let the peasants attack tonight. Yeah.
Jordana? Sure. And I say, can you get word out to people?
To a few, maybe. I don't want to go outside right now.
I don't blame you, dear.
Let us stay. I say we just rest up, and we attack tonight.
Tonight?
What if there isn't a town to defend tonight?
Big sarcasm, Rainbow Dragon. Big sarcasm. They are famously easy to control things, yeah. Like how much of Whitestone do they want to be left afterwards? Yeah, that is the quandary.
Are they strong enough?
Want to be indoors.
Who are they? First of all, it's raining outside. It's daytime. There's no vampires out there right now, right? They don't like water, do they?
No, they can go out there.
They don't like running water. In fact, they hate running water. I didn't think about that.
It's a lot of running water, though.
I didn't think about that either.
Right?
I'm sure they don't like it.
Grog remembers.
In any case, the only thing that our rebels are rebelling against right now are 6 zombie giants, one of whom I'm pretty sure they killed already.
Nah. I'll give you technicalities if it's at least related to the bad news. Like, is that a real vamp thing? The running water? It's a D&D vamp thing. Running water, don't like running water is a D&D vamp thing. But no, that is the weapon. I appreciate the technicalities though, but I'm not letting you get away with that one.
Did I see them?
Best you can see, that group was doing pretty well and was hacking it down. They lost a few of the number in the process.
Did we ever get a count of how many zombie giants there were?
There were 6.
6 that you saw while you're doing your overall flight.
What, so we go out and fight zombie giants?
No, but maybe we could.
Why not?
Is the castle like stone?
We are the most capable people in this town right now.
Well, we could go fight zombie giants and then tell everybody to wait.
Yeah.
That's no purpose. We gotta rest.
Why don't we take a short rest, heal up a bit, get back out there, take down some giants. What do you guys say?
I admire this fire in your eyes, but
what if we run out and tell people to stop fucking fighting and wait?
But it's so stupid. I would classify rain as running water. I think it is probably purposefully vague. I think like the clear example would be like a river. That's running water. But like rain? Probably. At my table, if they were like, oh, rain running water, I'd be like, oh, yeah, probably. Also, it's a Bram Stoker thing. Oh, interesting. Okay. If you leave a vamp to do vamp things, you might regret. That would be bad news, not bad news. You're right. It is a proper noun. That is a very good point. It's a proper noun. Running water is a vamp thing. Generally, I don't think rain counts, though. Interesting. That's a big, like, if my players came to me out of session, I might be like, oh, I'll research it. But if they in session, if they were like, does rain count? I'd probably be like, yeah, probably. and that's the ruling I'd stick to. Matt counted urine specs. I think he counted. To be fair, he was counting urine specs as part of a how do you want to do it. So I don't know that was solidified in the canon. But you make a good point. Like if I spit at a vampire, would it die? According to Matt's how do you want to do it? A little bit. But probably shouldn't.
Till tomorrow.
That's what
They won't.
We
the
literally,
giants
I
will
just
keep
threw up a giant.
smashing them.
What time did it say?
It's about 3. We could do a round. We could just do a round of the front courtyard and see what's going on.
Fuck!
Biobreak is very reasonable right now. I think we could definitely do a biobreak. Wait, so if a water elemental dashed, If you had a water elemental dash through the space of a vampire, I would give that to you all day long. I'd probably give you a bonus because that is true in every sense of the word. I love that shit. Anyways, yeah, we will do a quick bio break and be right back. Enjoy the music and your peeing. Hello. What's up? This scene to me is an example of why some people might legit dislike Keyleth, because she is stuck trying to argue to do what she views as the right thing now against the whole party, even though it's a strategically bad idea. I mean, I think... Oh, did someone else need to use the bio? Shit. The dog also needs to use the bathroom, I think. Back to the music. Because the dog will not wait. Wait. Okay, well... The dog sat there for a second and then left. Okay, never mind. I think she's cool. Sometimes we have bells on the front door, and sometimes she just likes sitting next to the front door because it's cold. But then she'll ring the bells, which means she wants to go outside. But she just sat down, and I was like, ooh, maybe. But then she didn't ring the bells. Anyways. I mean, I think that generally, arguing against something that is like arguing for something that is a strategically bad idea is incredibly human. And I think that like that is a good expression of flaw in a lot of cases. Or potentially not even flaw, just like expression of core beliefs to argue against the strategic thing. Like that I think that in and of itself is a very good player behavior. I could see the argument that maybe their arguments stretch on a bit too long, and like, you know, maybe they don't come to a resolution quick enough. But I don't know that I would honestly model that as like a pretty good player behavior generally. She has a strong value. Yeah, for me, it doesn't seem like that bad of an idea strategically. There's value in keeping up the momentum. Oh, wait. Which one? What are we talking about right now? Was Keyleth arguing that they should continue the revolution? And everyone else is arguing to stop it? I think Keyleth's right. God, not to play the... I thought it was the opposite. I thought she was arguing, hey, we should stop because we're probably going to get a bunch of people killed. No, I think she's a... I mean, if we're talking strategically, I think it is like an absolute fool's errand to attempt to slow this thing down. I think they will be absolutely unable to, and they will just waste a bunch of time doing so. So I don't know who's arguing for what right now. Kia's moral compass seems to rub a lot of people the wrong way. I mean, I think that it is not a common thing to... I think a lot of people at tables like, you know, the hearts, like the soul of the party. But in an entertainment product, if you are a Travis, if you're a Grog, which I think a lot of probably the viewers likely lean that way. And because this is on Twitch, a gaming website. So I think it's I can pretty confidently say that more of them are lean towards Travis than lean towards like Taliesin or Marisha. Where it's like, yeah, blood's gut, glory. So I think that they will often be wanting that to happen, and Keyleth just comes off as a wet blanket because, you know, she's having a complex, you know, moral compass. And then I have heard it before that because Marisha doesn't do as much of a voice for Keyleth, that it is not always clear what is Keyleth and what is Marisha. I feel like I can tell the difference pretty well, but I do accept the idea that, like, a lot of people may not be able to. That seems very reasonable to me. So that's kind of my theory on it. Doggo, false alarm. I think Keyleth is good reason why the party didn't turn to murder hobos. Yeah. Absolutely evil overlord without Pike there is basically all on her. Yeah. I meant to start watching from the start, but I felt so sleepy. I tried to sleep instead. That fails. What upset Theshalo? No worries. Yeah, no, you will never be able to catch back to live. They want to rest for 8 hours. I mean, the revolution is either going to succeed or fail in 8 hours. You will either be in the new place, and congratulations, or much more likely, 8 hours from now, all of the peasants are dead. Or a sufficient number of them are dead to quell any further rebellion. So yeah, I think sleeping 8 hours is, I mean, I don't want to be too hyperbolic, but I think that's kind of dumbass, stupid-ass, silly shit. Like, sleeping 8 hours, there is no more revolution. It's just you guys again. Which, I mean, like, that's fine, but... yeah, short rest. Okay, short rest is a little different. Still risky, but short rest is different. Yeah, I agree with Keeling. It's too late. Vex wants to tell the people to wait. What people? The entire town? They're not gonna wait. That's insane. Kay wants to join. Everyone else wants to rest or wait till night. Yeah, man. I swear I'm not trying to be like, hoorah, Keyleth. But, like, I just think she's right. Just straight up. I have no deeper opinion. I just think she's, like, I just think it's correct to do. I don't know. I don't think anyone will survive if they wait, but maybe it'll be fun. I agree morally with Keyleth, but they are kind of spent. I think they're worried that if they keep going, they'll get to the boss fight with nothing left. Fair enough. I mean... that's a good dilemma to put players in, is to, like, because ultimately D&D is a resource management game, so, like, putting them in that situation. I will say the only thing that I might do is, like, if I'm Matt and I am hearing the players say this, and, you know, I'm in my brain, so I'm agreeing with Marisha, and I think that they're all stupid. I am probably, as Joanna, going to voice... hey, if you guys, like, take a full night's sleep, I mean, whatever happens will happen. It will be resolved one way or the other. Like, I'm saying that as Joanna. Now, that's fine. That's the resource management part of it, is if you want to wait and get more resources, things will happen. And it's probably going to end up worse for you, but you'll have more resources. So... I mean, if we're talking, like, really strategically, I don't think they go up to, like, Briarwood Castle, but I do think that, like, Grog and Vac, like, Grog still has a rage left, let's be honest. Taliesin probably has all his shit left. Vex probably has most of her shit, like, what shit Rangers even have. Really, the only ones that are spent are Scanlan and Keyleth. And also, Keyleth hasn't even wild-shaped. So, like, really, like, if we're talking about spent, they just used a couple of high-level spell slots. They have plenty of shit left in the tank. And they have plenty of healing potions. Like, they totally could do this. And I think they should probably go out and combat some of those giants strategically if I was at that table. But, could be wrong. Could be wrong. The avalanche has already started. It's too late for the pebbles to vote. Lol, yeah. Sleeping for 8 hours truly proves that D&D is a power fantasy. oh, no. Cries in only 5 hours of sleep last night. It took me a bit to figure it out, but now I'm on 2.5. Fair enough. Yeah. I agree with Marisha, too. I'm just saying they have valid concerns. And that is fair. That is a fair argument that they're like, hey, we're spent. And then it should be the discussion, the deeper discussion, which I think they're probably going to have in a second here. But I think, yeah, I don't know. All of that to say, I do see how people could get there in terms of, like, the Marisha dislike and in this specific instance maybe, but I can't. Which is like, you know, I try to be empathetic even when I personally cannot get there. Timer. Fuck, I forgot the timer. I'm ending anyways. It's guaranteed to fall asleep power fantasy for me. That's true. If I could just snap my fingers and go to sleep, ugh.
Fine.
Try and sleep through the night.
All right, we fight until
How
we
about-
absolutely can't fight anymore.
What about the people that absolutely need a short rest at the minimum stay?
We can
stay for
we
an
can take
hour.
a short rest.
We're
We
short
can take a
resting
short
right
rest.
now.
Rest for an hour.
This is gonna go on for a while, but the longer we wait indoors, the more people are gonna die, and if we're killing people to try and save the masses, which is how I'm justifying this whole thing, by the way, I feel like we can't leave the masses to their own devices.
Wait a second. What about that cleric, the religious man that you've talked to? Could he get a message out to everybody? What's his name?
At this point, though, it's chaos.
Yeah.
We literally lit the fire,
So
and we
we're
can't,
resting
we
right
can't
now.
stop it now.
Archibald, is that his name?
Yeah, they're standing up for
We also
themselves.
there's also the point that somebody is informing on us.
Someone is informing
What are you
on
talking
us.
about? Why?
They were ready for it.
Maybe someone in this room.
Yes, they knew we were coming.
Of course they knew we were coming. We killed one of
They
them.
said there
burn
was an
one of our houses
informant. They said that there was an informant when we were there.
Who did?
That guard, he said our contacts were right. Our informant was correct.
Yeah,
Somebody
sounds-
is informing on us.
Yeah.
I
It could be you.
This woman.
Go ahead and roll insight.
Man, oh shit.
Can I say it?
The first valid insight I've heard asked for. He still shouldn't have asked for the check specifically, yada, 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 but this is a case where I'm like, oh yeah, get that insight rolling. Fuck yeah. Dun, dun, dun.
Because I just said it could be you. Can I do the same thing?
Sure, go ahead.
All right. Snap, snap. Okay. No.
What do you want to know?
Best you can tell, she just looks genuinely scared and like isn't comfortable with your presence right now, but is letting it happen. She's still getting over the fact that you guys look entirely different than when you first
Right.
talked to her about staying here.
Well, short rest and then we head out. We do some attacks and.
I've never fought a zombie giant before.
No, but everybody else is doing it. There's peasants
So?
are doing it.
That's what I'm saying. Let's see what we're up against. Let's take a breather and let's go pick one off.
Jordana, do you have any books here
Expose
about
ourselves over a fucking giant?
zombie giants?
Been over here.
But we'll be in the open.
All right, what? Do you have any books on zombie giants? It's so silly.
But
In the streets.
necromancy is not studied in this town. At least, no. We never had to deal with it until recently, and we haven't had the opportunity to really study since.
Well, we know. I mean, the zombie combined with giants. I mean, we've fought zombies and we fought giants, so I'm assuming it's a vague,
What?
We keep a distance.
How long does it take to recharge hacks, by the way? It's an
Seinfeld now.
I need a long rest.
long rest for
What
us.
is the deal?
How many sunbeam Hadoukens do you have left, Keela?
How many Hadoukens?
Yeah.
Yes, and sunbeams. I'm done on sunbeams.
If you get a short rest, how many do you give back?
I'm done.
Yeah, we need long rest to
None.
get spells.
But however, if I short rest, I actually haven't burnt any of my animal farms here recently, and I can water elemental up, which would also permanently kill them. So I have other defenses that could still take down vampires if we encounter another one. I'm more concerned about these giants right now.
That's what I'm talking about.
I say we
No, they're zombies. They're undead.
They're undead.
Well,
Those
so are
two different
vampires.
things, huh?
Yes.
There are two very different things.
Grog learned.
All right. So what's the plan?
We short rest
I
and
say
then
we
we
short
head
rest and then
Take a
we
rest and we
join the rebellion to
exterminate.
Wait, join the rebellion or ride around town telling everyone quell?
We're taking down
can't
these damn
quell.
giants. These
As much as
giants are
possible.
killing people left and right. We watch them crush people on our way here.
All right.
they tell them
only
that
they had
take
a
cover during the
cleric.
night.
I'm gonna roll like 4 of these.
Yeah, you guys go ahead and use your hit dice to heal up while you're.
Wait, is the water elemental thing real? I mean, I think she's assuming what we were talking about. Yeah. I think she's assuming, her neurons connected to the same ones that yours did. Yeah. I thought I was just doing a clever bit. I think you're both doing clever bits. Don't down yourself because she got there too. I think you're both being clever. I didn't get there. I love it. A cleric in
Anyone
this
need a
economy.
trinket? Can you heal Trinket?
I can.
Oh,
Heal him so much.
Yes, you piece of shit.
Does Trinket get? Oh, he does get hit dice.
Trinket technically does not. Trinket
It
requires.
says it does. It says it's written down.
For hit dice?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go.
Evil Overlord, go to bed. You did 3 hours of sleep. I mean, I guess 3 hours of sleep is better than no sleep, but yeah, go to bed. Good night. Everybody that should be asleep right now, go to sleep. I want to see the concurrent viewer number drop. You can watch the VOD. It's not worth it, I swear. I love that you're here. I love talking to you. But if you need sleep for tomorrow, that is more important. Leave a comment with whatever you want to say, and I promise I will respond to all the comments on this video. Pinky promise. So that you do not feel left out. But you guys gotta get sleep.
Also, another strange question. What creates initiative? Initiative is your dexterity modifier.
That's right.
So with me, it's my dexterity modifier +2. I'm also apparently wearing a headband of initiative, which I'd forgotten about.
Which
gives me +2 to my initiative.
Correct.
Oh dear God Almighty. Okay, thank you.
Oh dear God Almighty.
I don't mean to be doing this. This
No,
is
no,
entirely
that's great.
Okay.
I didn't take alertness feat. Then things would have gotten stupid.
Are you healing Trinket?
How much more does he need?
He's at 36.
The dog
He
just
needs
finished it.
24 more.
Actually, I'm going to be using the Head of Disguise just because it's
I can
probably
roll
safe. Does
for
anybody
him.
want a headband of initiative?
Let me.
Yeah.
As long as you are good for tomorrow, Fanlair. Alaska time zone OP. So easy, so simple in Alaska. 3 a.m., but my sleep schedule's a mess. I slept earlier. Look, that's what, if you're okay for tomorrow, cool. But if you're actively, you know, fucking up your sleep for tomorrow and your day tomorrow, there will be many, many more critical eyes.
Do you not need it?
I can't wear 2 things on my head.
This guy.
I don't have anything on my head.
Put it on your little head.
So you've got +2 to your initiative, and I'm losing +2 to my initiative. Okay. It's called a headband of initiative.
You have an 8 to your initiative, which is
Very mystical.
How much time do we have before the sun that is being blocked by the rain clouds goes down?
Well, you guys taking a short rest, about 30 minutes to an hour, so you have about 2.5, 3 hours before it goes down entirely.
That should give us enough time to do a quick tour. We already know their walking route, and I'm sure that the people are.
I'm gonna give them a level 2 cure wounds.
Okay.
So do 2d8 plus 10.
Me?
Informer?
Sure. Me or you. Whoever feels more comfortable.
I'll do
It's that
it. It
old,
was good.
it's that old bastard, isn't it?
Is he back? Are
Liam,
we,
during
is
this
he
rest,
back?
if you wanted to spend some
No,
time
I
on
mean,
that cape.
Yeah.
Drink it back.
I do. I'm gonna
He's
sniff.
a 51.
I'm gonna
He's
sniff
like
it. I'm gonna
9-1
shake it
plus.
out.
I'll do it.
No, I can.
That's fine.
Sorry, I'm looking off camera with concern because the dog just ate. Aha, there we go. All right. I was waiting because a lot of times right after she eats, she needs to go outside. So I will be right back because I need to be responsive to that. See you in a second. No, I guess mini bio break. And then we will be closing this out.
abbia via, dobi da nada vidovira, to via pio, to vavio, ja pilomina do gabivo.
back. And Mustang only had 25 minutes. Oh no, 9 minutes ago. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's do it. Hi.
No, I can sing a song of rest for all of us.
Oh, yeah, do that.
It gives us all 1d6. It's pretty weak.
No, that's...
No, it's fine. He's got extra hit points. Don't worry about it.
No, I got it. Rest just happens, right? Do you get that for free?
It just happens.
Oh, so you might as well. If you don't burn anything.
Okay. Health. We need some now. Health. Not just anybody. Health. You know you need someone. Health.
That's not trademark. I love it.
Did that come from my cup?
Probably. All right, so you guys have rested up.
It's another d6.
Through the rest, you occasionally hear the voices run by yelling.
Oh, no.
As you guys get towards the end of your rest, you hear the large, heavy footfalls hitting nearby. A loud, heavy impact, and you hear some short cheers outside.
Yes!
Yay!
Oh, he died. That's 2 down. Splash 2.
So right out front, we hear it?
Up front, a little ways off, not like immediately.
Do we have horses? We don't have any horses, do we?
No.
Should we go outside and see how
Let's
they're doing?
go.
Just got eaten by harpies.
Should we go outside and see how they're doing?
Let's go around, I
Turn
guess.
Yeah, let's check it out.
We go out front.
Okay, Drain wants you guys out
Do you
behind
want to
it.
split up?
Split the party.
No, let's keep together. Just
Go
do,
ask if she has any holy. Do you have any holy symbols at all in here?
Too much Beatles this stream, I swear.
I'm sorry, no.
Nothing. Do you have,
We know the route. Let's just circle.
All those were kept either the two temples here.
do you have anything magic that can help me?
I already gave you everything of magic that I had here.
Oh, right. I forgot we took it.
Sorry.
Shit. All right, thank you.
Once we're outside, how far away is that giant that was
Just step outside and look. It's about 60 feet off near one of the big crossroads near this area. And there is zombie giant has been completely felled down. And there are 3 people now that are currently in the process of hacking its head off just to make sure. It's a group of about seven people that live here. They're all looking pretty messed up, but they're all eager and kind of adrenaline given. They're all hacking away and stopping and taking a breath. You hear in the distance bolt of lightning coming down from the storm. And as everyone kind of shakes for a second, look at each other. Yeah, give like a cheer of victory. They all hop off the body of the zombie giant and begin darting further in towards.
These are all level 1 PCs. This is their first. This is their first adventure.
The city.
I look up. Is my Derulo symbol still in the sky?
It's there. It's dissipating slowly, but it's still there. It's moved a little bit off axis with the storm.
Okay.
So that's it. That's it for the big houses, right? We've
All the big houses.
just the castle.
Just the
Except we haven't killed the members of one of the houses. By the way, my Song of Rest is a D8.
Awesome.
But we haven't killed the last one. Now, the one that you guys killed, what's his name again? Tyliri?
Tyliri.
He was a vampire.
Yes.
Because Silas killed him,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And then made him a vampire.
One would assume.
Didn't he hang him on the sun tree?
No. Maybe he was already.
No. Are we back? Hello. Testing. Are we back? Yes, for a bit. Okay, we're back. It was not you guys. It was either OBS or my internet. I would guess my internet. But okay, cool. Sick.
A vampire.
Revealed to Desmond Tyliri hanging from the sun tree.
Wow.
That was true.
So Scanlan just remembered something that everyone else did not remember, and I did not remember. That Briarwood had already hung Tyliri from the sun tree. Which doesn't seem... I don't think you can make a vampire out of like a corpse. Or is that a thing? That might be a variant of lore that I'm not aware of.
Wow.
And then he became a vampire. Is that where they're spawning?
No. Maybe he was already a vampire and he hung him from the tree just to show.
Well, Vex.
That doesn't seem right.
Didn't you
Let's head to the sun tree, why don't we?
Okay.
Let's
mention
make that direction.
Let's go.
something to us about how when people die in this town, that the guy you talked to at the bar?
Yes,
the
we
guy
talked to
you
the
talked
guy. Yeah? What about
And
him?
he said when people die here, they don't die.
Well, yes, we
Right,
know
yeah.
that, yes, but
They come back.
I'm thinking...
That could be. Yes, that could apply too.
I think this whole damn town, I think the whole land is cursed. That's what I think.
I think that's
Probably pretty fair.
Should we go to the tree?
Sure.
Why?
Just
Oh,
We'll make our way through town and look for giants as we make our way to
Let's look for giants.
Okay.
Let's go giant hunting.
All right, so from the alcove, you guys head in a southwestern motion, keeping off the main paths best you can. The main chaos seems to have died down a little bit in this area of the town. You come across another body of a zombie giant, surrounded by what looks like 8 bodies of civilians of the town.
Are they all dead or are they injured?
No, they're all very dead. 2 of them which are torn in half and just tossed to different sides. One appears to be half-eaten, and the rest are just smashed. But whatever troop was with them managed to take the zombie giant down.
Nice.
Eventually make your way to the center of the town square, where the sun tree is, and there is, across the way on the opposite side, what appears to be, in mid-struggle, one zombie giant that's has a series of spears or javelins sticking out of its torso. It's currently swatting at a group of individuals that have torches in the rain, still trying to kind of get up towards it and push it backward.
Yes.
The sun tree at a glance, roll a perception check.
All of us?
Yes.
1. There's a tree.
4.
I rolled a 19, so 29.
Is my passive perception higher than my roll?
Passive
Does it go
Active
to
perception, passive is more something you keep track when you're not actively perceiving.
Oh.
Go on.
7.
That flute is
you pick this out in the rain,
inappropriate.
it's kind of hard to see, but from this angle, you see what looks to be 8 ropes currently just dangling free in the sun
They
tree.
became vampires.
Damn it.
The tree is the spawning spot.
Really?
Or maybe one of them.
Yes.
Maybe they cut him down.
Flute music is Matt's, not me. It does seem a little weird for the current scene.
No. We gotta cut down this tree.
Does it look like the ropes have been cut or is
You can go closer to inspect if you want.
Yeah.
Try to heal it. We should
You're hearing in the distance,
burn it.
the battle's still raging about 65, 70 feet from you. You kind of get up behind the tree and you take the ropes and inspect it. All the
Are
ropes,
they gonna have to all fight the dark versions of themselves? They all have to fight the dark, the vampire them.
are
That'd be a
very
hard
fine to
fight.
count.
Yeah, they cut them down.
They cut them
They
down.
cut their dead down.
Okay, so the nooses are gone.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah,
But, like, it's just.
yeah, and you do see there are a number. This close, you can see there are loops of rope all over the tree. Some very old and weathered and aged. Some of them are torn, some of them are cut. But the fresh ones that are the longest currently and they're placed closest to where the bodies are originally there are all very
Can
cleanly
we
cut.
spin around and look and see if there's anything around it looks like, or look at tracking and see how it looks like somebody cut them down or if they fell on their own?
You glance around real fast and you can see to the south there is still the battle raging between Zombie Giant and crew of individuals, but you look back where you guys were from and you see a large series of shapes stepping through the rain, coming from the direction you guys were.
I think they cut them down just like Tyleri. I think that this is like where they hang them to ripen, and when they're ready, they pluck them off the tree and set them on their way.
As you're having this conversation, you keeping your eyes forward as he's saying this into your ear, you can see as the light of the town is slowly beginning to vanish into a sunset.
Is it still raining?
It is still raining. You see ahead of you, coming from the central roadway into the square of the town, you can only surmise to be anywhere from 30 to 50 armored skeletal entities that are pouring from the north.
Okay, I climbed the sun tree.
Wait, what? We gotta get out of here.
I'm climbing the sun tree.
Climbing the sun tree. All right, you guys see Keyleth scurry up the sun tree.
I blow my horn of fog to create a.
What the fuck? If Mega spoilers Mega, is it still spoiler? No, that's a prediction.
Smoke screen. I don't know what the fuck
Okay.
you're doing.
This low horn blow comes out and this fog begins to fill the area between this marching skeletal army and the sun tree where you guys currently are. Looking over your shoulder, you can see the zombie giant finishes smashing the last individual in that crew.
How far away?
Like jams it into its.
So there's a big army coming down, like filtering down a street.
Down the street towards you.
How far away?
You can't tell now. There's just fog all in the way.
I can't tell how far away they are.
No,
Roughly?
right now you can't see them.
Kiki,
I can't see them?
No, because Scanlan's created a whole bunch of fog between the two of you.
Go.
The moment that you saw, they're
No.
maybe about 100 or so feet from you.
Keyleth, tell us what you're thinking, because the rest of us
We
are
gotta
thinking
get
it's
out
time
of
to
here.
go.
You engage, they'll follow. We go, we fight another day, we sleep in the rafters, we wait till daybreak.
Who are you?
I might be able to do something.
right.
What is it?
So
Say it.
tell
us.
I can do like a big ice storm or do something to take all these fuckers out at
All
once.
30 to 50 of them? We'll kill them all.
No, Keyleth, we've got to
It's a
go.
big range.
We've got to go.
Okay. If like before, when it was like a moral argument about the plan, I was like, I don't know, like I pretty well agree with old Kiki here. Yeah, this is a little much. Yeah, you need to get the fuck out of there, dude. Like I don't know. Yeah. Man, those peasants just got obliterated by the giant in the background. Yeah. I mean, they're fucking peasants, dude. What do we think it's gonna happen? Those people fighting the giant just died. I know. So it's not even like you're like, who are you sitting around to fight? Unless you think you can take out all of them. This is weird. I don't know what the purpose of this army is. Like, I don't really understand what Matt wants them to do. An undead army just isn't worth it? Yeah. Like, I don't know if at this point, like, is Matt introducing this to try and push them towards sleeping? Or... like, I'm not really tracking with Matt's thought process here. And there is, like, I know that there's a general concept of, like, hey, you know, you're just the arbiter of the world. Things are just happening in the world, and you know what happens. This undead army was already planned. But especially given how big Whitestone is, like, why it's a little bit coincidental for the army to just run into them if Matt, you know, is not choosing to make that happen at the time. So I'm having trouble following what Matt even like wants for them to do. Yeah, I don't know. Hello, Mega. Just finished golf today. I've got so much to catch up on. It's good. It's been awesome. It's an interesting episode. It's a very interesting episode. There are like very cool points, very boring points. And now I am confused. I'm confused. Like, some of my predictions may have gotten confirmed, but also based on the playlist length, I think some of them are wrong. I don't know. I assume it's a retreat signal. That's what I'm trying to wrap my mind around, is why Matt wants them to retreat. Like, maybe because they made the decision, like, okay, we're going to go out and fight some shit. And, like, he could have pretty easily just presented them with something to fight, right? Like, there are still zombie giants out there, potentially. Like, we can roll initiative again. We can go into another fight. Like, that's what they were just looking to do. And that seems very possible within the current world, that they could find that. So then him doing this zombie army thing, to me, and I guess he did present them with the one that was like really fighting those people, and then they chose not to engage with it. I don't know. This is confusing. The players are waffling a lot, and it feels like Matt is waffling a little bit behind the screen. I have the inkling that it might be because of like pacing concerns. Like, Matt is concerned that if they got into another combat, it would take too long, so he's trying to push them towards long resting so they can just end the stream. Because this feels like waffling on both sides, where I can't really tell what the intention is. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the mansions were boring because the undead army was the planned battle? Ooh, potentially, but you can't make a combat with that many enemies and expect it not to take forever. You know what I'm saying? Like, that big of a combat, like, you can have a boring combat with one combatant or even two weak ones, but like that many, I mean, that's very fair that could have been the reason, but you gotta forward think a little bit more on how long that combat's gonna take. Yeah, it's an interesting ep with some great moments. Yeah, or an interesting, yeah. Good luck with the rest of the stream. I got some catching up to start. Good luck. Could be just a timing thing. I think that's kind of where my brain is going. It's like, it feels like the timing is wrong, but I can't tell who is fucking up the timing. I can't tell if it's meta. I can't tell if Matt is like kind of displaying the wrong things at the wrong time. I can't tell if the players are fucking up the timing. Like, something feels wrong, but I can't pin down the reason for it. They also have to worry about the stream end. Gotta have a hook. Yeah. The horde feels unannounced. That's kind of what it's like, yeah. Because he's foreshadowed so much. Like, so much is been done that's super interesting, and then it's just undead horde. Hello. Which is, yeah. I'm gonna watch more. Maybe my questions will be answered. I don't know.
These aren't even the people we want to kill.
They're a undead horde army.
I say we let her hit them and we run. Okay.
All right. Scanlan, can you just kind of drop the fog just a bit?
Not magic.
Control it, yeah.
I can blow it.
All right, I'm just gonna really have a vague idea.
The fog is low.
The fog this creates is a magical fog that obscures an entire area. If you climb to the very top of the tree, you might be able to get a little bit of a visual.
All right, I'm gonna climb as high as I can.
Okay, make an athletics check.
I'm gonna climb up after.
Oh my god. Acrobatic ability.
I know,
is
I
not
can just jump up.
Wonderful.
11.
Too? Shut up.
And acrobatics or athletics?
Athletics.
Oh, that's better. 15.
15, okay. You make your way up to the very precarious top of the branches. It's very, very, you can feel the brittleness of it as the tree itself is, the life force is withered over time, and some of it cracks, and some of the actual bark of the tree kind of twists off in your grip as you get to the very top. You can look just over the bank of fog that Scanlan has created, and you can see beyond that. The number of undead from this angle, what was initially like a 30 probably pushes closer to about 100.
Okay, and they're like 100 feet away?
Yeah, that's a big runaway. Which I still don't get the impression of. Like, he's like, oh, an undead horde of 30 will scare them. She's still here? Never mind. It's not 30. It's 100. It's like, why? What are we? Yeah, Matt knows Ali, all the things, but the players pick the plan. Planning is not VM's strong suit. Matt knows all the things, but that's sort of a shield, right? Like, you know, you can say, like, it's just the world. I'm just the arbiter of it. Like, you know, whatever the players do is what they do. But, like, you choose how to display things and when and, like, where to take your players. And, like, I don't want to say I'm, like, certain, but I have a big feeling that, like, Matt did not plan for there to be people fighting the zombie at that particular time in front of the Sun Tree. That was something that he came up with. He was like, yeah, that'll work. And that is like, that is the job of the DM, is to display parts of the world in interesting ways consistently. And the things that he is choosing to put in here just feel weird. I can't really place why. Maybe it feels like Matt hasn't really helped anything. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like they do choose the plan, but like the DM should provide them with things that they want that make sense, or like very clear thing. I don't know. This is a weird one. I can't really pin down my criticism, but it just feels off. I don't think Matt tries. They could plan at dawn. They could plan at dawn. You're right. I don't think Matt tries to get his players to do anything in particular. No. This is what I'm having trouble articulating. You're always trying to get your players to do anything, to do something. Like the idea that you can describe this like perfect sandbox where you are not pushing them towards anything, I think is a fallacy. You are never going to be able to describe the world or the scene and saying that like, it's just the world, I'm just the arbiter of it. And I really disagree with that quote because it makes it sound like you don't have an agenda as a DM, which you certainly do. All DMs have an agenda to like, no. Are we back? Hello. Hello. Oh no, let us know. We're back. Weather. I know. I definitely know it's weather now because I watched the internet go out there. Okay, we'll try to wrap it up. Yeah. I mean, all DMs give some manner of direction. It's just like inherent within the role. And I am confused about the direction that Matt is giving now. But, like, yeah, you can't describe a world without giving some manner of direction. Buffer over, but grainy? Oh, no. Okay, well, honestly, as long as the audio's good, I'm pushing forward. So, let's go.
Starting about 100 feet away, slowly marching towards you.
I'm gonna right kind of where they are. I'm gonna just start where they a little ahead of where they originate. I'm gonna start making an ice storm. And pushing all the way back to where, just right down these fuckers.
I'm also just trying to stay underneath her as best I can.
Okay.
Stop looking up her skirt, brother.
She's skirt.
Skirt? She's been wearing a dress this whole time?
Oh, she's covered in leaves.
Stop looking up her fig leaf.
All right. What's the damage on that? Is it like 2d8 bludgeoning and 2d8?
46.
They take 2d8 bludgeoning damage and 46 cold damage.
Okay, go ahead and roll for both.
And
Inspiration.
It's a save for half, right?
Inspiration?
Oh, well, I didn't do it.
2d8 bludgeoning. That's 7 bludgeoning. 4d6.
We'll reset you to low.
Not great at all. Nope. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
A total of 8? 8 plus, what was the other one?
7.
7, okay.
And it's difficult terrain.
Okay, so the first area, suddenly you see some of the clouds above you begin to funnel.
Oh, for chat. I see. Okay, I was like looking for it. I was like, where? Fair enough. I have no idea
Funnel downward.
what the range on this spell is. Probably able to hit this.
Bolts of electricity through it as the funnel hits. It grows dark, and then all of a sudden this cold wind begins to swirl around it. And with that, the cloud almost seems to tear open within itself, and a sheet of jagged ice and sleet begins to pour downward into the center of this undead horde. As it does, you can see probably a good 25, 30 of these are just blown apart. Bone shards scattered around, and you can see bits of rusted metal weapons and armor thrown left and right. The ice then kind of coalesces over the floor of this area, and some of the skeletons just kind of slip, but they keep marching forward. It definitely took a chunk, but as it continues pushing forward,
Now we can run.
Yep.
Good job. I grabbed back of her shirt and take her towards
Okay, you guys make your way down the tree. As you get to the bottom of the tree, the zombie giant has taken notice of the sudden flashing of light and the movement in the tree and is bounding towards the tree after you guys.
Are we running?
Are we going to the alcove or going to the tree line?
I say we go to the tree line, and I say that you take a couple shots as we're heading.
I'm definitely doing that, yes. I'm gonna shoot at the giant as we're running.
Okay, as you guys all land.
Hunter's marking.
Okay, you hunters marching around looking at the giant.
She says that. I'm gonna go ahead and start casting my Call Lightning spell.
Okay, so you land, you cast Call Lightning. The fog that you created, Scanlan, that formed up, you start seeing these shapes, these terrifying skeletal faces begin to appear through the fog as the rest of the army begins to push through.
Run,
just to I guess not clarify, but just to say something, Fanler's like weak skellies, super cool enemy. Like, let's not consider the skeletons individually, because that's 100 HP and rolls to keep track of, and that is impossible. Let's consider the skeletons as one very long and very wide enemy that has a giant pool of health and that has, maybe a certain number of attacks, but those are abstracted. So it's like the certain number of attacks is the entire horde of enemies attacking you. Sort of like a swarm. Like you have like a swarm of rats. Yes, just me, T. You got me exactly. A swarm of skeletons instead of a swarm of rats. Super, super fun to run because especially when it is like those big AoE spells, you can be pretty generous with the players and be like, oh yeah, like it hit a bunch of them. But you just subtract health from the big one, but you can describe it in these big destructive ways. And like, this could have been a cool fight. Speaking of like, potentially the main fight, like this horde of skeletons like surrounding them. And I think the cool thing about doing a horde or a swarm that I often think is really interesting is that I rule it as they can attack from anywhere that the swarm touches. So like if the swarm is like surrounding the party, you can have that really cool cinematic feel with like the same amount of attacks and damage. It's just that those attacks and damage can come from anywhere that the swarm touches, which I think is cool. And then you would have this big lumbering giant also. So like basically two combatants. It's just giving conflicting messaging on what the party should do. Yeah, I think that's very fair. I think someone earlier was like, normally the players are good at picking up Matt's hooks, and it feels like right now neither Matt nor the party know what the hook is. That feels right. It feels like no one knows what the hook is, like what they're supposed to be doing. Which maybe the hook is just, hey, go to bed. I don't know. Time for me to go. Fun to catch such a long part of the stream. Hell yeah. It was great to have you. And I've been loving the long stream, but we are almost done. We are very close to being done. We're almost there. I think it's supposed to be a show of force from the Briarwoods to better establish the kind of threat that they pose, but the party doesn't necessarily seem to be riding high on their victories. Yeah. That's a fair thought for what it could be, yeah. Like her storm killing 30 when the 30 was the start number feels confusing. Also true. The music doesn't help. Yeah. I think that's the... Yeah. There's just so much. This scene is just an awkward scene. And I do think if you want like a real fucking homework assignment is like trying to rewatch and like take notes about like why this feels weird. Because, I'm live reacting to it. I'm not, rewinding or anything. And I feel like this scene could be an interesting one to really digest and analyze on like, because something feels off about it. And I still like, I think I'm starting to solidify it, but I think it would be good homework, DM homework, to go back and try to figure it out.
The clouds coalescing above Keyleth as you get your call lightning ready. You marking the zombie giant. You guys are getting bolting out of the way. Trinket comes running up behind you, Vex, and picks you up onto his back. And you guys,
because I'm giving you homework, fan lair. Fuck off.
As begin rushing off towards the tree line to the west or the east.
Yeah. As I turn around, I call lightning on the giant.
Okay. Go ahead and roll damage on that.
And it's cloudy, so I get how much more?
I could also. That's fair. Could always also require spoilers. That's very fair.
I don't know how much do you get more on that.
While you decide, Percy, which way are we going? West or east?
First of all,
3d10.
3d10.
There's an additional 10, so it's 4d10.
And I'm gonna shoot him through my longbow of the Sky Sentinel as we're going away too.
Okay.
So the passage to the castle I'm aware of is to the west, and then the one
side, yes.
and then the one that Stonefell mentioned was to the
Can we go to the tree line by the
So
castle?
the one Stonefell mentioned was the same.
What's the same?
It wasn't Stonefell, it was Book.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, he was referring to the same.
Tree line to the west, so that we can attack first thing.
Yeah.
22.
22 hits?
Twice. And then 3 on the last one.
Okay.
Well, it's technically 14 on the last one.
For him, still hits.
Oh, sweet.
It's a big target.
Sweet.
Big target, a lot of hit points.
And as she's like rearing up her bow, I'm behind her, and I just bring down the bolt for 32 damage.
Damn. You can see the bolt strikes the front of the zombie giant right as it starts swinging after you guys. The bolt hits its shoulder and blasts a chunk of its shoulder blade off. You see bone shards fire behind, and it's a giant piece of its torso now missing where the bolt hit. It stumbles back onto its back foot and catches itself, almost toppling over.
Just start backing up.
As it,
Backs.
it starts lumbering forward again as Vex releases her arrow, which splits into...
Oh, I see, Fanlair. That's really funny, Fanlair. Oh, that's really, really funny. No initiative start, which is interesting. Yeah, because I think that Matt is gearing up to end the session, and the moment you roll initiative, it slows everything down and makes them feel like they might have a chance here. So I think he's running this a little bit more narratively to encourage them to leave. That part of it is very clear to me. And that's also a good example of when I say that like DMs have an agenda, like DMs are always pushing you towards something. Whether or not you roll initiative is a fantastic example of like they're attacking this thing is attacking them. Like by raw, it would make a lot of sense for them to roll initiative right now. Matt not doing that implicitly pushes them away and implicitly says, hey, don't fight this. Trinket started running away with Vex. Yeah. So anyways, yeah. Interesting. We'll see.
3.
Vex, 54 points of damage.
Whoa.
Kill it!
Nice.
Whoa.
Whoa.
54. All the arrows blasting into its body. You can see they sink in and burst on the inside. There's a dull glow as this kind of burst of electrical energy hits from underneath its sickly, zombified flesh. At which point there's a slight delay before it bubbles forth and a little bit of its internal liquid spews out like a boil. You can see it's definitely taking damage and it keeps pushing forward. Yeah, it's still moving towards you guys.
I pull out.
It's about 10 feet from you guys right now.
I pull out bad news.
Okay.
And I shoot it. I'm shooting it with bad news and I'm going for an aim shot to the
Okay.
legs.
The moment it would take for you to stop and pull out bad news, by the way, is the moment you guys are turning around to attack it. It has gotten within range to hit, so this is all happening simultaneously. So it's gonna get 2 strikes as you guys get your attacks as well.
No, what are you doing?
So go ahead and roll your attack.
I did.
What'd you get?
27 and 18.
Both hit.
Yeah.
That's good.
I got 28.
No.
Okay. And
Should've gone for sharp.
No, more buffering. Okay. We're going. And this is the risk of like, I'm very confident that Matt was trying to shove them away, but this is like, this is what I mean when I say like, they have a bias, they have an agenda, but the players don't always follow it. So that's, when I see a scene that's going weirdly, I'm trying to be like, okay, what was Matt's agenda here? And like, how are the players fucking it up? And like right now, I very much get it. The agenda is run away, and they're attacking the thing instead. And so now we're getting into this weird pseudo combat where like we're not in initiative and we're not doing combat, but he's making us pretend like we are to establish threat. Ooh, and it's getting a little sticky, getting a little.
Shooter, kicking myself.
Percy, that is a 17 and a 20.
17 misses, the 20 hits.
Okay. You take
I take
16 points of bludgeoning damage as its fist just comes down and whack slams into your side just as bad news fires off and your daggers go.
Your dagger, flame tongue, combined 20 hit points.
Okay, good to know.
And as soon as I'm able, I'm backing up and bringing down another
Well,
lightning
I've got
bolt.
another attack. That was just one attack that I did, too. So.
Oh, yeah.
We need your spells. We need to hide. We need to run.
Oh my god, and this is why there needs to be some sort of initiative. Whether it's popcorn, side, Greyhawk, whatever. Especially when you have 6 players. It's like people are dropping all over each other. People are saying like, well, I only did 1 attack. I need to do my other. And Matt and the players are unsynced makes everything feel finally off. Are they in danger or not? Chaos. Ah! What's happening?
It's okay. This is a concentration spell. I can keep doing it. I'm not blowing spells on it.
Yeah. Very tonally off. Yeah, that's fair.
22 points of damage plus he's not prone.
Okay. Easy enough. Through the daggers, the
You can make a con saving throw though.
it doesn't matter. It's still managing to keep its zombie form through. It seems like every single hit you're taking chunks off of its body, but it continues to push through the damage until eventually it swings at you with the hit. Bad news goes off as it blasts through the center of its torso. It takes out the back of its spine. It can't keep its physical form together, and as its body lunges forward, you throw both of your daggers, which go into each of its eyes. It falls forward. The torso seems to roll on impact and come after you like a slow-moving boulder for a few feet. But since you're all moving forward, you manage to outrun it, just barely keeping out of the way. The legs walk on their own for 2 more steps before they fall forward into the mud, kind of relieving all of its internal intestines into the rain-soaked ground before.
Let's get out of here. Go to the woods.
It's a good point, Just Me T. Like, this would normally be Grog's shit. This would be his bread and butter, and I do think you're right that he knows that they really don't need to be fighting this right now, and that they just need to bounce. Otherwise, he would be all about fighting it. And not to harp on it too much, but this music is killing me. Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do? Sometimes there are going to be weird moments. Cool episode overall. But
aggressive flower girl.
You guys.
Do I see any other as we're running through?
Just run,
I grab Keyleth, but I want to just pull.
Yeah, run. He's running.
You guys go running back, and as you're looking over your shoulder, you can see the skeletal army swarming the center of the square and pouring into the streets. It seems that the Briarwoods had their own reserve anti-riot campaign activity.
Or are they gonna take out everybody?
We can't go. We can't go.
We have to go. We have nothing left.
And with that, we're going to conclude the
by the way,
next week on that note.
To compare that to the end of last episode, this is they have no plan, and Matt has still ended on a cliffhanger. Very nice. Last episode was kind of like if Matt had let them all tromp out into the plan, take a long rest, talk about what they were going to do, and then ended the session. So, very, very nice end point there from Matt, which might be due to outside of things, but I much prefer that kind of end point where now all week they're thinking about what are we going to do about the skeletons? Oh no, the revolution. It's fucked. We fucked it. And they're thinking about what they're going to do next. It is also a very cool visual. That's very true. Not too much left. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. He's that bitch. I love it.
Oh
all right, so we're gonna take a little break here while we set up for
teeny break.
Christmas. Quick one, very quick. We'll be back here in just a few minutes.
Much faster than person.
Those who want to hang in and watch how ridiculously amazing this community is.
Oh my gosh, there's a lot.
Yeah, you guys are crazy.
Buckle up.
Quick break.
Quick break.
All right, see you in a second. And welcome to tonight's episode of
Against the Tide of Bone. Interesting. Okay, so. Okay. They don't have to tell people to wait now. They either dead or hide. Yeah, true. That's so interesting. It's not like a worse ending, though, but I understand this is the exception. Yeah, I think you're right. Like, overall, just dead comparing the two, I think it's worse. But yeah, in terms of like themes and like the type of ending, I much prefer this one. Wow. Huh. Weird. This was a weird one. Like I really liked certain parts of it. I wasn't quite sure about others. They did a lot, but in a sort of boring way. Yeah. It's so interesting. The Scanlan part at the beginning, I think, was probably the most interesting, and an amazing performance from Sam Riegel. And like there were a lot of like really solid highlights there, but it was like all wrapped in this weird package. I'm having to reorient my predictions because I thought that they were going to go straight to the castle the moment the revolution started. But now it seems like the Briarwoods have an anti-revolution thing that they are going to somehow have to get through. I also saw the title of the next episode with Against the Tide of Bone. So I think they're going to have to find like a ritual or a druid out in the woods, or they're going to have to find something. I think we're in a little bit of a subplot where Matt I think is going to progressively introduce like kind of an impenetrable defense. The Briarwoods are giving the fuck up on citizens. They're saying, okay, yeah, fuck it. We're not even going to pretend to be nobles anymore. You killed all of our other noblemen. Consolidate at the castle. Kill all the citizens. Make an army. We're pushing through to the ziggurat. Like, right? They're going to like accelerate their plan, I think. And the town's just fucked. And so they're going to have to figure out a way to either like stem the tide, contain it, do some sort of big thing against the undead army that is now in Whitestone. Very, very like Walking Dead, I think, is going to be this. It's like, okay, there's a horde in our way now, in The Walking Dead. How are we going to get through it? Set traps to blow all of them up, that sort of thing. So I think we're entering a little sub-arc And then after that sub-arc is complete, they will go into the castle, and we will pick up my prediction from that point. I don't honestly change anything else about my prediction. I think I'm just inserting bits. Oh, man. The recap probably sounds epic, yeah. Scambo is a classic moment, but I think there's a reason I don't remember much of the rest, yeah. The Christmas they did right after this session is 128 in length. C1 Eps 32, 3 hours 3 in total session time. Okay, gotcha. Cool. Very, very fair. To be fair, they've been ruling for years, so it makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. They need to find the bone-hurting juice. To put it one way, I gotta think so, yeah. I think they need to go and discover the magical bone-hurty juice. And then they'll be able to get to the castle and pick up the rest. Yeah. An army of undead. If only they had a cleric. Dude, maybe they could find a guest player to like stand in for a cleric. That could be kind of cool. Especially like a recurring like guest player, or I mean, like if a guest player could like take over a recurring NPC, that'd be kind of cool. Like one that I mean, I know that the only cleric I think they know of is like all the way back in Vasselheim. So I don't know if they could go and get that NPC, but we'll see, I guess. I feel like the town is hella leverage on Vox Machina. Yeah. I don't know if they care, though. We'll see. Scambo is obviously great, but I think it was also pretty great Keyleth ep character-wise. She really, put a lot out there of herself and her character and, her opinions and her morals and her flaws. It was a lot of really solid character work. It was just weirdly embedded, right? It wasn't like the great Percy character work that we saw last episode where, it felt good the whole time. Whereas Keyleth's character work was kind of embedded within this weird argument where no one really has any direction. So that I think that maybe lessened it a little bit, but still very good. Hey, good night, Mustang. Have a good night. If it's a tide, then the answer is to blow up the moon. Stop the tide. Stop the moon. Save the cheerleader. Save the world. Blow up the moon. Stop the Briarwoods. Easy. They stole the Illithid from BG3. They can steal Shadowheart. You're so right. You're so right and wise and based, Tiny Keyboard. There are definitely some good moments where the rest of the episode felt like it took the wind out of my sails. Yeah, I get that. I'm excited for the next episode. I'm very excited for the next episode. And I think it was nice to have this as a full episode Friday, get the whole package. Because number one, because of the weird break and the weird timing, really nice to have it in a full episode. But also just the distribution of things was kind of odd. A small slog, I think. Yeah, but it happens. Not every episode's gonna be a banger. And still some good moments. So sick. Well, I will see you all next time. I'm going to end it there. Only 8 hours and 30 minutes later. And if there's anything you want to talk about, ask me about, ask the community about, I'm going to be doing episode or comment highlighting at the beginning of these streams now. So do short replies to things I think I can shortly reply to in the comments, but then either do a TikTok, or if it's too long and I have a too nuanced opinion, I'll do it at the beginning. So leave a comment with anything you want to get shown, and I will. I heard a Heroes reference. Uh-oh. I will talk to you all later. Goodbye. Oh, check out the Discord and the World Anvil, especially if you're new, for more stuff about me. Goodbye.